All right, we live.
Hello, everyone. We're glad to see all of you wonderful viewers back today. Not for real. We doing our thing today. We're glad to see everybody back today. We don't have any special guests, so we're gonna dive right into the topic. We have all of these wonderful people on the panel right now. And as you have any comments or anything, feel free to call and join in with conversation or just drop some comments if you don't want to be seen and or heard. But I would like to say first, I hope everybody had a wonderful day. Our first topic we're going to be discussing is what is your definition of love versus lust? So let's get into it.
All right. My definition is love is more of a feeling, more emotional, more mental, and lust is more physical, more sexual, most definitely more sexual. But love is an emotion, like it's a feeling, and I feel like some people get them confused because they might like sexual endeavors with a person or whatever, and they think that's love because they click on that end. But nah, love is a whole nother thing. It's just a feeling that you'll know when you feel it.
You can get them confused now because love is just as strong as love now.
I,
Yeah, that's what I
I
know.
think it's kind of the same, but the thing with love, it lasts longer, and lust is just that
Temporary.
quick feeling, that temporary feeling.
Yeah. But
Because you can lust after somebody based off just what you saw at that moment, but the love the love is something that lasts longer and it grows and grows, and lust don't grow. To me, I don't think lust really grows. It's like that
Okay,
family fun and gone by his business.
let's set a foundation. Okay, everybody give me y'all's definition of love for just the panel.
I
To
think
me,
love.
oh, go
Well,
ahead.
you go ahead, girl. Now you go ahead.
To me, I think love is to me, I think love is something that's deep, something that's strong, something that's overpowering, if that makes sense.
like romantic, like uh, you know, it's more effective than
Yeah, like that stronghold.
yeah.
I think love
I
is intense.
You think love
I
is what?
think
I think it's intense. Like,
I think love is intense, but it's not always intense. I feel like love is a choice. Because like when you love someone, like you have to choose to love someone like throughout the hard times. Like
Well,
love is really a choice.
I don't think it's a choice, man.
nah, I don't think it's
I
a
mean,
choice either.
now you can fall in love. I mean, so you in your relationship, you ain't never been through no struggle. And you could have been done with that motherfucker, but you chose to keep going and keep growing that love. Like
But
when you have hardships and shit like that, you choose to stick around and grow that and mature that.
you can leave that person and still
I
love
was
that
I was just finna say that you can leave a person or they can leave you and you can still love that person.
person. You just chose to leave, but you still
Yeah,
love.
you
Well,
ain't gotta
I
be
mean,
with them.
I feel like you can probably care about that person, but you might not love that person. I feel like from birth, we have been ripped off on the definition of love. Like even starting with our parents and stuff. A lot of parents tearing kids out of what they think is love, but it might just be actual care. Like,
Oh no,
and
I,
I'm not saying parent. Well, and I read this book about love, and it kind of gave me that perspective on it. But the book makes sense, and y'all should tap into it if y'all get a chance. It's called All About Love, and just in a second when I'm done, I'm gonna get up and tell y'all the author, because it kind of like it rewired what I thought was what love was after reading it.
I wish
Hey,
I wish
somebody,
love was
somebody in
a
the
choice.
comments, somebody in the comments, Google love and post the definition.
I don't think love is a choice.
I feel
I'm
like you can fall in love and that just happens. It's not a choice. It's just something that happens. But I think like later on down the line, I'm not talking about in the beginning. After you
oh
pass
okay
all the good parts, like, I'm not saying in the beginning. I'm saying later on
okay.
down the line, love does eventually become a choice. Because if you don't choose to love someone, then you end up with all these marriages of people getting divorced and shit like that.
I feel you. I
Yeah.
feel you.
So y'all don't think you grow to love people? Like, you think you can control your feelings enough to not love someone, Chaz?
You can, Pat. It's
You
possible.
can to a degree. I
Cause
mean, that's
I,
why a
I
lot of
don't think
women
it.
That's why a lot of women self sabotage themselves all the time.
I've,
They
I've,
be falling in love and don't want to do that because they're not used to like a healthy dynamic of that, and then they choose to distance themselves from, and not even women, men who have anybody who's been hurt in the past.
right.
But that just means you choose not to open yourself up to it the next time. You wouldn't let that person get that close
Well,
to you
if
for
you
you to
choose
even
not to
fall
open
in love.
yourself up, then you choosing not to love.
I like the person. I mean, I've liked the person for so long, and I chose to open myself up, let my guard down,
Yeah,
love that person.
yeah, but you can shut your see what I'm saying. You can shut yourself off the same way. Like we can kick it, we can do whatever, but I just won't let you in. I won't even give you a chance for me to love you.
Right.
So I
I
mean,
think
if you look at it on that end, I guess you can say it's a choice if you look at it like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I read the comment. Kenyatta, you agree exactly with what I was saying. I don't think love is a choice, bro. Like I don't. You can't help who you love, bro. And just like y'all was saying earlier, you can lead somebody and still love them.
Right.
That
Now
goes
I
to
agree with
show.
that. I agree that you can leave somebody and still love them, but I mean, you can. What we saying is, if you fall in love with somebody, you fall in love with them. That's.
Hey,
But at the same time, it's like
control.
you can choose not to even let that person get that close to you, where you can even actually
Right.
put yourself in that situation to fall in love.
Right.
Okay, but
You fall
you
in love.
are.
You can
But when you start, but it's not like okay, you have your mindset. I'm not gonna love this person. I'm not gonna love this person. But it's something in it that you can stop it when you start when it starts feeling. But sometimes the feeling starts and you don't realize it until something happened that dang, you know what? I think I do love this person or I do want this person.
But that
So
means you let
sometimes
that
it's
person
not
in.
controlling.
Right, that means you
That
chose
means
to
you let
let
that
that
person in.
person in though. So that you still made a choice to like spend time with that person. You made a choice to bond with that person. You made a choice to
Right.
mentally grow with that person. So it is a choice that you make to do the actions that cause you to love the person.
Okay, let me ask you this: do you think you love a person without having sex with them in a relationship?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Yeah.
Then why do I got some stats over here? I wish I could post them, but why
You
is it
can.
that why is it that after sex, after the first time a couple have sex, the L word is usually used within 48 hours?
After the first time.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I think it's a mind. I think it's a mind thing.
Yeah.
and I
People
think it was like
people want
70.
to link that with love with sex.
I think it's like 73% of the time is women.
I think some people just throw that word out there sometimes. Some people might be in their emotions at the time, or y'all just got through doing whatever and they feeling that feeling of just some type of deep emotion and it comes out.
Right.
I don't even think half out of them 73%, I don't think 50% of them is even being honest. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think
Okay,
they
Tate. So
really be.
what's the fine line between them? Between when do you know you crossed that threshold? That okay, I no longer like no, I'm lusting for this person, or I just feel like I love this person. When do you cross that threshold? Is it a time frame? Like, is it a time frame on love? Can you love a person in a week or a month or a day? Like, how y'all feel about that?
It depends on how vulnerable you let yourself be, and it depends on how you let them in. That's what I think. If you open yourself up to be that vulnerable, and you let that person all the way in like that fast, ain't no telling how fast you would think you in love. But that I don't really think that'll be love too fast. But you got people that'll tell people, "I knew I loved you from the first time I saw you," and it's like I don't know how, but because you don't even know the person.
So y'all believe in love at first sight?
I think think it's different types of loves.
I think that's lust.
Yeah, it's lust at
Yeah, I
first.
think that's lust at
I don't
first sight.
I don't think it's nowhere in the world you can genuinely love a person unless y'all go through some shit together. Like you, I don't care how long you've been together. If the shit always been good, you really don't know if you love that person or not. I think going through some shit, going through some trials, going through some tribulations, going through some ups and downs, then you realize, damn, I love this person because you willing to go through that shit with them.
Right.
Sheik said lust can turn into love. I believe that.
Right.
I believe
He'll say he fall in love after the third day.
But Sharon said lust and
We're
love.
not listening to you.
Sharon said lust and love can have you confused as hell if your mind not strong and your heart is weak. And even the strongest people fall in love. Lust will make
That's true.
lust will make you think you in love. It's feelings and emotions involved in both. I agree with it.
I totally agree with it.
Mm.
Hey, let me ask y'all this. So, say for instance, you in a relationship. I'm asking the ladies this, and y'all, I guess a man have told you, "Hey, I love you" or whatever, and you don't feel the same way. How do you respond to that?
Oh, that's how I do it.
Me being me, I question it. I be like, so why do you think that? Especially if I ain't got no answer now. That's the first thing. That's my run-to question. If I ain't got an answer to it, so why do you think that?
I ain't even gonna ask. I'm gonna be like, chill out, like I did recently. Like, I'm like, chill out, bro. Like, you just talking.
Yeah, now I might say something like that, like, man, you just talking. You
You
know what I'm saying?
play something,
Quit playing.
right?
You know.
Y'all don't think what I'm saying though? How long you think it take for somebody to love you? Then take since you say like it got to be a time frame on it.
I really
Your
don't think it. I ain't gonna call it a
your
time
first name
frame.
King. Your name on here is King Tate.
I don't think it's a time frame, bro. But I ain't gonna say a definite time frame. But I just feel like you can't tell nobody that after a day or two or a week.
No, I'm
Right?
not saying after a day or two. Well, okay, 30 days.
I mean, if you and that person bonded like that, if you and that person been kicking it that tough, if you and that person then like told each other some deep secrets and just talked about some of everything, I think sometimes you can think that you love a person that fast. But me, myself, personally, I think until you go through some ups and downs, you go through some family, like some people, some deaths in the family,
How
or
long it took you, Tate?
I
How
mean,
long it
I've
took?
been knowing who I'm with for years, so I really can't say.
But how long it took
I
you?
and we done went through some ups and downs, some hell, you got
That,
married and
that ain't the
all
question.
type of stuff, huh?
That wasn't the question.
How long it took?
Yeah,
For
for
you
y'all.
to tell her I love you.
I don't know, bro. I can't. I don't know.
Come on, Tinder Tate.
I
Come
don't remember the
on,
last. I
Tinder
don't remember
Tate.
the first time
That's
I
something you
said
can't
it,
forget. That's something you don't forget, Tate.
huh?
That's something you forget.
Man, you crazy. I don't remember. I don't remember the first time I told somebody I loved them.
The person you with?
I don't remember the first time I said it. I
Who
mean, I
said
didn't know that
who
you
said
had.
it first? Tate,
I
well,
didn't
who
think
said
that
it
was a
first?
date you had to remember.
Who
Nah,
said it first, Tate?
but that was
Huh?
Who said it first?
I think she did.
you think.
I think she did.
Hey,
Hey, I'm put it
tell
like this,
Tate girl to hit the link.
huh?
Tell Tate old lady to hit the link.
She out there doing help. Look,
Okay.
oh, it was a complicated situation from day one. So, I think it was more lust from the dough. It was just really just
Hey,
a nigga shooting a shot on some more shit from the dough.
Tate,
And, huh?
you been to prison, right?
Yeah.
Being in prison tell women they love them more than a little bit, don't it?
I see someone play with that. I wasn't never one of the ones play with that, though. You
Oh,
know what
okay.
I'm saying? Now, I have seen someone play with it, but I can tell you this. Prison a fool a nigga like he in love, too, though. Like, prison will make somebody think they in love. You sitting there talking to this person like this all the time, and, this person sending you this and doing this. Y'all having these late night conversations. Yeah, you'll think you love somebody until you get out. Now, when you get out, and all that temptation in your face, and you know you seeing the person for what they really is, and all this and that, then you gonna know. That's why a lot of relationships don't make it when people get out. Like people always think like dudes just was in prison, he just was on some dog stuff, he just was on food, whoever food with him. No, some of them guys actually like those people. Some of them actually love those people. But in the free world, you see the person for who they is. Like, okay, all these late night sexual or just deep conversations gone. What's your everyday life like?
Right.
What my everyday life like? How strong is my mind once I step out?
I got it. Okay, Mr. Loverboy.
And then you know it's the same for women too. Cause look, I done seen these situations. I done been in a situation like a woman felt like I was younger than her. So when I got out, her friends and family and just different people. Not everybody she know, but just some people she know was like, man, you must don't know Tate. Man, take it out of there. Say that it's finna be on some more stuff and da 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 da. Tate younger than you. Tate gonna do this. Tate, you gonna see. Tate gonna go back over there, man. Them folks in the hood gonna be this and that, throwing it at them and blah, blah. They let that mess with them. So when I got out, that person was automatically head on swivel. You know what I'm saying? Any female around or somebody come up and speak or I'm out of sight. It's like you automatically put me with people that I ain't even studying messing with. You know what I'm saying? So that person jealousy ended that because I couldn't deal with it. Of course they gonna say, well, nah, you just want to do something else anyway. Nah, because I went and got in a relationship after that and was 100 from the door.
Right.
And you know, it said your jealousy ran me away. That was.
Gotcha.
She
Okay.
say she think anybody getting out of prison should wait at least a year today. Got to get the hoe out. The hoe ain't in everybody.
I know a lot of guys come out of prison be ready to get married.
That's what I'm saying. The hoe ain't in everybody. Because believe it or not, I'm talking about y'all might not believe it, but I think we said this yesterday, Fat. A lot of men actually want to be married and have a family.
Yeah, of course. Like, I mean, we talked about that 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
We're not the ones leaving families, and we are also not the ones who are not like proposing. Like black women. Well, I'm not just gonna say black women. Yes, I am. Like they don't. They feel like now they don't need us, bro, and we're at war with them. So it. How do like we bridge the gap to get back to just even like on a communication level, dog? Like how can you have a real true bond or a real true love with somebody if all you doing is communicating with them through a device? Like you have to be around people, you have to feel people, you have to touch people, you have to feel their energy to actually even get to. I feel like to the lust part.
You're right. You're right.
She say she think people are trying to make up for lost time. That's just, I mean, you know, that's a stereotype. Chick, that's what that is, a stereotype.
What you talking about, the prison thing?
Yeah. She says she think they should wait 6 months to a year to get in a relationship to just get it out of them just being away. But I mean, a lot of people happy with just having somebody when they get out of there. They ain't trying to go on no whole strokes.
And okay, y'all told me to come add my wife. She said she think it was her that said it first.
Now we were just asking how long. We was trying to figure out how long did it take.
How long did it take?
How long you think it took before you said it?
About a month or two.
She said about a month or two.
You see the back tape?
Huh?
You see the back?
You, I probably did.
So did you mean it a month later?
Huh?
A month later, did you mean it?
He said, did I say it back? I said, I probably did.
Did you mean it a month later?
Yeah, he didn't leave me on standby like that. And he said I wasn't gonna say it back.
Hey,
Huh?
did you mean it a month later?
I was in lust too now, so I might have. Like I say, I was in a complicated situation at that time anyway. So it was like I ain't gonna lie, I was some strong feelings over there. But I think I was like real deep in lust too. So I'm pretty sure I said it back, and I think lust made me think I meant it. Time made me know I meant it.
Right. I got
It makes sense.
My service.
But I think sometimes you really don't know how much you really, really love that person until either they're not around or something happened or it's a gap between y'all always being together.
Right.
So that's why I think it's sometimes, I mean, it's not bad to step back sometimes so you can see the picture. Because being around sometimes that lust do blind us. That lust do get in the way that we can't really see what that person's doing or see how that person is. The same way with love though, because sometimes love can make us look stupid as hell now. I done been in them, I done been in that place.
You can.
I did it before. I mean I done love to the point that till it was tearing me down. Then I had to realize this ain't how it's supposed to be.
Okay,
so love is powerful.
I'm gonna ask you this question to any other men on here. Can you fall in love with your side chick?
most definitely.
I don't have side chick Tate.
Most
I didn't say do.
See,
That's a general question.
I answer that. You can, cause I mean,
Well, ask this question right here. Can you love two people?
yeah,
yes.
yeah,
I've been saying that for years and years.
yeah. It ain't cause I mean, not looking at it as a side chick. I mean, your side chick is a person, right?
Right.
So why can't you fall in love with another person? That's a person.
Right. And
But
9 times out of 10, if you dealing with somebody on the side, now this 9 times out of 10, you got some people that just do it. But 9 times out of 10, if you dealing with somebody on the side, something going on over there at home.
Man, we saying can you love two people?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so you know what the pushback gonna be on that for most women is you can't love me if you doing that right there.
And that's not true.
No, that's not true. I can't say that.
I'm not thinking about you when I'm doing that right there.
I can't say that.
Doing that right there. You can't say I don't love you because I'm doing that though.
You can't say you're not thinking about her while you ain't doing it either.
Nah, like if I'm over here if I'm over here with this person,
Take the whole chat that fell in love with their side dude, man.
Look, you see.
Hey, that's how we know you can love two people. It's not. I think when it gets to the point, you're not looking at the title part anymore. You're looking at what that person's doing or the feelings and stuff like that. So that's what that is. It ain't got nothing to do with the title no more. Because after a while, you don't even think about the titles anymore. That's some of the biggest problem too. But you forget about the titles.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you that. I mean, does a title really matter? Because a lot of people, like I know girls who done left their dudes, or women who done left like guys that was like, hey, they weren't ready to take it to the next level, and they were. So do titles really, do it matter to the women? Because I know to men it really don't.
Title don't, but time does.
Yeah. I agree.
That's the thing. It ain't just a title.
A lot of women, the title do matter.
Yes, of course.
I feel
most women.
To most women it do. I feel like a title don't matter to me no more. Because I done had people put titles on me and it still wasn't what I wanted. I feel like if a person's showing you all of the things, like I feel like it's all about the agreement that you two have.
Right.
Because I could agree to be exclusive with someone and us not have a title on it. But we have agreed that we're exclusive and we communicate that and we know that we're, going X, Y, and Z. Only title I'm trying to have, hold on. Yeah, that's right. Husband and wife. If I ain't your wife, then shit, we ain't even got to put nothing on there.
I'm saying, what if you so the wife, that's a title.
Yeah, but even for me, I have different spiritual beliefs. So, I feel like marriage is more of a Christian thing. I'm not saying I don't believe in God, y'all, but I'm just saying like I'm more spiritual than I am religious. And that's a spiritual pact in the Christian religion. So to me, I, probably still want the ring, but we ain't necessarily got to get the piece of paper. You know, we can have our own spiritual bond, you know, and say we married, but that's my personal, that's how I feel about it. We don't necessarily have to go get signed, sealed, and delivered through the court system.
And then I think a lot of women want to be married though, Chaz, for security reasons, just in case something was to happen to the guy they didn't
I,
commit to.
you
Like,
know what? I used to say that. I used to like, if this dude died, then dang, I ain't gonna get nothing. But no, I just started making sure my name on shit.
Yeah, because you can put stuff into place to where
That's
you
it.
do make sure that
Sean,
you
you
can
can
be
hit the
power of attorney over everybody, over everything.
Right.
And
That's all you
boom,
need these
that's
days.
all your shit. Yo. So it's like you
I
don't
didn't
even
know.
have to. You said what?
I said I didn't know husbands that died, and damn, the wife name went on shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's real. I mean, that's a real
Right.
thing, and that's a real fear with a lot of women. Because for one, they've been taught that shit. You know, like that old school method of parenting, and like they've been taught, hey, you need to get you a husband because don't be around here laying over this all these years and don't get in that. Like that's been taught. That's been taught time and time again. So I think that's the biggest fear why women be ready to marry a lot quicker than men do because they fear that insecurity.
Just make sure your name on it. Because like I said, being married does not mean that you're still gonna get entitled to everything. Because each state laws are different. Because if he got a will and the will has somebody else's name in it, the wife gonna be all day trying to contest it, but that will is solid. So long as your name is on the paperwork, on the bank account as the beneficiary, on the deeds, on the second name on the
Yeah,
on the
but listen
cars and
though,
stuff like that, then you
we got to be realistic about this right here. Like, man, do you think the average people who out here these dudes out here putting their names on their bank accounts and shit, if they ain't married them, that ain't just happening in the real world realistically like that. Now you may get a few instances here and there, but in the real world, ain't nobody who doing that.
no, I guess the ones that just don't know no better, that ain't doing it. Cause I'm
Nah,
not finna be with you for three. I'm not finna be with you for 3-4 years, and my name and ain't no paper trail of my name on
hey,
there.
but
And
well,
then
you gonna have a lot of freaking boyfriends because 3 years is not long enough. Well, in some people, 3 years ain't gonna be long enough for them to invest whatever they done work for in you. Now you see how women want it all. What if this man done worked 30 years for what he got? You won't have for it in 3.
no,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm saying if he die, then you screw. He can set a will up and do it that way. You don't have to just put the name
but
on their stuff
that's
on your
that's
stuff.
a that's another thing that I feel like us as black people need to start doing, creating wheels, because that's something that a lot of us don't do.
Cause baby, I see that a lot of it in my line of work stuff. We don't do it. And you
And it,
wonder why your stuff is messed up in probate, or your kids can't get your house or do anything because it's stuck in probate for the next 3-4 years.
right. So I feel like I feel like when you get into a relationship that you feel is going somewhere, and y'all reach that pinnacle of y'all relationship, I do feel like with or without the piece of paper, you know, I feel like y'all should sit down and put some stuff in order, because anything can happen tomorrow, especially if marriage is the goal. Like that's what you're working towards.
I mean, I totally agree with you, Chad. I was just posing that question because that just seemed to be a fear of women. Like, hey,
But
you gonna marry me?
But I will say this: for a man who's worked 30 years and accumulated all these things like outside of the wheel, I myself wouldn't feel entitled to that. Now, if we get together and we start accumulating stuff together, then yeah, I'm gonna feel entitled to the stuff we're accumulating together, because now we're a team.
Right, right.
So if we want to start a new bank account when we start dating and we getting serious, we start a new bank account from this day forward. Whatever we got going on right here is a us thing.
Cause mine signed the prenup.
You did what now?
Mine's gonna sign a prenup.
Why is that?
Like she said, before we got together, I had all of these things. It ain't no way that I'm gonna just let you come in and think you finna just walk back out with half of what I built.
But you ain't
That's not
going.
gonna happen.
But you ain't going in thinking they gonna go out. But why you got that mindset?
Yeah, because then that's automatically negative in the beginning. I'm speaking on when
No,
you go into a
because
relationship and you like, this is this us.
no, because from that point, with us being together, what we build and what we have, is that's gonna be us together. I
Okay, well,
can't.
yeah. And then, I mean,
That,
if you feel like you want to put him in the wheel, like if you die, then he can have this.
then right, yeah, that's
Yeah.
I'll do
Okay.
that because I'm not
Okay.
gonna let him. I'm not gonna just leave him high and dry. I'm gonna make sure he's straight if something happens to me. But I've seen it so many times where people get in a relationship with people, and that person have built this big foundation, and that person leaves, and then now you want to take half of what that person built before you even came into the picture.
Okay, I understand it.
But see, you going into it with a doubt already though. Like,
No, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
My,
You
I'm
going
going
in,
my,
you
into
feel
the
like protecting
business
yourself.
mindset.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm going into the business mindset because that part is my business. I built that. That's my bread and butter. But I'm not going in saying, "Oh, you can't have this, you can't have that." No, because I'm gonna make sure our marriage is secure. I'm gonna make sure that bank account we have together is straight and secure. That's gonna be off the rip. We're gonna have a joint bank account, and that's gonna be secure and it's gonna be straight. But on the
vicious,
business side, that's on the
vicious.
key, huh?
Let me tell you, don't tell that pre-number and start singing this song right here. It's cheaper to keeping. It's cheaper to keeping.
If I don't have the prenup, it will be. Because I've saw so many people lose everything because of that, and it's not fair. I understand if, don't get me wrong, if you meet somebody and they build you up and they help support your business and put money into your business or whatever, then yeah, you deserve it. You helped them in that area. But if you didn't help them in that area, you didn't invest not a dime in that area, then that's not fair.
I feel what you're saying, but for me and mine, I probably ain't gonna make nobody sign a prenup. And I hope that if they try to make me sign a prenup, then I'm gonna be like, what is your trust issue?
I think asking somebody to sign a prenup, damn near like asking somebody for a blood test. They feel a way about it.
Well,
They gonna
Hey,
I
feel.
hey, Tate, don't
They
even
gonna.
go back to that. You already know they feel
I,
some kind of way about that. But
That's why they get quiet.
yours is bills and savings. Okay, that's cool. Get 4 accounts. Yours, his, bills, and savings.
and that's how me and my ex-husband had it. That's how I was. When we divorced, he had his. We split the both the account down the middle, and that was it.
And my grandparents have been married, and up until my grandmother passed, had been married for like 65 years. And when she died, that's how their bank accounts were. If she had one, he had one, they had one together. They had
Hmm.
several together. There were, savings and bills and stuff like that. But she had one of her own, and he had one of his own.
And I think it's because everybody can't manage money. The last thing you want to do is your mortgage check bounce. So if it's in a coming out the bill account and you know ain't nothing coming out there but bill, then you feel a lot safer. I know females that can't manage money.
Right.
Not on paper or a will, regardless how you feel you deserve it or not. If you're not married, it will go to the children. Yeah, that too, son.
But that also goes back to having your plan set into place. It won't go to the children if you have a will that says, I want my this to go here and this to go there.
Right.
True. I think everybody that owns properties and stuff like that should have a will or make sure the person you want to have the house or have something name is on the deed.
Right.
Because y'all don't realize how many, well, it's on the news, some of the superstars that's deceased that passed away and didn't have wills, and they children and stuff are catching hell. Everybody want a piece of the pie.
and then if sometimes when you ain't married or you ain't got no will, shit, your kids will lose out too, cause if they ain't old enough, people will take advantage of them. You know what I'm saying? They'll take
Right.
they'll take your shit.
And yep, your kids should have trust set up.
Yeah.
I got a client right now that I'm going back and forth with, and I keep trying to tell them, hey, you got too much money not to have a will. If something happened to you, it's gonna be hell within your kids.
Right. I feel like us people, as soon as we start accumulating assets, we need to go on ahead and do the will thing.
And you can update as often as you need. Update
As
it. Make sure
often as
it's
you
filed
need.
at the
That's right.
Make sure it's filed at the probate downtown. It's easy to do a will. Anybody need a link to do a will? Inbox me. I'll send it to you. All you do is fill in the blank, fill in the information, go down to the probate, pay the filing costs, and file it. Everybody that has property and have assets need to have a will.
Sean said that they think it needs to be talked about early on in the relationship, in the beginning, basically.
Yes. Yes.
That way, I mean, I kind of agree with that. That way, if feelings do get involved, you do fall in love, you do decide to get married. Once I say this again, you can't feel no way about it because we talked about that way back then.
Right.
Exactly.
Hmm. Hmm.
She said, if you're my boyfriend, we're not accumulating anything. Because yours is mine. Mario got a good question.
We answered that question the other day, Mario. Women,
What was his question? Come on.
which gender is the
What
biggest
was
consumer?
women? Well, it depends because some women. I mean, well, are you saying in a relationship or in general? In general, women. But I've seen relationships where the men be consuming their ass off.
So so I got a question. Do y'all think marriage is just really a business agreement?
You broke up.
Do y'all think marriages are just business agreements?
Hell yeah.
Basically.
I mean, it's like we talked about the other day. It's a contract you signing. It's most definitely a contract you signing.
I think it is. Yep. Wait, what's called a court? It says it means you responsible estimates to make sure you have enough. Enough of what? Hold on.
I agree with you, Latanya. That's what we was just saying a little while ago. Like, soon as that relationship started to bloom, and you got access coming in, or whether y'all get access together, that conversation should start from the beginning. That way, if it people say stuff in the beginning of a relationship, and some people change their mind down the road because feelings got involved. But I think when it comes to a person's asset, if you know you got this coming in a relationship, you better have that conversation from the beginning. And later on down the line, when that person say, "Well, I thought you loved me," this and that, be like, "Hey, we talked about this from day one, man. Whether love involved with it or whether love ain't involved, I'm trying to protect this here,
Right.
and that just they should be respected. You should accept it because y'all had that conversation from the door. That ain't nothing that sprung on you.
And that gives you a better understanding where you headed because then you can gracefully bow out at that point. If you feel like you wouldn't be on there, you go ahead and bow out. You wouldn't have to waste the time
Exactly.
doing it when you knew it wasn't gonna be what you wanted to do anyway.
Me, I feel like
Then
when we
who
talk
say
about
it won't though? That's the thing. It kind of makes you question stuff too though. Cause my thing
yeah,
is, if I make you sign, if you don't want to beat me no more because you don't want to sign this prenup. So my first thing in my mind is, Were you
What
with me
was your
because what
real
I
motive?
had? Yeah.
What was your real motive? Then I was just finna say that exact same thing. Like if you make a big deal about this, I mean to the point of you might not even want to be with the person no more.
But then,
Something wrong.
but
There's
then,
something wrong somewhere.
is damn, I want your shit. Like so, both
I think it's my pass.
Who on mute?
I ain't hear you.
I think she might have went out. Let me see.
I think, like, from his perspective, while you say that, he could be saying like, you think I'm in this to get your shit. You think I want your shit. You want me to sign a prenup.
I
That,
mean, but
but
it
yeah, if
should
it's
be more
sprung on me,
understanding.
if it's sprung on me, that's what I'ma think.
Right,
I'ma think, why
Hey,
is you even marrying me if you
right,
feel like I'm
right.
in it to get
Hey,
your shit?
the
right,
topic is love, right? So do you really even love a person if you're gonna ask them to do some shit like that?
right.
Oh, I think you can love me still ask that, but I feel like
Yes.
it's a. I mean,
But
I don't
then
know.
that's your
That's like a
definition
two-way
of
thing.
love too,
Yeah,
though.
I
Because
think
my
that's up to that
definition
person.
of love, I would be, if I love someone, like real hardcore love someone, I'm very trusting of this person. If I'm very trusting of them, it's not even gonna cross my mind about a prenup because I'm not gonna think they're gonna do something to me like this because that's the reason why I love the motherfucker to begin with.
Okay, so the reason why I said, let me tell you about my background thing first, prenup, when I said prenup, because I also own 3 different businesses. So it's like I have one that's a partner. I have one partner in one of my business. So it's not going to be fair to that partner. So I have to think about things like that. I have to think about what this business is, and I don't want anything.
You're backpedaling now. Hell no. Stand on
What?
it. Ain't got nothing to do with no partner. Ain't no judge finna take that from your partner. He gonna take it from you. You backpedaling now.
Because then at the same time, we talked about wills, and you obviously believe in wills.
Exactly though. No, I'm saying if you sign a prenup, that just means that we divorced. You're not walking away from what I built before I met you. If I die, the prenup ain't gonna mean shit.
True.
Cause the will will be in place. So it's not like how my will is wrote out to cover my business stuff, and then if I'm married, my husband will be included in my will. So it's not like, it's a difference between, I guess I look at the part about the divorce part when I say prenup.
How many men do you think men gonna be more willing to sign a prenup than women will be? Because I mean, I ain't gonna say disrespectful, but there can be a hit to a person's pride, ego, feelings. Like,
I think a man will do it.
You don't think? Well, I think my question is, do you think that limits you in the dating market? Because a part of you that make you an attractive woman in the dating market for a man, really, to be honest, is like, that's a part of what makes you attractive. You're an entrepreneur. You're a businesswoman. Like, so how can you say, hey, this is what I do, such and such, and you, like, that's a part of what a man gonna grow to like about you. So how you gonna take it, like, say, hey, fuck that, now if anything go bad with us, blah blah blah, you ain't getting shit. Like, you don't see how that is?
What I built before I met him doesn't belong to him anyway.
That wasn't my point.
So why should he be upset if I say you got to sign a prenup?
When you
Because
get married, all y'all should become one person's.
Right.
And
So you don't believe in a traditional marriage, right? So why even get married then?
unfortunately, my bank account does not. Now, the bank account we have together is different, but my business bank account is not. He can't just walk. He can't just swipe my business bank card.
Mario say today's marriage is a scam. They've removed wholly from the matrimony. I think people just want status. And that's basically what Fat was just saying. She ain't believing in a traditional wedding. A traditional marriage, rather.
Yeah, but she told us the other day she was a traditional woman, right?
No, I am a traditional woman when it comes to personal life, but when it comes to my business life, no, because I built this foundation. He didn't build this. He didn't build none of that.
That we done
So
set
why
the
should he have
foundation on.
access to something that we're divorcing about that he didn't help build?
What you say, Fat?
But who goes into a marriage saying that we're gonna get divorced? I think that's what people saying.
Right.
Me personally,
Because I'm not trying to go
I'm
into
for
a
what works
marriage
for
that
you
I feel
guys.
like I'm gonna get divorced.
I mean,
Hell, I didn't think I was gonna get divorced from my first husband.
when you get
How
into
old were
a
y'all when y'all
prenup,
got
that's
married?
automatically divorce. That's automatically you thinking divorce.
24.
24. Okay, well, see, but at 24, I know I'm not the same person I was at 24.
Exactly. How you know you're gonna be the same person in 10, 20 years from now? How you know he's gonna be the same person?
I feel like I'm a lot more level-headed and grounded in myself now, though. But 24, which is why I haven't got married yet.
Hey, understandable on that. But I just know what I built and I know what I have. So I'm sorry if that means that he won't marry me because I won't give him access to my company and to things like that he know nothing about or any of that. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm sorry.
When I married you, baby,
I don't think a person saying gonna be mad because you won't give them access to no company.
when
I think it's more of so that like, and you breaking up a little bit, but go ahead.
I said, when I marry you, baby, I want access to all of you.
Right.
Unfortunately, I'm just saying, unfortunately, when it comes to my business and my business world, it's a little different. I'm sorry.
I mean, but that also comes into play with what you was talking about the other day, Vish. Like, that's why some people be like, they won't talk to a man that make less than them, or they won't talk to a woman if they make less than them, or whatever. That it sounds like you for sure need to get somebody that got at least what you got, almost what you got,
or more.
No. I'm not saying that our life won't be good together. I'm not saying that I'm not sharing anything. I'm not, he won't be on the same far as buying things and stuff like that. No, because we're gonna have a joint account or whatever. But so my business account is separate from my personal account.
Okay.
So he would never have access to my business account anyway.
So if you were talking about getting married with a man who had substantially more than you, would you still make him sign a prenup?
Yeah, I don't want what he worked hard for. I'm sorry.
Would you make
him sign one?
If he had 10 times more businesses and 10 times more assets than you, would you still make him sign a prenup?
Yes. No matter who I sign or who I marry, whatever the case may be, it's gonna be the same thing.
That's hard to believe.
Yeah,
I don't want what
there would be no reason for him to try to get what you got then if he got 10 times more businesses than you.
But if he asks me do we have to sign a prenup, then hey. But I think yes, in my thing I would, because I've been so my last long-term relationship, I had to fight to get my business back. So that's why I am stuck on that. I've been down that road before. So damn near losing everything.
Now we see why you stuck on the prenup.
Right.
Yeah.
But that person probably didn't have more than you. If you had to fight to get your business back. Because if he had more than you, he probably wouldn't even be worried about your businesses if y'all was calling it quits.
Let me ask you this. When you had to fight to get your business back, let me ask you a question. You had to fight to get your business back, right? So you don't feel like that man that was fighting you felt like he helped you build your business? Y'all was married. I don't care if he had hands on in the business or whatever. You was married. So whatever, you was able to accomplish, he played a role in that too, right?
On the financial side, no. On the knowledge and being at job and this and that, no. No time, no effort, no nothing. No. Now, if there was somebody that put into that business and helped you from bottom up with that business, then yeah, y'all should split whatever. If y'all divorcing, then yes, they invested as much as you invested in it. But for somebody to come in and to try to take something that they didn't invest anything in, come on, y'all. Ain't like y'all can't sit there and tell me that you'll let somebody do that to y'all.
Nah, what we saying is, I think, like me personally, if I was to go and get married right now, to somebody that I've known for years, we built the relationship and built the bond.
Oh, there's something not committed to my vows.
I ain't necessarily, what I'm saying, gonna be really even thinking about, hey, let me make this girl sign a prenup, because for one, money ain't everything to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's more shit than like that, like the respect and shit that I will be willing to give my wife by not. That's just my opinion. By not putting her on a prenuptial agreement, that shows, like, the trust in what you're going into. But I feel where you're coming from. You don't want nobody to take your money. But some people don't go into no relationship thinking about, hey, this is the person that's possibly gonna take half of what I got. You know what I'm saying?
True, but hey, I totally understand what y'all saying. I guess if I didn't have what I had and what I had to build, and I know what I went through to build this foundation, then yeah, I know I wouldn't say sign a prenup. But I know the struggle and I know what I went through to build my foundation. So I'm not saying that whoever I marry I won't spoil them and take care of them, because the personal bank account, then that's different. But I have several bank accounts when it comes to my business that has my business name on it, that's tied to my business. But as far as the personal side, he'll have access to my personal if he need it. He's gonna have a debit card to that. That's not a problem.
His name gonna be on it.
On my personal, I don't have a problem with that.
Oh, okay. Shit, that ain't too bad though.
I don't have a problem with that because I know how I am when I'm in a relationship. Now, dude that I've ever dated can't tell you that I didn't spoil them, or I wasn't there for them, I didn't have their back.
But okay, what if y'all had kids together and y'all divorced? You want the kids of your father to be all right?
You want say it one more time?
I say a lot of men with money have to pay alimony, right? So what about the kids? Would you consider, like, hey, I ain't gonna cut this guy completely off because we got children together and he gotta live and have, just the same way a court would look at a man?
That, to me, I think sometimes that's kind of. I think the main problem with most of those is because how they say now lifestyle. Sometimes the lifestyle have nothing to do with the kids.
But I'm saying that man got to be able to maintain the lifestyle that he lived when he was with you. You're responsible for that. You married him.
That's why we signed the prenup. Nigga, we ain't together no more. Why the hell I still want to support you riding around in the Porsche and paying for your house note?
He the father of your children. That's what a court tell a man. That's the mother of your children,
If I have the kids and the kids are underneath my roof, then why I need to support your lifestyle?
Why men have to go to court and support the woman's lifestyle?
Because 9 times out of 10, most of the woman was a at-home wife. That's what normally happens. That's where normally where it comes from. Go back and look at the last a lot of the celebrities, because the wife was the at-home wife. So she felt like, this is my lifestyle. This is how you've been treating me. This is what I've been doing. That's why.
But you been married all that time. Why not go start you beating? Especially if you married somebody rich, they wouldn't mind putting it to you. Why not go start you?
Hey.
finances are the number one reason for divorce. What about finances though? What about them?
Is that the number one reason for divorce?
Yes, finances.
I thought it would be infidelity.
It's finance.
Lack
Nah,
of.
that's probably why I never got married yet, bro. Like, I was so caught up, you know what I'm saying, on just want to get myself financially stable before I went into that arena. Because I knew, like, that's the number one reason people get divorced. So until I got myself, like, financially stable and where I wanted to be, then, like, that was kind of the reason why I ain't married yet, I would say.
Okay, I got a good
I'm
question
ready
then.
now, though. I'm ready.
I got a good question. Should the man take care of the whole household, and the woman do what she want to do with her check?
It depends on what type of man you are. If you that traditional type of dude, then yes. But
Yeah.
you know, if you're a
What if she making more than you?
Oh well, no, contribute. That's just common. You know, that's just common decency.
That
For real.
but it ain't traditional no more. That ain't traditional if she contributing.
I mean, yeah, that's just logical. I mean, that's just that's just y'all situation. She
I
make
agree
more
with
money
that.
than you. Then I'm
Exactly. So everything is
I agree
not
with
on that
that.
traditional level anymore.
I'm a answer it. You like if my old lady or my wife make more money than me, right? Well, I'ma still do the traditional things that the man should do in the household, but her excess money, then we're gonna be doing something. We're gonna be making money off that money. I ain't just gonna be, you know, like you make a lot more money than me. I ain't just gonna be paying all the bills and you just say, hey, I'm finna do whatever I want to do with my money. I don't think traditional men did that shit anyway. Hand me that check and let me do with it. Crickets.
I agree. No. I
I
agree
got a
with that.
delay.
Like if the woman is making more than you still want to pay the bills, we can use the woman's money to invest in more businesses and more residual
and,
income coming
and
in.
see, that's basically what he's
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
if
I
you
agree with that.
what you say, Fish? She gone. I think we lost her.
But yeah, I agree with Fat on that one. Yeah, that money can be
Yeah,
invested in something else. Cause see, a man being a real man, it don't matter if you make more money than him or not. He's still gonna be paying some of them
No,
bills.
that's just
if we
naturally
in a
what he want to do.
if we're in a traditional situation, I'm the head. I'm gonna make all the financial decisions. I don't give a fuck who make the most money, right?
Right.
So that's why I can't understand the concept of prenup. I mean, yeah, you make more money, but if you want a true husband that's gonna lead and gonna follow, he got to be the head and have access to things, not necessarily saying
Hey,
my personal business account, no, but he still need to have access to finances and different shit like that to where he can make those husband decisions, bro.
Lavisha said
Right.
1 sec. I guess she lost signal or something. She said 1 sec because she handling something. Uh, Sean said she agree with you, but then when you said that about if you the head of the household, you gonna be able to finance. Sean said, "Now wait a minute now." See, look, she was agreeing with you the whole time when you said that. She said, "Now wait a minute." But like he said, if it's traditional,
But
the
so
man's the
someone
head of
said
the
the
house.
shit that if we marry, we make the decisions, and that's I feel like a man should come first with his wife. But if I trusted him enough to marry me, I trust him enough to lead us in the right direction. So I'm gonna trust in his decision making on where we're going next and how we're getting there. I'll
Right.
put
There
my
you go.
input in, but I would want him to do it. That's why I marry him. If I was gonna leave myself some damn where, I wouldn't have married you, baby.
Right. Of course, a man should sit down and communicate with his wife. But everything that my vision, you ain't gonna always see it. That's why I'm leading you. So you might not agree with every fucking thing, but just respect it and believe in that man taking me in the right direction.
But 9 times out of 10, if you married a woman that believes in the direction you take her, even if she's not gonna agree with it off the bat, when you sit down and explain it to her, she's gonna see some type of vision is similar to yours because that's the reason why she married you. She trusts in that, and you gonna probably sway her to get her to see where you going.
Word. What Annie? Aunt gone too?
What you think? What you think, Aunt?
I wanted to ask Aunt because he was married for 10 years, so I want to see what he think about that.
He's still on here. He must be doing something.
He
Yeah,
must
it's
took a
all good.
commercial break.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got it.
he's still on here.
Hey, we got all this shit coming though. Commercials, advertisement.
Nah,
Like I
I was
said,
just playing.
we got to get an
Like
intro
I'm saying,
done. We're
he
gonna
took a
have
commercial break.
a lot more visual graphics and shit. We just on our first week. Y'all bear with us, so it's all good. Shit gonna get better. Chad, Chad, move us into another topic. It don't matter which one, but you can transition a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do that, but let me see what the topics are real quick. Let me pull them up. They took them off the screen, I believe. So our next topic that we're gonna be talking about is generational curses and how do we break them.
Like first, we need to identify. You know what I'm saying? What what are some generational curses, and then we can talk about the solutions and what we think that we can do to try to prevent. First of all, prevention is everything. We don't
Hmm.
want too much break shit. We got to start prevent shit. You know what I'm saying? So, how can we prevent them, and how can we get away from some generational curses, y'all?
Well, for one, I think we need, like we was talking about with the wheels and stuff, we need to start setting up provision so we don't gotta have revisions when it's too late. Uh, I feel like we don't plan properly. That's why I mean, when you look at all these other races and stuff, that's how these people like the dude came on the other day, Coach Milton, talking about life insurance. He came on the other day talking about savings. And now we sit up here talking about wills. If we have stuff in place for the financial aspect of it, we're gonna prevent a lot of the struggling that leads to all these other things. Most inner city kids are in the streets because they are trying to find a way out. If you form a way out, you don't have to find your way out. You're not out there trying to scuffle up something and make something happen when you know it's going to happen regardless by the things that your family has set in place for you.
Right. Because that was most definitely gonna be one of the generation curses I was gonna say, Fed. Like a lot of young black men going to prison.
Right. But when you look at it, people be in the street. You do have rare cases where people be in the streets. Stop, Minnie. You have rare cases where people be in the streets just because they just be out there trying to see what's going on. But a lot
Yeah.
of the times it's because they come up on survival. Their
Yeah.
parent, they watching their mama struggle. Their dad is in prison. Their dad was probably in prison because he was watching his mama struggle.
Yep. I agree.
So when we
Like
set
it
up
is.
they not in most of these folks not. Well, now they kind of in the streets. It's trending, but these people are in the streets because they're trying to do better in their financial situation. And that seems to be the easiest way because we haven't taught them about these trades. We haven't taught them about these businesses. I had an experience where I got to talk to this young lady who was in jail, and I talked to her about possibly when she got out, her and her husband are both locked up on dope charges. Her husband's gonna go away for some time. She gets sentenced July the 31st. She don't know how long she's gonna get, but when she gets out, I asked her, did she have a plan? And she told me no. I told her if you go into, I asked her, has she ever thought about doing anything in the nail industry just because it's easy to get. She told me now. I told her when I started, you can go get your nail license. You can go get your hours, and then you'll have to go test to get your nail license. But it takes 3 months to complete a nail course. 3 months time. And when you think about how short that is, 3 months will go by in no time. You can go get your nail license. I told her when I started in 2015 working at a shop on commission based pay, and that was in 2014. I was making $800 a week. That was nails are twice as much as they were back when I started doing nails in 2014. If I apply myself and fully book my weeks now, me working for myself outside of overhead and stuff, I can make $2,000 to $3,000 a week. outside of my kids' schedule and stuff. Now, when school starts back, it's not like that. But I can make $2,000 to $3,000 a week. I know a lot of drug dealers who don't make that, especially young petty drug dealers who don't make that.
Hey y'all, I'm back.
You right about that.
Feature, y'all ran Vishaw.
Now,
Yeah,
something
I
happened.
think she got out for a minute. And
Huh?
I was saying that I had a question for you. You was gone though. I'm like, shit, you the one on the panel that's been married, right?
Right.
All right, so how did you and your wife handle the finances? Or if your wife made more money than you, would you still pay all the bills but expect control or leadership over what she made as well?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Bro. My mind. I was raised to take care of me. So in my house, it was 100. You know what I'm saying? Only when I met my wife, I told her like only thing you have to work is if you want to. So she loved to do makeup, so she found something like makeup to do. You know what I'm saying? So when it came to me, I felt like she didn't have to work. But like now, I feel like two incomes is way better than one income. You know what I mean? Like, so I think it's smart if two people helping with the bill.
Yeah, I feel you on that, and especially with the way times have changed, with wages staying the same and the cost of living going up. So I can kind of feel you on that.
Right.
But the second question was, bro, if she made more money than you, like, would you still be that traditional husband, but expect to be able to manage her money as well?
Nah, because her money is her money. I felt like her money was her money. You know what I'm saying? My money was bill money, but I feel like her money is her money.
So you as the head of your household, you wouldn't want to manage all the money that came through, no matter who made how much.
Nah,
Okay, that's
nah,
different.
that ain't
I
what it is.
I missed it. Can you run that back real quick? Because somebody was calling my phone. Now, how did their household operate in?
I took care of all the bills. I feel like that's how it's supposed to be. I felt like that's how it was supposed to be. But looking back, like now, I would prefer it be 50-50 or two incomes way better than one. Did you am I breaking up or something? Back. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, it's a little choppy.
I don't know why.
No, I think that's Chad broadcast that's choppy. Go ahead, bro. We can hear
Yeah,
you good now.
that's hers. But yeah, that's how I feel about the situation. Two incomes is way better than one though. But
But you think each individual in the marriage should manage their own money?
yes, most definitely.
If you gonna pay all the bills,
Yep.
okay. Let me I gotta drop the link. I don't know what's going on with the connection. I don't think it's mine. I'm pretty good. I'm right here by campus.
Me too. That ain't mine. It can't be mine. My shit A1.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I think Chaz's hers was a little choppy. It might be stronger. So let me see. She coming back on backstage. But we had moved on to the next topic, and it was generational curses. Like, what first identify some generational curses, and then let's talk about the solutions and the prevention first of all, and what we can do to kind of curb the problem of whatever generational curse.
Yeah. What y'all had? What y'all came up with?
We only had one till you came back on. Chazz was saying that we should start, being more mindful of having a will and being more proactive instead of reactive.
Oh yeah, I heard that wheel.
So that was it.
I mentioned. I say one is like kids not finishing what they started, like whether it's school or a job or you know what I mean. Finishing what you start. Cause I can't think of nobody. I can't think of nobody in my family that went to college and finished. Like my mom, my dad, shit like that. My brothers and my sisters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So finishing what you start.
Okay. I think like uh, a generational curse. I think we need to break, man. Is and it's a touchy subject, but it's a lot of this shit going on in our community, bro. Like
A lot.
the sex the sexual abuse. I hear like, man, just from talking about just from talking to female friends and a lot of just females I've met throughout years. Like almost all of them have a story of some type of sexual abuse when they were young, bro. And it's usually from a family member. Like
Yeah,
there's one of them curses I want to break because I think a lot of women they carry a lot of trauma from shit that's happened to them in their childhood, dog.
that's facts. That's facts.
So I think I don't know how we can prevent it because people gonna be people, and sick people gonna be sick people. But I think we can start at least holding these people accountable and stop turning the other eye blind eye and saying, "Hey, well, I ain't got shit to do with that," or you feel me? Like we gotta start holding people accountable for the things that they do to our children, not only our young girls, but boys too, because I'm sure a lot of that shit that happened to boys too, bro, that a lot of them just don't talk about it because it's not cool to talk about shit like that being a male.
Yep, you're right. I feel you. Man. I mean,
Chaz, you back?
it's some internet better, Chad. Chaz, can you hear us? Shima can't hear us. Can you hear me, Fat?
Yeah, I can hear you good. I think that's Chaz, sir.
Gotta be. What about
But go
Tate?
ahead. Is Tate still on?
Tate, you there?
I don't know if. Let me see.
Hey,
Chaz is froze.
Sheik said that saying what happens in the family stays in the family. Nah, yeah, she right. Nah, tell that to yeah, she right.
I mean, that's a big thing though. Like,
That's some
man,
bullshit. That's
yeah,
a
it's
lot
some
of
bullshit. That's what it is. Well, you right, but that shit, man, that you don't realize like, and then you got to understand how that's gonna make that kid feel, bro.
right.
When you know, when you overlook something so traumatic to them, like, and you steady treat a person like they family when they done violated a family code. That
Right.
shit got to stop. We
Yeah.
got to hold people accountable, dog.
Yeah. That's one of the big curses. And Crystal said being broke is a generational curse. She right. I made a vow to break that one. That being broke. Y'all there, bro? Am I the only one in this motherfucker? Oh, y'all service bad.
Mine straight. I don't know if it's my. Well, I got all my balls, but I don't know if it's what's going on with the. Somebody want to come up. Do I need to put the link in the chat? Anybody want to come up?
Put it in there anyway. Somebody might come up. Who is that? Who is that up there? Who we got in here?
Look like Chazz it is. I don't want to butcher her name, but she on screen. You can speak up if you want to.
Who?
The link still got to be in the comment because she just hit it.
Yeah, I'm here.
You want to chime in on it?
I missed the conversation before I just got on and actually started listening.
We talking about generational curses.
Oh man.
Naming some and how we could break them, you know.
We can break the generational curse of not teaching our children financial situations.
Yeah, being broke. Yeah, I just said that one.
That shit's crazy. Like, that's some shit we weren't taught as children. That's some shit we should have been taught when we were in high school.
Right.
Like, that should have been a class to teach us about credit, how that shit affects us, and how all that shit lines up as an adult. But unfortunately, we weren't blessed with that. So we have to move that shit on to our children.
Hey,
And
how important do you think it is for us to start educating our own children and stop depending on other people who we know don't want us ahead anyway? So I
oh,
think I think one of the things we need to do as a culture, as a black people, we gotta start like I'm all for homeschooling. I'm all for like math and science, trading and coding. Like all that other stuff, they just indoctrinate our children with how they want them to live.
oh
And
yeah.
yeah, I feel like if we can get back to the old school way of really teaching our children what we want them to know for their benefit, now I think that should break a lot of generational curses.
Now it's crazy you say that because I have a friend that she homeschools all 8 of her children,
Ooh.
8 kids, ranging from 17 down to 5. She homeschooled them on what she wants their curriculum to be.
Exactly. And you can
Um,
indoctrinate your children on how you want them to act because that's all the damn
exactly.
school system do.
That's it.
Right.
And she gets to decide exactly what they learn, when they learn it, and how they learn it because it's coming from her. So I
But
feel like
that
that
goes
shit
back
dope as
in
fuck.
that goes back into a more traditional way of living. So where the man
Yep.
takes care of the bills and the woman has the responsibility of growing the future household.
Right.
Yep, and that's exactly how they live. Her husband takes care of everything home wise, everything, and she takes care of home, food,
Right.
education, kids, all that.
And I do believe kids because like my son and my daughter are two totally different kids. But my daughter was primarily a stay at home kid because I was a stay at home mom versus I started back working when my son was in the ages where I was teaching her the most, and now she's the most advanced. And her first year of school was when she was 4 years old when she went to pre-K. And even in pre-K, they were giving her kindergarten and first grade work just to keep her busy
Because
because
she
she
was so
was
much
bored
advanced.
with pre-K. And Chastity knows my kids. My daughter is extremely smart.
She
Probably two
advanced as
months
shit.
into her kindergarten year, she was already reading.
She's reading text messages at that point,
She's like
type
now
But
shit.
my
hey,
daughter can
but
text.
that's a
What?
test for you like really putting time into it and working with it though.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I started doing flashcards with my daughter when she was 6 months old. By the time she was 9 months old, she could identify every single body part she had, all of the flashcards. She could identify words in this little. We had a word book. She could identify pictures and words. She could tell you all of her colors. She could tell you every sound that every animal made. And she just by the time she was 2 years old, she could hold a full fledged conversation with you like she was an adult. Like even now, I prefer to talk to my daughter than I do have the adults I know.
Facts.
Yeah.
But that was because I was able to be in the household really working with her. Now my son, he's very smart too, but he's very smart for a kid his age. Like he has common sense and he knows things, but he's on target with all of the things he's supposed to know. Her, she's a couple of grades ahead.
Definitely. And see, my daughter, my mother was an educator. So I had her so young. My mother took, whenever I was still in school, because she made me go finish school, she made sure that my daughter had every aspect that she wasn't able to teach her children in school because it wasn't in the curriculum. She made sure she taught that to my child. And my child, for her to be, she's 17 now, but for her to be 17, she probably has a mind of an adult. She's smarter than most
And she
adults
does.
walking around here.
And she's a very well behaved child too. I'm gonna say that.
So it all begins at home.
But the fact that we depend on these school systems and these other systems to teach our kids is a testament to how we are so far away from the traditional way of living.
And
We
unfortunately,
don't
I
have a
don't even
choice.
think it's that I don't think like a lot of people in our culture like really depend on the school system. They just use the school system as a damn fucking daycare.
Well, that's
Really.
dependent on
They
them. You're
take them
dependent
out.
on them for a
They
daycare.
Yep, you
You're
depend on
dependent
for a
on them
fucking
for.
daycare, not of what they're gonna actually teach your children. They just want them kids out their hands for 8 hours, sit
Right.
back, and then it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But deep down, they really need to be thinking about what these people are teaching their children. Like I've kept my child in one school system no matter where I've lived because I know that school system teaches her exactly what she's supposed to know at her age or that type.
Yeah, fact.
Then where all y'all go? Right.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm just driving, bro.
Well, what are some other generational curses y'all think we have?
Mm,
Look in the chat. That may be.
Now, let's see here.
that whole
I don't know
worrying
if I.
about other people's business type shit.
What's up, Ray Ray?
That's the
Hey,
generational curse to me. Motherfuckers being too nosy in everybody's business when deep down, just worry about your own.
hey, I
You see
got
how
one.
the
This
world.
Ray Ray.
Okay,
Hey,
right,
Ray
right.
Ray.
What you got?
Every adult is not an elder.
Well, and
I'm so
I
tired
think
of
that
being
we
called an
we
auntie.
No,
well,
you're not getting what
and
I'm
now
saying.
because we go back to respect your elders, and a lot of these elders are not respectable people. A lot of
There
these
you
elders
go.
don't even show our
Respect
kids
has to be
respect,
earned.
and
There
right,
you
and
go.
that's yeah, and that's what that's and like for my kids, I don't teach them that. Baby, you give respect where you get respected. I don't care who it is, and that's how I am with my old. Like if you I'm not letting nothing slide under the rug. If daddy, mama, grandma, all of that, if you
Auntie,
do something
cousin.
sideways, like I'm gonna call you out about that because it's not right. And I feel like that is wrong. How we've been brought up, like our generation was brought up like no matter who it is, if they're your elder, you respect them. A lot of these
No.
elders are
Fuck that
disrespectful as
shit.
hell.
Fuck that shit. No, respect has to be earned. If you do
Right.
me dirty and you talk to me some type of way, I'm gonna come straight back. I don't care if you older than me or what.
Or it don't even have to be coming straight back. Cut them off. That's
Oh no,
another thing. That's
no,
that's
I'm gonna come
that's
back and
another
then cut
thing
you
that
off.
that's another thing that that's your family. You gotta do this and that because that's your family. A lot of family would
No,
do you dirty and leave you out to dry.
man, family ain't shit. To be honest, that's another thing. Family ain't shit. Family will do you dirtier than somebody on the street that don't even fucking know you.
Friend, are you over there drinking?
Is
Because you sounded real aggressive with that last one. But that is
because
true, though.
no, because I have because no, I had my auntie. I have an auntie that's real. Uh, she think I'm supposed to respect her like any way it goes. Bro, you don't deserve it. You're not one of those.
Well, I feel like that is one big one, though, that that's your family. I've had friends that have showed up for me more than my family, and because of that, I tell, like, for my kids, if so and so don't reach out to you, you don't. I mean, unless you want to, but you're not obligated to maintain a relationship with someone who shows no effort that they want to be in your life.
Right.
Another one fact, for us, like men being in their kids' life, I see so many men, like, especially my age, I see a lot of men not taking care of their kids. Like a lot of
And that's crazy.
that's real
You
crazy.
say, and what you say? A lot of what now?
A lot of men not taking care of their kids, not
Oh
taking
yeah.
life.
Hey, I'm you know like we talked about this shit the other day. The statistics show it. Like what, bro? It gotta be the baby mama, baby daddy. You know what I'm saying? Generational curse. Like this shit is only promoted amongst us. Like we gotta kill that baby mama, baby daddy. We gotta be mothers and fathers and families.
Right. And it goes back to, like, I believe we touched on this the other day about how when we have people who are our age and our comrades, our friends and stuff like that, we have to start calling it out. I'm not hanging out with nobody who don't handle their responsibilities as a parent.
Right? I'm not
Oh
Bingo.
respecting
no, you're right.
no man that ain't taking care of his kids.
Right.
If I see any man that's not coming forward and taking care of his kids, like there's no we can't communicate. there's no none of that.
And but
Cause
even
I've been in a
outside the men,
position, women
even
too.
outside of the men, like women, I've had friends that I feel like do stuff maybe not necessarily towards their kids, but just the choices they make, like not realizing those choices
That
ultimately
it's
affect
affecting
their
their
children,
children.
the men that they
Yeah,
choose to lay with. Because why would you lay with someone who could put you and your kids' life and or freedom in jeopardy?
in jeopardy. Yep.
Because if you're doing that, you can buy your kids all the shoes in the world, clothes in the world, have a house over your head, give your kids everything they want, feed them, clothe them, bathe them, do all of that stuff. But
But mentally, you're not there for your child.
if you're subjecting yourself to a situation that could be detrimental to your freedom and your life and your kids' whereabouts and their life, then you're not the ideal parent. You're not a good enough parent as you think you are.
Bingo.
How about the don't talk back? But my thing is, how about
Yep,
talk back with respect? You know how we grew up
correct.
and they'll be like, don't talk back. I mean, how can a child learn how to have a conversation?
Conversation, right? That's why a lot
Right.
of us suffer from bad communication because we don't
Because
value our kids' opinions. We don't give them respect. When you do that to a child, you don't give them respect because they're entitled to their own feelings and their own emotions. And when we shut that down, like we cut off them being able to communicate their feelings and emotions with us.
Right.
yeah. Because I swear, growing up, I didn't have that open communication type thing. It was more of whatever my mom or my daddy thought. I'm going by whatever that is. I didn't have that option to give my opinion. My opinion didn't count then, but
Hey,
that
did that?
taught me as an
Did,
adult with a child that whenever my child, I know what question to ask her. I know how to go about it now because I've been through not being listened to.
but hey, not having that open line of communication with your parents, like how did that affect you as a young lady?
For me, it affected me a lot because I felt like I couldn't talk to other people My mom was one of those, rest in peace, I love her to death, but my mom was one of those, whatever goes on in our house, that's in our house. You don't talk about it with nobody. That is what it is. We're not gonna talk about it type thing. So it was basically like I had to realize when I had my own child, you have to communicate with me. I want you to communicate with me because I didn't get a chance to do that as a child. I couldn't voice my opinion when I felt shit was going left.
And that's how my family was. And my thing is, I think I would have made less mistakes in my
I would have
teenage
too. Me
years
too.
and my
Yep.
my 20s. But now that I got my daughter, I try to make sure.
I'm saying, but you still, hey, y'all still gotta understand too, though. You gotta have a balance where, like, you communicate with them and you holding them to standards, but you can't put too much pressure on these kids nowadays, and that'll fuck them
Oh
up too.
no.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's completely
And
different
And
that's
from when
why
we
that door
were
is
in
open all the
school.
time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, a lot of the older generation, they want to control a kid's life.
Yep.
They want to tell a kid what job career to go into, what person they need to marry. Just as simple as the job career. I know growing up, I had a lot of dreams and ambitions to do things, but my grandmother shut that down because that wasn't looked at as um a career that was stable, something that I would have security and job security. But
And that's
for
like
me,
me.
parents,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Well,
No, go ahead. Finish.
parents and my kids, I like to see what they're interested in too, because I want to see that growth. My daughter, she does makeup a lot, and she just went out to Texas just recently to visit her side of the family over there. Her cousin, who is the daughter from her uncle, she took all her makeup out there. Her cousin is 10, and my daughter just turned 6. She took it out there. She had her grandma buy her some more makeup. That was the only thing she wanted for her birthday. Her cousin couldn't do makeup with her because her dad didn't allow her. So my daughter came back and she asked me, she was like, Mama, Uncle Jarvis said that Juliet can't wear makeup because he feels like that's being too grown. So why do you let me do makeup? And to me, like, especially because of the job that I'm in, I feel like that's an art. She loves to do it. She's very good at it. She says that one day she wants to be a makeup artist. And I think back to the things that I dreamed about. Now, what if somebody would have took my word and it actually held weight and they would have started grooming and growing my passion? Where would I be in my career had someone had seen that and did that with me? And with her now, like where could she be in her career when she's just getting out into her adult years if I'm grooming and growing something that she loves to do while she's perfecting her craft?
You know where that shit come from, Chad? It comes from living in the South. You in the Bible Belt.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
you're right. You're right.
all those
I
old
agree.
principles and shit that come from old Southern older women, but who's only taught by people that like didn't have their best interests at heart. So those are
Right.
some of the shit we need to break too. Some of them old slave tactics
Oh.
and methods. You know, we,
See,
we,
for
we need to
me,
break the generational curse of fear. Like I feel like
yep,
we
that's
so
what it is.
strong as a
Fear.
people that we
Yes.
we fear our own abilities to be great. And somebody gotta tell us how great we are. Somebody gotta tell us
Right.
this. But man, just look at you like we're literally superhuman people. And until we start understanding, well, we gotta start instilling that shit right there in our kids. Stop telling
Yep.
your kid you ain't shit. You just like your daddy. You just like your damn mama. We gotta stop that shit right there. And they go back to we gotta get away from baby daddies and baby mamas because I can say probably 95% of the time, if you got a baby daddy or a baby mama, that shit done affected them kids.
Yeah, I believe that's true.
Yeah, that is true. Cause I had like growing up, I wanted to do hair so bad. Like that was my thing. And to this day, I still can do hair. But my mother, being an educator, she always told me, "No, you're not gonna make any money doing that. No, that's
Yeah,
not the
that's
field."
not a
She
real
so
job.
when I first went to school, I went to school to be an educator because that's what she put in my mind to do. Unfortunately, I don't fuck with kids like that. I love kids, the ones that I fuck with, but you know what I'm saying? Like that's not my thing. But I definitely understand what you're talking about. Like they put this plan in your head. Well, they're playing in your head versus what you initially want to do.
Okay, now that's a good point. Uh, Eric
Yeah,
just
I
made.
seen it that they would. Uh,
Try to
yeah,
live
that is true.
vicariously through their children.
That is true. Because see, my grandmother
Like you
wanted me
see
to
that,
go to
hey,
school.
all you gotta do is go to a little league football game on a Saturday morning, and you'll see a million parents right there that wasn't even good at sports, out there yelling and screaming and
I
doing
know.
a bunch of damn
That's
things
me.
because like it's crazy.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, cause in my son baseball game, I be out there as
You
serious
should,
as
hey,
hell.
listen, you mama, you should be. I'm talking about like how
That's you being supportive.
like yeah, and no, man, you haven't seen videos of these men that fight and shoot and different shit like that at these
No,
little
I'm
league
talking about
football games.
Chaz. I ain't talking about these crazy folks that be out here doing the
Right.
extra because
Oh,
they didn't make it in baseball years ago and they just like on some bullshit.
yeah. So we got to stop trying to live through our children too. Yeah, you want the best for them, but
That's what it is. You have to stop living through our
9 times out
children.
of 10, the, pe- the people who want their children like to be like them, hell, they ain't shit. So
Right.
why
Right.
not want your children to be better than you?
Right,
That's my goal for life. I want my child to be so much better than me in every aspect.
right. I agree.
Every aspect.
I'm trying to
Chaz,
see
remember
here.
to send you the picture.
All right, I'm remembering. Do we got anybody else that has any generational curses before we move on to the next topic?
Mm, I think that's it for now for me.
Thank you, Chastity. Thank you.
I think that's it for now.
Tate, where you go, Tate? I can't get my thing to load.
My
Okay,
bad,
we're
I had
moving
put
on.
read some of the
Uh,
comments, Chance, before you move on.
all right, let me see. Let me see here. Some of these kids be cursing along with the parents. Yeah, that is true. But you see, but well, now it's kind of becoming more of so all the races. But you did used to see that more in other races than you did in our race. And I'm just saying that because I could cuss around my grandmother, like not cuss at her or with her, but I could say some cuss words here and there. Like in high school, my black side of the family would have never went for that. They was tripping when you said "dang."
Girl, mine was shit when you say lie, bitch. You better
Yeah,
not call
mine too.
nobody no lie.
Um,
You'll be lying.
Somebody said they swear to God they never seen so many narrow-minded people until I moved to Mississippi. Where did you move from? Because I know I typically it's just the thing of the South. The thing with the South is we are coming from a lot of narrow-minded people. Not getting married before
A
kids is a
lot.
generational curse. That is,
Right.
Y'all know that do what I say, not what I do. You know that's a curse too, man.
yeah. But I
Cause
talked about that the other day about leading by example. We can tell
right,
our kids all the things that we want in the world, but our kids are only going to mimic what they see us do.
what they
That's
Right.
that's dead on that.
yeah,
But this
Yeah.
not getting married before kids, that's gonna solve a lot of issues. But that all goes back to your intentionality whenever you're casually dating people. A lot of us we're in the casual dating culture. We don't have an end goal when we are dating these people. We go out to eat, we go on a couple of dates, go out of town a couple of times, and that's pretty much all we're there for. Somebody to pay your bills. I don't think we're really who need to mute their phone.
man.
You say what now?
You,
I said somebody need
nah,
to
that
mute the
sound like
phone.
Tate. That sound like Tate.
A
Go, me,
generational
go
curse
ahead.
that we need to break. A generational curse that we need to break is that when we know we are wrong, but still stick to it, knowing we are wrong. And I'm gonna say this: not apologizing to your children. I apologize to my kids all the time if I'm wrong because they deserve it. Even if
Right.
That
I
part.
yell at them or I might pop them because they, I just all of a sudden like something just and I poop real quick. I will go back and apologize to them because I did something quickly and thought out of anger instead of out of love most of the time. Because most of the time when these kids at a young age now, older, you're talking about something else, but at a young age, when kids do stuff, you can talk to kids and pretty much get your point across if you communicate with them correctly. Now, sometimes they're gonna be bucking the system, and you gotta go the little extra, But most of the time, if you sit down and really communicate with your children, they are going to get it quicker than if you whooping their ass all day.
Right. They
Hey,
understand
I'm gonna
more.
tell you another generational curse too, ladies. Y'all need to start telling these kids who their real fathers are. Stop hiding shit because of your pride. Stop. You know what I'm saying? That's real now.
I
I,
Yeah,
agree.
that is real. I can't
I
relate to that,
agree.
but that
I
is
can't
real.
relate, but I can definitely agree.
I can relate
Mine,
and agree.
mine
It be
came out
like
looking
that.
just like that nigga. That is his.
Chad,
But
what we
yeah, I
got?
definitely agree.
Let me look at the chat. See what they say about that.
Yeah, hold on, let me pull it up here.
I'm saying, what y'all like? uh, Do women have that much like y'all on the panel? Would y'all do that knowing that just say you was in a relationship with a dude, you made a mistake, blah blah blah, you with this dude, you really like him, and he thought that was his baby. Like, would y'all go through with it, and instead of having to fuck up your household and everything you got going, would you just go
Now
through
I'm
with
not gonna
not
lie,
telling it?
I can see where a woman would, but for me, like my guilty conscience would eat me alive.
Hello,
I would
that's the
have
Hold
Virgo in
on,
me.
hold, fellas, is y'all on here? Aunt, you
Yeah,
gone?
yeah, yeah.
Hold the hell up. You say, why could you see why a woman would do
no,
that,
I'm
Chad?
saying I can see because I know women. That's why I'm not saying like I
Right.
agree with it. I'm saying I know
Yeah,
women. I
okay, I
can
get
see
you.
why women would want to do that. But me
Hey,
myself have a guilty conscience and it would eat me alive. But I can
Look,
see knowing women why they would want to do that. Go
women
like
through
can
the
with
be
it.
the wickedest and evilest things
hell
on
yeah.
this earth.
I'm
But
telling you.
But look, you
I'm
gotta
saying,
go ahead on and tell it.
wait. Let me ask you this: is that a pride thing? Is it a shame thing, or what is it?
What you mean by
I
being wicked or
No,
what?
no, 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 not
No,
by being wicked. By saying in that situation, like if somebody was put in that situation and he was like, "Fuck, I don't got the courage to tell this man that this ain't really his kid, even though I like him, I love him, or whatever. I don't got the
It's
courage
the
to do it, so I'm gonna go along with it." And
it's the embarrassment. You got
Man,
caught up.
hmm
I don't. Uh,
But
I mean
sometimes
I
you
can
gonna
see
have
a
to
lot
sit
of
down.
different ways though. Because
Some
sometimes like go ahead, my bad.
you need to go ahead on and do it because you never know that child could have a medical thing where somebody need blood and that man thinking, hey, I can give it, and
And
you'll know
that
later.
does happen.
You know, you got to think about that child
yeah.
at all
But
times.
see,
Once you have a child, you got to think about your child.
but
Your
I'm
child
saying
is
that
your priority.
that's putting your own feelings and shit over that child. That child got like you know how much trauma that be for a kid to find out
Right,
that who he thought was his real parents all his life,
right.
not his parents or her parents.
It's the embarrassment, but you got to come up out of that. You did wrong. Hey,
Right.
you
It's
got
and
to
like
put that
then
some.
pride
so
to the side.
another perspective that I feel like it could be seen from is that
Ain't
I
no
don't.
right in that. Ain't no right
Now,
in
no,
that.
no, no, no. I'm
Mm-mm.
not saying it's a right. I don't think it's right
She
at
just give
all.
a
I'm
perspective.
putting myself in someone else's shoes and trying to see where they might could come from there. You might feel like your child would have like if you're not thinking it all the way through to the what if on the bad side, your husband or this person you're with might be a better pick for a father than the other person is. So I could see where a woman would be thinking she's saving her kid by possibly offering them a better life with this person as their dad.
I
I
thought
don't
about that
agree with
angle
that.
too, but
No,
yeah, I
I'm
feel
not
you. But
saying
I thought
it's
about that
right.
angle.
But I'm just
I
trying to
get
put
you.
myself in
I
them
thought about that
shoes to
angle,
see
and that's
where a
probably
person would think. And I
yeah, but
think that's probably a
I thought
majority
about
of
that angle.
time. I
It's like
think women will probably think that way and choose to do that because they feel like their kid would be better off. Because if you feel like your kid would be better off with the other person, then
Chaz.
shit.
I think it's more of they do that shit because that's who they want their child to be by. Not who necessarily gonna be better. But I done seen girls have a great dude and have a baby by a square. I mean, about just a bum, somebody who ain't doing shit, and they'll keep it because that's who they wanted their baby by.
And I
But we're
feel
not
like
talking about someone just
so
keeping it. We're talking about choosing between
I
the two
get it, but
fathers.
I'm
I'm saying
saying
if
like,
I was in those shoes, well, that's just my thought process. If I was in those shoes and I did make that decision, I wouldn't make that decision, just to clarify. But if I was a person who did make decisions like that, I would probably choose a better contender for who the child would more than likely be more beneficial of it being the father.
and see, I'm more of
hey, that's
like
some real
if
shit.
I
Go ahead.
did fuck up and do some shit like that, I just prefer to raise a child by my damn self. Like I'm not even gonna put no, I ain't gonna put nobody even in the situation. You
But
know
then
what? This
you
is
depriving
my
the child of
But
a
then,
father, though.
right,
not
you just
necessarily.
you
Not
another single
necessarily.
mom.
You no, not necessarily. There I
Well, who
mean,
you gonna be with?
who knows? Somebody will raise you these niggas
No,
raise
So
other
then,
people's
yeah, but
kids.
so
no,
your baby gonna
hell
be your
no.
baby gonna
See,
be fucked up just because you don't know who her damn daddy is now.
Not no, I know who the daddy is, but the daddy might be fucked up, and that's not the situation that I want to go about.
but
Okay,
listen
if I
though,
fucked
okay,
up and fucked with a nigga
what?
that I
Listen
wasn't
though,
trying to fuck with,
What's
I
up
would
with
let
that?
that nigga know, but I might not let that nigga be like the father in the
I'm
situation.
saying for the women that don't let the man know, what about that baby? What about that child relatives? What
Oh
about
yeah, that's
shit like
Right.
that?
different.
You know what I'm saying? They'll
That's for the
end up
ones that
growing up.
don't
Because
know.
when you do that though, you're depriving the kid of a whole lot. Because like for me right now, like I don't have a lot of family on my side, so my kids is pretty much shit out of luck besides my friends. But like on their dad's side, they just got back from a big family reunion. It'd be like 70 some people out there, if not more, like every year, like probably closer to 100 or more of family like that, like a loving family. That like now I'm not saying they ain't got trouble, but they have a lot of cousins, a lot of aunts and uncles and great aunts and great uncles and stuff like that. So they have a large family that they get to indulge in that family life with. So if you take out a child whole side, you wiping them clean for the family thing.
Read the chat. Read what's on the screen, Chad.
All right, on the screen. Only thing I'm not understanding is what about the man feelings. Well, yeah, too, because those men could want babies.
Hey, that shouldn't even be no yeah too. That should be the number one thing in that situation, man.
I ain't hear
Especially
y'all
when
for a while, man. What y'all talking about? I couldn't hear nothing for a long time. What y'all talking about?
run it down to him, Chad.
So we talking about if a woman have a kid by another man while she's with someone about her not telling the truth to the man, like letting this other person. He said basically the generational curses of babies not knowing their real fathers. And that was the situation. The woman had, slept with someone else and then said that this baby was this other man baby, and the whole time it was whoever she slept with.
Oh, okay. Now that woman just should hold up for them to go ahead and tell what it is.
Right.
Okay,
Which is,
we all
but
agree on that. But
yeah,
we
but that
Okay.
doesn't happen a lot.
that don't happen a
Yeah.
lot, Tate. But what we saying is like shit. What what could be a reason for a person to want to do some shit like that? Somebody need to mute.
And
Cause they trifling.
okay, everybody from now on, if you're not talking at the time, you
Yeah. I hear some wind somewhere.
right. Somebody riding down the road or something. Who riding in the car?
Bet.
besides that, but it's probably not him.
No, that's somebody else.
Well, Fab, mute everybody, and then if you want to talk, unmute yourself.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, that's
So,
better.
you can hear me clear now, can't it?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, everybody just need to mute. If you ain't on the mic, we need to mute. Because when it's like, I think it'd be like when it get like 6 or 7 people on here at one time, and everybody got their mic on, it'll kind of
No,
be, the sound be
no,
a little distorted.
that's somebody. That's somebody.
Just one person.
And it's whoever just unmuted they count for they think.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, maybe it's me. Y'all just gonna say it's me then.
It
I
wasn't
It
mean,
you.
I'm
might no,
riding.
it wasn't
I'm
you.
riding too, but I hear it, so I know it ain't me.
Well, who all riding on here?
Hold on,
That's what
Tate.
we need to
Hold
know.
on. It's always Tate. Let me meet you right quick, bro.
It's Tate.
Nah, Tate muted here. Tate muted. I
But
can't even mute
I
Tate
don't
tonight.
hear it no more.
Me
Yeah,
either.
cause I'm at a stoplight. Nah, go on.
It's Tate. It's Tate. So basically, Tate,
Y'all is
we
lying,
said
bro. My windows
it's
up and
you,
everything, man.
and we hear it again, and now it's gone because you back muted.
Well, I'm
Now,
finna park anyway, so it don't matter.
well, that's cool. So basically, we said, we were just giving like why women would do that, and that's said because sometimes the woman be wanting the other person to be the daddy, and that's why she say that. And then I said I could see where a woman might see that her child would have a better life with this other person who's not the dad. And what else we say, y'all? Then just down to it, she trifling. We'll
Trifling.
say that. We ain't said that, but she trifling, and this is not a truth teller.
I mean, yeah, we could say that, but it may be some people listening to us that went through that situation. See what I'm saying? And
Well,
you
I'm
still
not
hold
saying
on.
They
it's gonna
might be
be.
Hold
trifling
That's
on.
not.
too. Shit.
That's
Listen
not.
though.
Yeah. No.
You ain't let me
No.
finish.
Because that's
That,
not everybody's situation. I feel
that's
like
true.
it'll be different situations for
No,
everybody, and
what I'm
sometimes
saying
you do
is,
just have
it's
people
some
like this.
trifling motherfuckers that's gonna hear this shit. But see,
Well,
we
they
we
might
we
hear it.
we trying to get to the bottom of why you trifling.
I've been through it before. It wasn't
Well, if you
like
want to know
it
the
went.
bottom to why
Hold
you're
on, Tate.
trifling,
Tell your story, Tate.
Okay, my story was I started dealing with a female, and I started dealing with a female. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
You good,
Okay,
bro?
so
Go ahead.
all right, so I was dealing with a female, and when I was with this female, of course I knew, we met or whatever, and you had a little partner before me, so you say. So after that, you claim it was just us kicking. She wound up being pregnant within probably about 2 months, something like that, or whatever she told me she got pregnant. So okay, I'm not the type that's gonna run off because it could be mine, it could be old buddies. But you giving me a time frame saying that that's not possible to be his, but it's in my ears. So okay, when you get pregnant, I don't run off. I don't treat you like nothing no different. I don't holler at me when you had baby. We'll see what. Cause I don't want you to be one of them folks like, oh, you ain't fuck with me when I was pregnant. So now the baby here is yours. Ain't no kick. I'm just put you on the child support, blah blah. That's it. So I ain't want all that drama. So she had a baby, get the blood test. It ain't mine. Now, by me helping you while you was pregnant and right after you had the baby, I helped you for a little while longer, knowing it's not mine. I still helped you for a little while longer. To this day, she still haven't told the real father who he is. To this day. And guess what? Ain't told me to this day who the real father is. Now, I'm not helping her with him no more, because we had to get that understood. I got kids. I ain't got time for a child to be growing up saying that I'm his father and I'm not. You know what I'm saying? So he needs to know the truth more than anybody. So
Right.
to this day, she ain't told that boy who his father is.
So who
So you would rather your child be fatherless than to just admit whatever you did and hold up for it.
Yeah, that's what
And
I
that's
was
Well, so
saying.
crazy as
Like,
hell.
somebody else is about embarrassment. It could be the embarrassment thing.
It's it, I, me myself personally.
Tate, hold on though. But Tate, this is another thing we talked about, a couple of days ago. Like,
Yeah. Or
men need
somebody you know, dude, or one of your
but look,
homegirl dude, or something like that.
this is such a culture. If I fuck your bitch, a man feel like, you know what I'm saying, that's a trophy. Dog, stop fucking with women with with men. Or that's been involved with men recently. And
Fact.
women, y'all stop doing the same shit and we'll
And
stop these fucked up situations, bro.
right, and women got to be
Like, cause
honest. If
me
you know you
personally,
was just
dog, listen to me. Me personally, I the same respect some like, it's a woman's code, so to speak, sometimes, right? Like a woman to call another woman to like they got some type of code. But me personally, bro, I wouldn't be interested in no woman who dealing with another man, not seriously. Like, for what? Why? I'm gonna have some respect for that man, cause you know why? I don't know what that nigga done went through to make your ass happy, and you just not you see what I'm saying? This man could have been engaged you to try to give you the fucking world, and you coming to me trying to date me saying, hey, I got a man. Like, I'm not interested in you. Like, be interested in your man, because I know what niggas go through to make women happy, right?
right.
Just and that could be a thing in a moment. Like, I operate more on a bro code. Now I got to have some type of connection with you, but I don't fuck with women who deal with multiple men. Like, that's just a thing. That's just one of my preferences. Like, some women don't like short dudes. Like, I don't like women who have the like. If you gotta fuck with multiple men, then just X me out, because I'm one of a kind. Crickets. Hey, I gotta get me a little sound thing. Well, when y'all do that shit right there, I just make my little cricket sound.
You driving, bro. You ain't in the studio. You can't press the button.
Oh, I ain't even driving, bro. I'm actually a backseat rider right now.
You backseat
Uh,
But
Tate.
hey, that ain't Tate. That Ant.
Oh, okay.
It's Ant. But nah,
what
I'm
that?
with my partner, man.
Okay.
But nah, I ain't right. But see, a lot of time when I get quiet, I be backstage because I am the executive producer too now.
You
The host,
are. You let us know then.
you the host too.
What he
But see,
did? What did he say?
I like for Chazz the host, and then see Tate act like he be scared to be, you know, exert
Active.
exert, the energy he need to be exert. He like to sit back and get asked questions. Nah, fella, you gotta lead sometime. See, that's why Ant gonna take your motherfucking job, Tate.
Man, let me tell you something. It kind of hard to lead when I start leading. Somebody interrupt majority of the
Man,
time.
everybody
Boy,
get
you
interrupted.
interrupt. You
Hey,
interrupt more than
we ought to
anybody.
name this podcast the interruption. Hell, everybody get interrupted.
So
Take
I
interrupt more
been
than
on most shit. Actually, tonight I just been really running.
And
But
Tate, your ass interrupt me more than anybody on
anybody.
here.
oh man,
Anybody.
and Jackie, he told you might take my job. You ain't got to agree with him all
I
everything he
don't
said.
want your job. I don't want your job. But everybody know you interrupt like a motherfucker.
He was
And
on the time.
sometimes they say
Chaz,
sometimes
you the
you be
female, you
doubling
the
back.
model, you almost the model.
Yeah,
I know. Listen,
he
I went back and listened to one podcast one night. I had
Chad,
got a little tipsy. Yeah, I understand that. But Chaz, you the moderator, you the female, like everybody gonna respect your voice. So you gotta keep everything under control. I'm turning more control over to you, Chaz.
Chad's like the Whoopi Goldberg
I
of the
like to
view.
be in control, so I'm fine with it.
Chaz is more calm. He was definitely more calm.
I
what you
mean,
said,
that's what
Chad,
you
what you
want
said Tate be
on a
doing?
panel though. You gotta have somebody that's unbiased and somebody that's, you know what I'm saying, can control the, emotion. because like we talk about a lot of topics that's emotional, bro, and that
Yeah.
like is really real topics. So you you need somebody on there like me personally, man. Be quiet. Come on, man. I'm gonna feature my homeboy tonight. His name Black Money Bunny. See, I can't do it with you no more.
Black money who?
Bunny, BMG Buns, man.
Oh man, G Lund. What's up, G Lund?
What's the word, folks?
Shout him out, man. Shout him out so he can feel special.
Shout out to Lund again one time, man. What's up, my guy?
Man, you got it, man. What's the word, man?
I don't know. Tell her this ain't no we just talking for fun. What you got to say about something? You been right there by Fat.
He been coming on his breath all night. I'm gonna tell you what he do agree with. When old boy say, what about the man feeling? He say, right.
So what you think then?
I'm tickled.
But you know that is true though. That is true. I think a lot of
Fat.
women.
Who the hell gonna mute Fat?
He the executive producer.
Baby, hey, Toby, the day I get muted, the broadcast is over.
Hey,
nah, Toby, you come on up here tonight.
One night, all of them folks wish they had a mute button for your ass. One night,
I know it. That's good. That's good. That's a good thing. See, we all got to develop that rapport, and everybody gonna have their own personality. Tate, everybody know. See, Tate, you already got people that want to debate you. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a great debater. Like, if they want to debate,
no.
I can't say that because it's been several times that you backtracked on things you said, Tate.
That's what I'm finna tell you. Tate, you can talk the shit out of motherfuckers, but on a debate style, I'm gonna crush you every time, fella.
I don't think so.
Well, you supposed to believe
why?
in yourself.
You know why he did Take? Because you contradict yourself like a motherfucker.
No, I don't. Y'all just don't know how to comprehend everything I say. I'm not finna get into this tonight. Y'all not finna turn up on Tate. We not gonna do it. We not gonna do it. I think some of these folks come on here just to see who Tate gonna get.
I mean, that's the beauty of it. Though. Like everybody got their own personality on this motherfucker. So somebody come to see somebody come to be. They like, man, Tate say the most outlandish shit. They don't come see that.
And then backtrack on it.
Yeah, they just stuck on this backtrack over one comment. Don't reply or say. Don't reply or just set it down from the door. To me, they still mean the same thing.
She the moderator, Tate. She holding your feet to that.
I know.
Once I heard
that, you know what?
I knew she could get y'all asses together.
I'm going to bring me a little notepad the next night, and I'm gonna start tallying up your shit, Tate.
But you know what? Tate? I'm gonna go ahead and own up to this, cause my girl say the same stuff, so I might need to start recording myself sometime.
You might, but you know what? It's not even about recording yourself. Like, this is something I had to learn. You have to be confident in everything you say, so you have to think everything you say all the way out before you even say it. Because that's going to eliminate a lot of backtracking.
Look at Eric, man. Okay.
Man, Tate just like the argue here.
Next topic is of the night. What y'all think about people of the other race?
Okay, well, since I am mixed, I do want to put my input in.
My bad, chick. I forgot to mute. I showed coughing like a motherfucker.
So, with me being of mixed race, like, I don't really, like, I can understand a lot of why people didn't really agree in it to begin with. Not because, you know, like, oh, the other people were better than them, but in interracial relationships, a lot of the times, honestly, my mom was white and my dad is black. And a lot of the times, like, especially when you get to talking about single parent households, I grew up in a white family, like in a white household. I had to, it wasn't even that they accepted me being black, they just discredited me being black. So I grew up with a severe identity issue my whole life. And I have a lot of mixed friends that say the same thing. I'm being brought up in a household where you can't understand racial injustice because you've never dealt with it. You can't understand inequality because you've never dealt with it. And you're telling me like later, and this has happened to me. My brother made the comment one day about how, I've always chose to be around black people more than I have white people. Like I just picked them over the other one. And it wasn't that I favored them more. It was just that I felt more comfortable and I was more accepted being myself around black people than I was being myself around white people.
Okay, Chazz, I'm gonna ask you a tough question. Do you think the white side of your family was racist?
Hell yeah, that's not tough. They still racist. I have got to arguing in my later years with the white side of my family because of something they said that was insensitive, and they didn't like. I was with my aunt and her boyfriend. Her boyfriend's not even white; he's fucking Native American, but he thinks he's white. So we're on the way to the casino one day, and I was talking about communities growing up in a community that is based off of survival, and how many people that I've known that have been shot and killed, or just shot, but shot and killed mostly. Like I've lost a lot of friends over my years since I was in elementary school to gun violence. And he made the comment that they're the ones who make the choice to be in those environments. And I got pissed off because I did grow up in the hood. True enough, I grew up with my white family, like with my white grandparents. I grew up in the hood. My grandparents had owned the land there before that was ever a neighborhood. My mom and I with them grew up in the same neighborhood. So they stayed in the neighborhood probably 40 years. So in the 40-year time span, it went from not a neighborhood to a predominantly white neighborhood, to black people started moving in, to all the white people started moving out. Then it was all black people. Then it became a lower class, just it was the fucking ghetto. Like it was a really bad neighborhood in Memphis. It's still a really bad neighborhood in Memphis. Later on, my dad ended up selling drugs in the neighborhood. It was just a lot of shit that went on there. Like I can remember walking to my mailbox like at night with my grandmother, and it was like gangs and shit walking down the street. And he said they made a choice to be there. I was like, oh, so you think I chose to grow up in the hood where my grandparents already lived there? I was born into, like, literally, I was born into there. My grandparents, I typically spent the night with them. I was born in that place. You think people make the choice of where they're born into, and then they're subjected to their surroundings? Like, people don't make that choice. But that was his insensitivity to what was going on because he's never dealt with it. And it's been a lot of comments. I've had to deal with a lot of comments over the years. I can remember I went to the fair with my brother's girlfriend. My brother is all white. I went to the fair with his girlfriend and her friends, and they were all white. And when we were getting there, this is back when I was like 9. When we were getting there, her friend made a comment to my brother's girlfriend's kids, y'all stay by us because the black people, they'll snatch you up and kidnap you. And one of the little kids was like, but isn't Chazz black? And one of the adults was like, no, she's not like them. She's like us. She's white like us. She's just,
not like them.
darker complexion. Right. And as a kid, I was like, what the fuck? So like when I got older, like I wouldn't even have anything to do with them. Because it's like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? And so I was subjected to all of that because my white side of my family raised me, and a lot of them thought like that. Even now, my great aunt, who lives literally like 1 minute from my house, I was talking to her about what school I was going to let my kids go to, and it's a school closer to my house that it's like 3 to 4 or 5 minutes from my house, where I had to drive a little bit longer to the other school they go to. And like I told y'all last night at the beginning, that I live in a town, and it's one town over from where like the KKK is like the sheriff. And I asked her one day, I was talking to her about school, I was like, well, are there any, like, is it a diverse school? Like, she was like, yeah, I believe there's some colored kids that go there. Bitch, we're in 2023.
Colored? God damn.
You think I'm gonna let my kids go to a school? You talking about it? I believe it's some color, and you're in the district of that school. So if everybody think like you around here, I'm not letting my kids go to a school where they talk about it's some other colored kids there.
Damn, that's fucked up.
So I've had to deal with that all my life. And that's been tough. So, like, looking back, like, I believe that is a direct result with my dad procreating with someone from the other race, and then me being in a household where I was left to be raised by the other race. And I'm not saying my grandparents were bad; they did a lot for me. Was specifically my grandmother. She did a lot for me. She even when I got older, out of her own mouth, she said she would prefer me to date someone black because she fears that a white family would not be as accepting of me because she knows how they are, and she wouldn't want me to be subjected to this. And that is what my grandmother told me out of her own mouth when I began dating. She said whoever I dated, she would be cool with, but she thinks like she would not, she would not feel as worried about me if I married, like being accepted by the family if I married into a black family.
But do you feel as though the younger generation kind of shifting that
The
whole
younger gen,
frame of
the
thought?
younger generation might be shifting it, but the younger generation still has parents that were raised by the older generation.
Mm-hmm.
And even if they are shifting that thought, it's so much stuff that we have subconsciously embedded in us in our DNA that we're not even aware of. And that's not even just the black race and like black trauma, that's the white race and their tactics towards the minority race. Some people don't even realize stuff that they do and say is actually racist.
Right. And I think us as a black people, we do it a lot. But it's certain stuff we don't want to say it to us, or we feel like that's just completely out the way.
Yeah, I totally agree because even my grandmother on my black side, she didn't really favor me because she didn't want my dad to be with a white woman. So I feel like she treated my sister better than she treated me because my dad, and when he was with my mom, she told him like, you don't need to be with her. But then he got my sister's mom pregnant, and she was a black woman, and she told him, you need to go marry that woman and make it right because my mom was a white woman.
So
That's
So
what's the rest of y'all thoughts? What's me that I've raised before. I didn't run into no problems with that specific person because her mother was okay with it. Never met her father. Her mother was okay with it. Her sister was okay with it. Like it wasn't no issue with that at all. That's the one that I just dated, and it wasn't no problem. And
All the white girls I dated, it had to be on the hush.
that's why I said that one I was dating. It was some more, but that was the one that I dated. That was
so
like,
Eric said that it takes at least 2 generations to get it out of the system, and I believe it. I feel like maybe our kids might be straight, but
I
yeah,
saw a
we might.
Time magazine. I saw a Time magazine some years ago, and it had the title was "The Future Faces of America." Every face was mixed.
Yeah, and I do believe that's coming because like up here when I moved back up here, so I live in the middle of 3 towns. I went to high school in one of them, and it's a good old boy town too, but it's not as bad as the one that's like back behind me. And then there's another one where my kids went to their first school at pre-K. And when I first moved back, because we moved from Texas, I was worried about the diversity level because when I came to school out here, it was like culture shock for me. For me to come from an inner city school in Memphis, my it was 3 grades. Out of 3 grades, it was 1,400 students, and it was probably 5 white students, if that, maybe 3, probably 10 Mexicans, probably 5 or 6 mixed people, and the rest of the people were black. And then I came out here, and it was just totally reversed, and it was just shell shock to me. Well, when I moved up here, well, going back to that, when I left the town to begin with, I said I would never come back because I wouldn't want to subject my kids to raising them here, like with the lack of diversity. I would never let my kids go to these schools, blah, blah, blah. So I ended up having to move back due to the circumstances, and I took my kids up here, and I was worried about it when I put them in school. When I kid you not, there were more mixed kids in the school than there were white and black kids. in the little pre-K and the little Head Start that I sent them to. And
Okay,
it's just
Mario said, as a color people, we are biased towards each other more than the white people are. We talk about white people, but we still pass by black-owned business and take our money to the so-called racists. What y'all think about that?
hold on, and I'm gonna tell you, I gotta calm my kid.
That's real. He telling the truth though.
He definitely telling the truth.
Um,
We as a whole, now me, I ain't gonna lie, I prefer to spend my money with whoever gonna treat me right.
I'm not
That
necessarily
part.
gonna say that's true. I think that kind of sort of depends on where you living at too, or like your areas. Down,
I
like
feel
if I was to say, if I was to just think about it, if I was spending money in Starkville, I'm gonna see shit. 90% of the businesses is white, and
Starville. Where is that at?
you know what Mississippi
Mississippi.
State is. Well,
It's in
well, Mississippi
Mississippi,
State
girl.
kind of,
Mississippi. Oh, okay.
but it's like 90% of the businesses around here are white
yeah,
owned.
Hmm.
but people be
But
so people be so pro black, like even black business owners, they want you to spend your money with them, but they don't treat with respect or they don't treat you how they supposed to. So shit, I ain't gonna lie. I take my money to wherever I'm respected at. You ain't gonna
That part.
right, I
like
feel you on
I don't
that.
care if you
like
black
like
owned, white owned,
if
or
I
whatever, but I'm gonna take my
if I
business where the fuck. What's up, huh? Where
if
I'm
I walk
respected at.
if I walk in the store and a white person walking in front of me and this lady greet the white person and don't greet me, I'm gonna walk out of that motherfucker. You know what
I
I'm
No
feel
saying?
you.
business for you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going where the cheapest at. I ain't trying to make your I ain't trying to make your pockets fat and mine weak.
That makes sense too, though.
I see.
But at the same time, I feel like when we have black business owners, we don't respect their pricing as much as we would. Like I give y'all an example. I do nails, right? This is not white people. This will be Asian people. People will go in an Asian shop, let them fuck their nails up, pay probably more than I would have charged, but tell me as a black business owner that I'm too expensive.
That I think that's subconsciously being stereotyping.
I
Like,
see it all the time though, Chance. Like
Yeah, for sure.
They'll let the Asians fuck their shit up, won't say nothing about it.
you know
But
why
let
though?
but
Because
let you fuck their nails up.
In they head, Asians are nail techs, and blacks is
But
just somebody doing nails.
at the same time, you'll go to a white business, pay more at that business, but when it comes to you, they'll say that you're too high.
I agree. I most definitely agree. I agree. I just saw it too many times.
When in reality, they're not gonna get the same quality or the
When in
same customer
reality,
service.
they're thinking exactly what she just said. I'm not gonna make your pockets fat
And that's the same
and
like
get
that.
your mind.
Yeah, that's like when we had BC on the other day. I told him about you can tell he actually got a lot of love. Like nobody's really against him because you never hear anybody say that about him. But you actually have people who do that with people like, man, I ain't finna put no money in Tate pocket. Tate got money. But you'll go right over here next door, buy something
Man,
from the store over here that's a white person.
I get it all the time, Tate. I get that shit all the fucking time.
And see, like I was about to say, and I know in your business, like what y'all be doing, I know they think like that. You know what I'm
And
saying?
the crazy part is, Tate, my quality is good, but you complain about my price, but you'll go spend that same price with the white man, and you get that same or less quality. You know,
That's
I don't.
somebody who didn't. That's somebody who didn't want to put no money in your pocket. That's
That's what it
basically
is.
all it
Yeah.
is.
That's what it is.
Because if they see
But
you
you know
dressed
why?
nice,
But you know why they don't want to put no money in his pocket? Because they look at us the same, and they're wondering why. They don't want to see you doing better than them.
yeah,
Facts, facts.
And my thing is not about color. It's just I'm cheap as hell. If it's the
Well,
same
that
thing at this store and right down the street it's the same product but a different price, hey, that's just me, you know.
well now,
And my thing
and I
is,
can understand
it's
that
my
because
money.
I would do that. I would do that too. But a
Yeah.
lot of the times it do, like, not on your instance because I'm cheap as hell too. But a lot of the times it will be subconsciously, this man is the same as I am, but he doing better than me, and I'm not gonna help that.
Well, back
And
to the culture thing. I feel like our culture don't want to see other people do better than what the fuck they're doing.
It's only our race though.
That go
It's
back to
only
what.
our. It's only us though. It
And
is
you know what
only us.
else? We don't want
It's
to work
fucked up.
together. We don't want to
Nope,
work
not at
together because I
all.
see that all the time.
Cause they don't want you to be.
I
They don't
see
want you to
five
grow higher
nail
than them.
techs. I see five nail techs beefing. When bitch, you can't do the whole city nails. You don't have enough man hours by yourself to do that. All
Right.
five of you bitches will be beefing instead of coming together and being the only black owned nail shop in this area.
Yep.
true.
They said in the comments, our race is the only race that feels like we have to be accepted by others. We the only race that condemn our own people instead of sticking together. And you know what? I won't disagree with that, but I can't. I can't because we come over here to other countries and they are like the Arabs want to start a store. Even though they don't pay taxes for a couple of years, want to open a store, and then you see him somewhere else, and they got his cousin over the store, and they sending money back home to get some more over here.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
we ain't gonna do nothing like that. Now they
Yeah.
do get they are tax exempt for like 2 years, but still, we don't do stuff like that.
But
We
in that case, we really can't compare ourselves with them because America give them more opportunity than a black person.
As soon as they
Listen,
get over here, they get
but
like
but let me tell you something. Yeah,
10
they do
bands
get
just to
more
start their
opportunity,
business.
but why are we waiting on America to give us opportunity when we can give ourselves opportunity? If we
That's what I'm
spend our
saying.
stuff in the community, why are we waiting on someone else to do it? We have enough spending power to be the dominant race. So
Right.
Yeah.
why, if that's the case, why don't we put our stuff in our community? You can, like Black Wall Street. You have a New Day Black Wall Street. You only spend money within your community. You help your people out. So now your people are the dominant race. And you don't have to worry about if America giving you something or not because y'all just gave everything y'all needed to each other.
Now
That
I
sound
can recall
good.
one
You
time.
said that sound good, but they ain't gonna do that. You know that shit ain't gonna happen.
I can't say
Black
that ain't
Well, I
happened
can't
our
say
because
race
it's
it
not gonna
happened
our race
before.
happen.
is so our race is so jealous of each other,
I can't
trying
say
to
that
get what
it
another
happened.
motherfucker got versus, trying to get their own shit.
I can't say that they can't happen because it actually happened before, and they
Yeah,
wound
so I
up
can't.
buying
I definitely can't
cars.
Yeah,
say
and
that. I'm not gonna say
they
that
burnt
it
that
can't
motherfucker
happen.
down.
Yeah,
And I'm
Yeah,
not
but
talking about a handout. I'm talking about as a, going to get along. Do you know how hard it is to
Yeah.
get along?
For African Americans to get
it
a
is. Now
business
listen,
loan.
okay. So listen. So why don't we do what they do? So listen. So if 10 of us come together, right? If 10 of us got $2,000, right? Now how much money we got? $20,000. So we put that $20,000 into a business, get that business off the ground, then come back in the pot, do it again, and then you get another person of business. And then you come back, do it again, get another person of business until you got all 10 people businesses. And then you didn't need the loan. You got the loan at your community.
I mean, I'm like that, like they said a little while ago. That sounds good, but if you get 10
Right. That
people,
sounds amazing,
But
if you
listen,
friend,
if
but
but
you get 10
you know
people
what
together,
what's so amazing though? It's actually people doing this. It's a woman, it's a black community just bought, I forgot how many acres it was, but I read the story on it. They just bought enough acres
in
to have their
Georgia,
own community. Yes. So people,
yeah.
it sounds good. It's just the people who sit here now who think it sounds good, you're just not proactive. Be proactive with people who have a like-minded vision.
true. If you
Get
get
you some
10
That
people
people that
together
think
that
like
have
Yes.
a
you,
like-minded
but
vision.
yeah, if you get 10 people that's thinking like you, it'd be easy as hell to do it. But if you just go out and try
Yeah,
to
yeah.
grab
but
10 of
but
your friends,
it's not impossible because us
Trying
as
to get
people
people to
have
have
to
that same mentality, like getting a lotto.
you have to start sitting down with people of substance. That's not It's not that hard. I just went to a retreat
exactly.
and sat down with 12 people of substance. And
I
then
get
when
that.
you talk to and I just told y'all the other day, I talked to a woman about us having basically our own co-op where we saying like I grow this and you grow that and we grow this. And so now like we're in the period where all of us are getting our gardens off the ground. It's not hard. We make it hard because we're not proactive or we choose to be around people who don't have the same vision as us. And that becomes a personal problem. If you're around people who don't have the same vision of you and not the exact same, but the one of substance, then you living life wrong.
And I think that's probably the majority of our problem.
Yep.
I
Because
agree.
you trying to take your friends
What,
where you
baby?
trying to go, but they
You
ain't
coming
on the
back in
same
here?
level, so
So
it
go
ain't
back
gonna
in my
work out.
room
Period.
then. Okay.
And
Go.
everybody can't
Okay.
travel that road you
Okay. Well,
traveling.
stay in here.
Like if I was just gonna get 10 people I'm cool with, or 10 people I feel like some family, some friends, and I brought that same idea to the table, and they not like minded, it's gonna be at least two of
What
them
lay
or
down?
three maybe. That's gonna be like, well, why we all got to put our money in the pot for your business first?
Then that's the wrong. It's not about whose business is first, because we're all gonna eat off of it. You. That's what I'm saying. You still around the wrong, and you're saying family and friends. It's not always gonna be your family and friends. I have a lot of friends that. Well, I'm not even gonna say I have a lot of friends, but my friends, I have a few of them who, I got a friend for this and I got a friend for that. I mean, it's like that saying. You got your friends you go out to eat with. You
Right,
got your friends you go to the club with. And I got my friends I call when I really need something.
right.
And
You
That's
then
what
get
I was
people who
sometimes a
saying.
on
lot
your
Like,
of people
level who,
don't know what investment means.
right. So fine, go out and find you some friends, go to some investment seminars and stuff like that. Do some seminars, network, meet people who are like minded. For me to go out there, I had to drive all the way to Virginia, y'all. The drive was 12 hours. I didn't even know none of these people. I didn't know nothing. I knew two people, the two people who rode with me. One of them was my nail client, and one of them was some dude that just came and got his nails done for who God knows what.
okay, so
And
answer this, Chad. Out of
okay,
like we see a lot of rich rappers, we see a lot of rich athletes that's black, we see a lot of people that's black, like in the music industry. Out of all, like Jay-Z's a billionaire, Diddy's a billionaire, a couple more of them
hmm
right there knocking at the door.
right,
Do you think it's something in the industry that's holding that's keeping them from just getting too much black stuff? Like, okay, why I'm saying it is there's no black distribution for music. There's no
mm
black distribution company. Everybody, I don't care
okay,
how rich they is, I don't care who they are, they're going through some Jewish or white owned
Yep.
distribution
That's what I'm
company.
about to say. Jews got that shit.
So I'm trying to say, like, do you think that it's some type of code once you get up there that they got in effect
it.
that now
I
you don't
think that
supposed to
it.
cross this line?
I think that it could be that. It could be that, but I think when they start getting up in there and they seeing and they making the money and stuff like that, I
They don't
believe
even
that
care no
honestly,
more.
that not that they don't care no more. No, don't you come over here and get this dog if he's laying down. Go in there, or I'm finna make you go to bed.
Because my thing is, I can't say that they don't care because it'll make them more money. So what is it that's really holding them back from doing it?
I think that when they getting up there, they seeing that. I think they seeing these other markets that are worthy of investments outside of the mainstream. I do think it's a code too, but I also think that when you start getting tapped in with all these people who is making money and stuff, you start seeing other avenues. Cause they don't like them people. They be making money from their music, true enough. But when they start getting up there and bumping shoulders with some people who really doing shit behind the scenes, you get to tapping into a lot of behind the scenes money.
Yeah, because if you sit down and listen to any of Jay-Z, Diddy, or any of they conversations when they talking about money, they one of the main things they gonna teach you is they had to step outside of music because there's too many other opportunities out there.
Them kids be doing a number on me at that time. But yeah, if you listen to these interviews and these people talking and stuff, it's a whole lot of money and a whole lot of different avenues. But they're using the music to get them in the door with it. Once you get in the door, that music gonna be a small fraction of this. We're the only people who don't stand with their people, but we spend more money with others than we do our own, and we are the ones who set the trends.
Yep. We said all the trends. That's crazy.
Yeah, we do. Literally all of them. Where everybody at? Here, you here? Let's see. Let me go to the chat line. They'll give you
Oh, here,
just
oh,
enough.
here, oh, here, oh, here.
That's because people, hold on, people think clothes, but instead of knowing, we make it clothes. Carl Wilson said we can move mountains if we come together. We can, but we got to stop talking about it and start doing it. Because if you look at all these podcasts and you sit down with all these people, we be discussing it. Then that's as far as we'll go. We discuss it,
That's
identify the
it.
problem, sit around, talk about it, and then we don't do nothing about it.
That's it. Motherfuckers don't want to
Even
talk about
here now, us, we could do something. Now, I told you I started a garden. Y'all start y'all some gardens down here because I'm telling y'all, it's coming a time, and it's gonna come before I feel like we die. It's gonna come a time where y'all seen it with COVID and the food shortage. It's gonna come a time where we're gonna have to depend on ourselves for everything that we need, and that's like as far as the men. When you get into like a manly quality to me is a man being able to build something. If a man can build something, I'ma like him.
it. Ow.
Build some or
Girl,
fix
love
some.
him.
Build something
What you
because
think built?
I need a lot of shit built. I need a tree house. I need a little shed in the back. Oh shit! I need a lot of shit built. But for real, because you got to think, whenever something comes that requires, because
Call me Bob.
can y'all hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, a lot of men these days, especially when you start talking about in the age of financial security, a lot of men these days is not gonna go out and do this shit. You know what they're gonna do? Hire somebody who can. Guess what?
Right.
I was talking to somebody about it. Let's not stop. A lot of men these days is gonna go out and hire somebody who can. The man say, "I'm not gonna do it, but I pay somebody to do it." I was
mm-mm.
talking to one of my friends who's like that. He'll pay. He's a bougie nigga. He'll pay somebody to do some shit, but he's not gonna get out there and do nothing, right? He said he asked
That's the
me, "Do
turn
you
off.
think?" He asked me, "Do you think that makes me less of a man because of that?" And I told him, "Yeah." I said, "Because if something happened and everything shut down, and then we went to war with ourselves, and money like currency is no longer a thing. Say they wipe the dollar out, currency is no longer a thing. How the fuck are we gonna build? How are we gonna build shelter?
Okay.
You can't. And in the time it's gonna take you to go learn how to do that, it's
It's
gonna
a
be a man
wrap.
out here who done already built his family some shelter and they secured.
Right.
Let me see here. Hold on. Definitely to see a building and working on cars. But yeah, I love it. Like qualities in a man, and that's things I didn't care about when I was younger. But like now, like I have some land here. Like I want a farm. I want a whole farm. I want livestock. I want everything. I want a big ass garden. I want crops. I want to expand my land. Y'all, I'm finna make y'all go to bed. I want all of it, but I don't want to be working it by myself. And when I was with my kid's father, we talked about getting a farm because that's the background. My granddad was a farmer. Hey, if I tell you again, you gonna go to bed.
But they
If
was
I tell
laughing at
you
me when I was
again,
talking about I love a country man. The
right,
other night, okay.
love one. Because guess what? He's gonna be out there. Me and him gonna survive when all hell breaks loose. Because we're gonna be out there plowing the garden, picking the crops, shucking peas and shucking corn and shelling peas and all of that. And we're gonna be surviving off of what God gave us.
Digging for a well.
You right.
Chad,
Yeah.
I appreciate you carrying the weight tonight. You truly the best, man.
Because where you at?
That boy in there, ain't it?
Out.
I I
Nah, I
forgot you
ain't
was
out.
in
I'm
there.
listening to everything. I'm
Where
just
you at?
admiring. I'm
Where
just
you at, man?
admiring.
I'm
I'm
finna
just
pull up on you.
admiring Chazz's talent, bro.
Finna pull up on you. Where you at?
At the Sprint Mart on 82 by the Ford place.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so ladies, whoever here, let me ask y'all a question. Are those some qualities y'all looking in men, or y'all just worried about who's gonna pay the bills the best?
No, I love a country man.
I love one too, girl.
What if the
What
lights
is it?
go
Hold
out?
on,
Like
turn it
you
down a little
said.
bit. Let me ask him a question. What y'all consider a countryman? What's that?
I
Basically,
just said it.
he hands on. He know how to do everything around the house.
Like change tires,
Yeah,
fix
but you
Bob
have
the
to
shit.
tell me
Builder,
Nah,
man.
what.
that's easy.
Bob the
Be,
Builder.
So I'm saying,
Yeah,
there
like,
you go.
you say what now?
Bob the
Bob
Builder.
the
he said
Builder.
Bob the Builder, somebody who can build shelter. Somebody like I want a tree house built in my tree backyard out there. I need
Oh, okay,
somebody to
yeah,
come in and be
somebody
a
who
tree
good
house.
with his hands outside of the
Right,
bedroom. Yeah,
Yes.
right,
that's
exactly.
what's up. Yeah, for sure.
Someone who's not scared to go out there and get in the garden with me.
Okay,
Someone who's
that's
not
why.
scared to go out there and handle the animals with me.
Yeah, that's why you should teach your sons more um trades. I feel like that.
Well,
All,
yeah, my
all
kids be out
trades are
there
hands
picking
on.
shit.
You know what I'm saying? Like all trades are hands on. Whether you're a welder, whether you're a bricklayer, whether you a carpenter, whether you in construction, all of that shit you hands on.
What,
Like
Toby?
what Toby want? Come on up, Toby. I got to get all of y'all access to strength to what I'm seeing. Like that's why I don't never had a camera on because there's so much shit that I'm fucking with and so much shit you can do to like enhance the show. I'm just still trying to learn. I be fucking with it back here. So hey, bear with me. You see I found out how to put the comments on the screen.
Chick,
And I
I'm talking
think
about throwing hay.
now what I'm saying, like we're gonna get more graphical and more visual. Cause I know some people like just don't like to hear shit. Some people like to see shit. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna get there. Just bear with us. We been doing this for a week yet?
I think we 1 day shy.
One day shy of a week. All right, I'm gonna look at the numbers. I'm gonna report the numbers to y'all after a week. I think we have done a tremendous job in the first week. I think everybody that's on the panel then been dedicated to like, you know what I'm saying, moving this thing forward because we all got a common goal. Like we just want to see our people be better, do better, and like I feel like we doing a service to a lot of people by having these like a lot of these conversations are difficult and a lot of them are meaningful. That's the most important thing. And then the people that I'm gonna bring on, we're gonna bring on to highlight. They always gonna be somebody that's man. Go ahead, man. I can't do it tonight. Y'all go ahead.
Hey, because that's funny because I was finna tell Tate to read it, but it wasn't even him.
We know how to pronounce your name, Chief.
I sure be saying chick. I don't know why.
Chief.
Sorry.
Hey, but what Fed was saying, this something I feel like,
Hey,
even we can have 10 people engaged every night. But with them 10 people, we can change the world. We can shift the whole world with 10 people. Because it's got to start somewhere. Hell, it can be 2 people to be tuned in every night. But it's like, it's got to start somewhere. And where you start at is building the collective consciousness. And when you building that and you adding on to that, y'all just don't know for real. We really are shaping the world. How we are identifying these problems. And without us identifying these problems and being able to talk about them and talk with each other and get different perspectives, we're helping to make each other better. And that's where change starts with. Because I can promise you, like, I've opened up my mind to think more. I've opened up my mind to think more, just being able to express myself and hear other people being able to express themselves and show me a different perspective this week. 6 days, 5 days, however many days. And that's what it's all about.
right.
Let's see, what's in the comments? Um Arquilla said my grandparents had a farm, garden, livestock, fruit, 2 water wells still on the property, plus working full time outside the farm. And that's amazing. That's why, when I got the opportunity to get my house that I have here now, that's why I chose to be. here. Basically, I could go anywhere. I would make probably a lot more money in the nail industry somewhere else. But it's a lot of things I'm not going to get to instill in my kids in the city in an apartment. I can't show my kids, like literally me and my child has a watermelon plant out there that's growing two watermelons that he started from a seed because of what we were able to learn here. Y'all don't want to chime in. Y'all gonna let me talk by myself?
Nah, I
Okay,
feel
she said you don't have to be country to be good with your hand. Chick, I'm talking about a country. This my thing with a country man. He can go outside in the woods and he know which trees to cut down. Most
Right,
majority of people don't know the difference between trees.
right.
Like a pine tree, don't nobody use those no more. He know which trees to cut down.
Want
Shit.
pecan wood now, baby.
I
No
had
ma'am, they want them oats.
when I went to this retreat, that was part of the retreat is foraging and learning what plants help what. I did something I didn't know that I learned there. Um y'all know ferns. If you get a fern and it's something you do with the leaf. I forgot that part. I probably should read up on it. But ferns are good for like boils and shit like that. And cysts. I don't know if it brings it to a head or makes it go away, but I do remember him telling me that. I missed the foraging class, and I ain't gonna lie, I took a nap in the tent. But I did come up on that. But it's so many, like nature is healing, y'all. That's why I love being in nature. Nature is healing, and we have like we are conditioned to think that modern medicine is the answer to all of these diseases and shit that we have going on now, and that's because
modern
they don't
medicine
want
is a trap to keep us in the same
sick.
bullshit.
Right,
Makes your body worse.
Yeah, I
right, and
work in a
it makes
clinic.
your
I
body
know
dependent
they
on it.
give you things that make you come back to them, type thing. So I definitely feel that shit.
Yeah, if you notice it, they spraying all of this stuff, but they spraying good stuff. Like it's a lot of stuff on the side of the road that you can actually get it, put it in water, boil it, and it'll heal you.
Yeah.
Shit, dandelions, they be teaching you that that's weed. Dandelion
Right.
has so much healing power to it.
Dandelion.
Yes.
Yeah, not only that, it can be used as natural dye.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're
Th-
welcome.
that tickling tree, mimosas tree.
I'm on Moses Street. I ain't never heard of one of them before. We got them in Tennessee, Chad.
Yeah,
I
y'all
don't
got
know.
them. Look, when you touch it, it'll close up. It's like you can tickle it and it'll close up,
It's
but
like a
it
vintage
blooms.
fly trap type shit.
No, it's not like that.
Oh.
It's but it blooms pink, and you can use that for like headaches. It's a tea. You can use that for like a headache.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So all of this
It's
stuff
a
that they
herb.
spraying, it's literally good for us, and they doing it for a reason.
It's a herb called mullein. And when my grandmother had COVID, the first time she had COVID, I had a client and she's really into like herbal healing and stuff like that. She told me to go home and make my grandmother mullein tea 3 times a day, and she also need to drink water. And what that does is when you drink the tea and you drink it hot, it clears out your lungs from like pneumonia and shit like that, and bronchitis. That's something else. My grandmother drank that tea for 4 days straight, and on the fourth day, my grandmother was feeling well, and she was damn bad. She had a
Wow.
horrible cough. My
Right.
grandfather,
I
my
know.
grandfather, on the other side of my family, got sick and got COVID. Stopped eating, didn't get out of bed for like 3 days before we even figured out he was sick like that. My sister was living with him at the time. I went out and got some of the mullein tea and took it over there to him. She gave my grandfather mullein tea 3 days straight, and by the third day, he was doing well and he could get up and move around, and he got his appetite back and was no longer coughing.
Right. So do you be into the
Yeah,
oils too?
I be
Like
into the oils
peppermint
too.
oils and eucalyptus?
I So peppermint oil, yeah, I be into all of that. Peppermint oil, if you be sneezing and stuff, put a little bit of peppermint oil, like your allergies and stuff is messed up, put a little bit of peppermint oil right here. You might want to dilute it
That
because
shit help.
peppermint oil is very strong and it kind of burns if you get too much. But if you put it right there, it'll stop you from sneezing and clear out your nasal passages.
No, I had a friend that told me like she would make like Theraflu, but she would put like the peppermint oil drops inside of it. Yo, that shit helped. I had
Right.
COVID and that shit helped me.
And somebody said, V. Scott said food and medicine work together to keep us sick. And that's correct. All of this stuff we're putting into our bodies. So me and my kids, we're getting ready to go back vegan the first of the month. I'm going to go into a juicing cleanse and stuff like that. This is the thing, the reason why I chose to go vegan. If you think about how an animal, in which, in the future I might eat meat, but if I'm going to eat meat, I'm going to raise my own meat. So I know how it's raised and the things
Right.
it's put into its body. But if you think about energy transfers, I don't know how many people believe energy transfers, but if you go
I
around
do.
somebody with a bad mood, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna leave that person in a
You will
bad mood.
end up with that fucking mood. Yeah.
Right. So when you leave that person with a bad mood, it's because their energy is transferred to you. Now, if you think about everything you take in and consume, think about how these manufacturing companies are mass producing these chickens. It ain't no fucking way it could be as much chicken as it is in America if they wasn't mass producing these damn things. People eat
Yo,
so
I
much
hate to
fucking
say
chicken,
it.
and I eat chicken wings every day because that's my
I
favorite
love
meat.
it.
Damn chicken
But I
wings, I
swear,
put chicken
if
wings
you
up.
lived it, hey, friend, if you lived in my town, you would not want chicken. Every morning on my way to work, I see a truck that's coming to go to Tyson. These chickens, their last ride, my boy. I'm like, damn, yeah, that's y'all last ride.
So when you think about how
Y'all
fearful
won't see the
those
daylight.
animals are. Listen, think about how
They
fearful those animals
are,
are whenever they're getting ready to get slaughtered. Now think about that energy transferring into you.
bro. They
What
like
type
deer
of
in
feeling
headlights.
would you have felt before that? You would feel fear, you would feel sadness, you would feel sorrow, you would feel all the negative feelings. And you're taking that and consuming that and putting that into your body.
Yup.
And that's why we live in a society that's so fearful and so doubtful and so filled with resentment and so filled with hate because we are putting the energy of these negative things in our body. We do not honor ourselves. Look at how we eat. And I'm gonna tell you something. We'll pray over a plate. It could be hog maws, chitlins, fucking greens with ham hocks in them. All this shit that's gonna raise your blood pressure. And then we gonna pray over the plate and we gonna say, may God bless this food as it is gonna be the nourishment of my body. But I didn't put all this bad shit into my body and I'm gonna pray to God that He gonna use this food to nourish me, knowing damn well I ain't got the nutrients and shit that I need in none of this shit.
But my
Okay.
thing is, we do the whole I don't like the energy of a person or I don't like how this person is moving, whatever. You on some energy type shit. But think about it, the foods you putting in you, they energy fucked up too because clearly they didn't want to be slaughtered. They just watched their last days not too long ago. So I feel you on the whole food type shit.
When was the last time he
Oh,
said? Hold on,
ooh.
let's see here what Jarvis said. Jarvis said, we are becoming the older generation, and if we can't become leaders and teach our youth from our mistakes, hold on. And if we can't, our legacy will be lost. Our older generation had their good and bad, but it's up to us to filter out the bad and remix the good to move forward. It's too much technology and resources that we have not to, hold on, we have to not be taken advantage of. That's true. That's true. And V. Scott said, I've been saying that for years, girl. Keep it going. That is for real. I'm telling y'all, I started, whenever I started working a lot last year, after my grandmother passed away, I dove into work and I started working a lot. My energy level was low because I was working so much and I wasn't getting any sleep. At that time, I started drinking energy drinks like heavily, like all day long. My clients would call me, if you need something, bitch, I don't need nothing but an energy drink. Bring it up here, right? I get on the energy drinks. Energy drinks make you feel bad when you're coming down off them, or when you drink too much, you be jittery, your mood be off. I started juicing, y'all. When I tell y'all, if I could drink a green juice in the morning and be more energized and felt better and after throughout the entire day than I ever could with an energy drink. And when you start looking into like the effects of all the things I was putting into it, I put celery, cucumber, spinach, apples and lemons in it. When you start looking, like, celery juice has so much healing and detoxifying power. It's amazing. You got to get over the taste of pure celery juice because it is a little off. But when you start drinking it, I swear to you, your body feels 10 times better. And when I got to thinking about it and just how healthy and good it is for your body, when you think about it, how many times will you actually eat celery, just eat celery throughout the year, unless it's with some hot wings or something? And you're able to get all of that nutrients in one setting. And because I was putting a whole stalk of celery inside my juices, and I would consume the juices it made in like 2 or 3 days. So thinking that I was able to eat get the nutrients from a whole stalk of celery in 2 to 3 days, my body felt so much better. I wasn't bloated, and I got other people doing it. And I had people from drug dealers all the way to nurses drinking my juices, and all of them said the same thing, that their body felt 10 times better. Because when you start putting stuff in your body that's intentful, you start detoxifying that shit that's not good for you. And when you start doing that, the world becomes so much clearer to you. You start living in a place of love. Like, you get out of that survival. You start doing things in a whole different manner than what you were when you feel in your body. Today, I ate some nachos, y'all. After I ate some nachos, I felt so fucking bad. I've been sitting here all day. That was good as hell. But I've been sitting here all day regretting it because I got tired. Somebody said I don't do energy drinks. I drink water with certain fruit and it detox me and I feel lighter. That's good. That's a very good way to do it. But just when you think about everything you're doing, your work ethic and everything, when you filling yourself with foods that make you lazy, you become a product of what you eat.
You get sluggish and all that bullshit.
Right. Celery is good for your blood pressure. I buy it just to eat. It's very good. And also beets are very good for beets. My friend, her husband, he went to the doctor just recently, a couple months ago, and they said he had high blood pressure. They were about to prescribe him some medicine, and she be juicing too, and she into it. She was like, "Nah, I'm gonna make you these juices before they put you on some medicine. I'm gonna make you these juices. I want you to do it for a week. If it don't help, you can get on what the doctor wants you to get on. But if it does help, then it helps you, and then you don't have to get on the medicine." He went back to the thing. His blood pressure, cholesterol, all that shit was lower. But that's because the nutrients in beets lowers your blood pressure and lowers your cholesterol.
And a
I
lot
feel
of
like a
people don't
lot of
like beets, though.
you said what?
A lot of people don't like beets.
Yeah, I don't like beets. Like, naturally, they taste like the earth. They taste like dirt, but the sweet version.
Yeah.
But that's why I put them in my juices, because I know on an everyday basis I'm not gonna cut up no fucking beets and eat them. But I make my juices. I counteract them with some type of sweetness, and that's apples. And when I make it, it's good to drink. Now, it's not the best drink, but it's not nasty either. Like, I make my kids drink it. I know it's not nasty because my kids will tell you the truth. And if it's nasty, they're not gonna drink that shit. I make my kids drink it. When my kids get to sniffling and sneezing and shit like that, I'll make them a drink with some ginger in it, some vitamin C in it, where there be oranges or something like that. I'll do turmeric. Yeah, ginger. Yeah, that's what I want. Ginger, turmeric, and something with vitamin C. I'll make them drink that before I give them medication. If I have it readily available in my house. Now, if I need a quick fix, I do medication. But regularly, when I keep my fridge stocked up with fruits and stuff, if I have something to juice, I juice it and make my kids drink it and eat it just so they can feel better. And it works. What's up, y'all? I see y'all done got me back to just talking about myself again.
Chad, hey,
What?
this is kind of off topic, but how do y'all feel about like uh like spiritual readings and spiritual life coaches and stuff like that?
I'm not against it, but then I've also stated I'm not Christian. I don't believe in the devil or Satan or anything like that. But
No, I'm just
I
talking
believe,
about
but
like manifesting, like spiritual
well,
people,
you said
like
spiritual readings. I believe
yeah,
people are. I believe we're all spiritually gifted, but we do a lot of things in our life that block our natural God given gift to us. I'm gonna tell y'all a movie that I think every black person should watch. It is Black is King. Beyonce produced it, came up with the visuals of it, put the whole fucking thing together, and she's starring in the whole thing. It's her album Black is King. It's basically like the Lion King story, but interpreted musically, and she puts all her songs together, and it goes through, and it's like a visual for it. I feel like so many of us lack the knowledge of where we really come from and who we really are. That's why we can't get to where we're supposed to go. We don't even know who we are and what we're capable of. This whole system has been created to keep us down. It's not a system that caters to lifting us up. So in that, they have confused us with religion, with society, with politics. We don't even know who we are and all the things we possess. Everything comes from us. You cannot get a white woman can't produce a black child, but a black woman can produce a white child. That child would be called albino. That's powerful. To know that
Man,
everything on this earth originated from us. Do you know how much power in the black woman's womb it has to be?
and we can't get past this religion thing because it's been our culture been so whitewashed that they think everything we do is witchcraft and it's not.
Correct. That's from our ancestors. Do you know who we are before
We are
their
spiritual
ancestors
beings.
told us who we are supposed to be? We are star seeds. We are ancestors. If you ever thought about why you feel connected to the moon and the stars, that's because that's what you are. You are a light entity. You have to get in tune with it and connect with it and go past spirit. I tell people all the time. I used to didn't talk about it openly because it's so looked down upon. And I told my dad, and he told me I need to go find Jesus and all of this other stuff. But when you look at a scale of what spirituality is, religion scratches the surface. Spirituality goes so much
Yes.
deeper than that. Spirituality is hearing your ancestors in the wind. Spirituality is the rain coming to you and giving you a sign of where you need to go next in life. We all have all the answers that we seek. We just won't open up our mind to receive them.
Yes.
Chaz,
Literally, well,
I got somebody that agree with you. Like, go ahead.
Look, I just want to say that everything that we have is already everything that we need is already within us. And the sooner people find out that, the better off we'll be because everybody are looking for things outside
side
themselves.
of them, that's correct.
And it
Listen,
all
the
starts with
Bible.
self.
Listen, I tell this when I have a talk with Christians, I be telling them this, and I don't have nothing against the Christian religion. I just want people to think deeper, specifically our people, because like we said earlier, we have been indoctrinated by people who want to keep us down. I tell people this: the Bible teaches you are made in the image of God. You are God's child, right? So if I'm made in the image of God and I'm God's child, what does that mean about my DNA? My DNA has his DNA or her DNA or whoever's DNA you want to say. If your kid is made in the image of you, your child is a piece of you. Essentially, your child is you in another form because your blood is flowing through the blood of that individual. So if I'm made in the image of God, guess who I am? I'm a God. That's what God is within me. I don't have
Yes.
to go to a church to find God. I can
Agree
go in
with
my corner in here
that.
and talk to myself and have found God more than the
I can
pastor who's at
I
the
can do
church.
godly stuff every day.
And that's what
Right.
144,000 come in that you got to know who you are and don't let nobody else tell you who you are. Like we are all chosen, but not until we know that ourselves. Like you can say that, I can say that, but until I actually know that, it won't actually stick. Like
Sick. Right.
I consider myself to be the chosen one, and can't nobody tell me that I'm not because I'm gonna ask them prove me I'm wrong. Like I'm
Right.
not gonna fail because God is within me. When you know God is within you, it is there's no failing. You only learning
There is no
lessons.
failing. You're right. I promise y'all, every single tribulation I've had to this date, I needed. The last tribulation I just had, which wasn't that long ago, I'm not gonna tell y'all what it is because I got people that might be watching and I can't let the world know right now. I'm talking about it one day. The last tribulation that I had, I sit in that situation and I just looked at the walls and I was like, damn, I'm here for a reason. I know I came here for a reason. And because, I was only in this space of life for a very short period of time. I knew I was there for a reason because I've seen it. When I was in that moment, I felt like I was looking at my own biopic because God, the higher power, myself was sending me to this area so that I could grow my mind real quick so I could advance on to the next thing that my life has coming. And we don't look at our bad situations like that. I don't believe in bad situations. There is no bad situation. It could be the worst thing that ever happened to me.
No bad
It was
situation.
only meant for good. If you look at your life and if you look at your whole layout of your life, you can't tell me in a bad situation you didn't ever receive no good from that. It might not have came at that moment, but it came eventually. And it took that bad situation for you to line up to that good thing that was coming.
Yes, and you have to be
Right.
grateful for all, everything that happens because everything is a lesson. And me myself, I could say I'm about to write a book about this. Every heartbreak that I have ever went to have went through has gotten me to the next level. So people
Hey,
think that when
that's
you're
so.
going through things that people are doing you wrong, but they're in your life. These are karmics that come into your life to teach you a lesson. And you know what
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
saying? Once
Yes, ma'am. And
you're gonna keep
sometimes
on, you will meet the same person in a different
person
body
for
until you learn this lesson
every
that you're
single
supposed to
time.
learn.
Every
And
single
and until
time.
you learn this
Every single
lesson,
time.
God will keep breaking your heart until He break it wide open. Until you just just give up and just say, "Hey, I'm just gonna let God pick for me." Like you're gonna
I'm
keep on
surrendering now.
finding the
But
wrong
you know
person
what though?
in the right body. Like it's not gonna
When
work
you
out.
doing that, you're not even doing like when you doing that, because I'm gonna go back on that, how we just talked about, God is within. Shit. It's you who's doing that. Your spirit knows what you need for you to be able to fulfill your purpose and for you to elevate higher in your frequency. You're doing that to yourself and you don't even realize it. You're breaking your own heart because you're not holding yourself accountable to the boundaries that you need to have to get what you actually deserve. It's not even God doing it to you. It's you going through these karmic cycles because you are making a choice to not honor your God body. I stopped having sex last year around May. And I told myself that the next time I had sex with someone, I didn't do it though, y'all. I didn't do it. I broke the cycle and I fucking gotta I had to repeat the lesson and go on forward. But that's just a
We real.
testimony,
The
whatever.
flesh is
but
weak. You know what I'm saying?
but you know
We
what I'm
do
saying?
what we
But
do.
when I broke that and I seen it in a different light. When I had sex, do y'all not know I cried for 2 days after that? Now I'm growing up, I was a little promiscuous now. And I never thought like that. I cried for 2 days straight, for like a week straight though. Like I was in my chest bad about it. I mean bad about it. Because I seen myself in a different light. And that time that I chose to have sex, I knew that I didn't honor my God body. I didn't do something that resonated with the highest frequency within me. Because I repeated a cycle with someone who wasn't meant to have the higher parts of me. And so that's why I get to speaking a lot about being intentional, because when you make intentional choices like that, you won't have those negative feelings and it won't be negative things that come behind that because you're honoring yourself at the highest. I feel like us as a people have to start honoring ourselves at the highest that we can, because when you start honoring yourself at the highest, guess what? It ain't no more single parent homes. It ain't no more my kids in the street. It ain't no more my daughter out here with Jim, Joe, and Johnny. It's not no more that, because we're going to lead the people because they see the results we're getting from honoring ourselves at the highest esteem. You have to wake up every single day and live in your God body. And that's a term I picked up from this dude. What was his thing? He got a YouTube channel. I'm gonna look it up before we get on here, and I'm gonna put it in the comments so y'all can go check him out. But he speaks so much about the God body. So you got your body that you're born into, and then you have your God body. And a lot of us is moving into the body we was born into and not moving in our God body. We're not elevating ourselves up out of it. And until we get up out of living what we've been indoctrinated to live, we're forever going to be behind. Not even just behind the
Right.
race. We're going to be behind just as a spiritual being. And that's how I feel about that.
Hey, I don't think black people like we don't have shit. We don't know what we worship. We don't know our spirituality, right? So we just was told a certain religion that people put on us. But I'm telling you, the black woman, like y'all, the most powerful and most spiritual people in the world.
In the entire universe, not even the world, because it's so much far beyond that in the
Yeah,
entire
because
universe.
when a woman knows her power, like she untouchable. But a woman's power is her calmness. This is what a lot of women don't understand. Like the more calmness that we can, put out in the world is gonna show back. Like, but a lot of people are they're living off of emotions and ego that
Well,
nobody
see,
wants to take time and
and
feel.
we can live off of emotion, but we got to live off the right emotion. I said this the other day. We all got to learn how to start living out of love.
Yeah, love is the highest frequency you can emit,
Love
and
is the highest frequency
love
you
is
can
the only
emit, and
way up out of here.
when you emit love, you heal everything. That's how I grew my
Yeah,
plants. I
we are
planted my
all
seeds, and
healers.
every day I loved on them. I took them. I watered them. I took them outside, brought them inside when it was getting a little cool. I talked to them damn seeds and everything, and they started growing. I tried to do some plants last year, and boy, them bitches died quick as fuck. But this year I chose to love them because I had a deeper connection with them this year. And then that shit started coming it started coming before me. And I really seen and I was just in a real good space. Like I wasn't stressing. And it was like shit, when I attune myself to love, shit just be working out for me.
Yeah, it good.
It
It's
might
good
be
to have something growing around you at all times. It's
right.
and
I
plants
got plants
are
in my
very
house. I,
important.
I started telling people, you want to know who you getting in a relationship, judge a bitch by her house plants. If them motherfuckers is dying, you might want to run away from her.
Oh
You
Because
Lord.
if
want to
she
know
can't
people by their fruit too.
And
You
keeping
know,
flowers, that's how you
good
can
people
tell somebody's
they bear good
spirituality.
fruit.
right, listen, because if a girl got a house plant, that motherfucker dying, that means she is not a nurturer, she's not loving, she's not none of the things she needs to be as a woman. Because if she can't even keep a damn plant alive, how is she gonna keep the relationship and you alive? How is she gonna nurture you and speak life into you and she can't even keep a damn plant alive? She gotta water once a week.
But don't forget now, it's all about growing too.
Yeah, you
Like,
got to meet people where they at. Like everybody is at a different place in their journey, and something that we all expect everybody to be ready. But sometimes you got to meet a
We don't,
person
but
where
listen,
they at.
you know what? I'm gonna tell you something about that too. Most of the time, if you meet someone who's not ready, that means you're not ready too because you're attracting that energy.
Yeah,
Mm.
you're attracting the same
yeah.
energy that coming to
And
you.
maybe
You're
you
on
should
that
take it. And I'm
vibration.
not saying that's not the girl you ever gonna be with, but maybe you should take a step back and see where you need to grow in your journey as well before you embark on taking on a journey with someone else.
Yeah, you attract the energy that come into your life. Definitely, I definitely can agree with that.
So check this out, Chad. Gonna have
Okay.
all of us going to buy 4 plants tomorrow. But look,
Hey, listen. Before
um,
you say that, I'm gonna say this. For if I got any men listening, I like flowers and that's cool, but why pick something that's gonna die? If you want to impress me, give me a house plant. There you go. Tell me what you
Get
gotta
you
say.
a what now?
A
a
house
house
plant,
plant,
a plant
Like
that I can
aloe
keep
vera.
alive because the flowers are gonna die eventually. If you give me something, think about how, like, if a man
What
got a
about? Hey,
woman,
listen. Let me ask you a question, Chad. Would you be impressed or blown away by a guy who bought you some seeds to grow in your garden?
yeah, I would love that. I would absolutely love that. But I like house plants too, though.
Like
Yeah,
aloe.
I want to see my flowers because they raise
Yeah,
my
I got some
vibration.
aloe in there. And listen, I take my aloe off and I put it in the freezer and take it out and just rub it on my face and stuff
Nah,
like
that
that.
ain't
It helps
here.
with the
I'm gonna go to the
collagen and shit
next
in your
one.
face and all that good stuff. But I do aloe. I got a peace lily. I got two aloe plants and I have a snake plant because snake plants purify the air. Peace lilies do too. But I'm really into like house plants and air purification. I like that. So go ahead with your question, Tate. I'm sorry that you were rudely interrupting.
Y'all always do me. Anyway, but nah, just go back to your flower thing though. I done bought flowers plenty of times, but yeah, I automatically know they're gonna die because you cutting the stem off top. Like you don't have
Right.
to, they don't
And
have
they're
no root.
beautiful because I occasionally buy flowers to put on my little centerpiece on my coffee table because it's beautiful and it adds something nice to the room. And I'm not saying I don't ever want flowers. You know, sometimes I do want flowers, but you know what I'm saying.
Hey,
They
why y'all
eventually
don't look at
die.
just flowers? About it's not about what you really want when you get flowers. It's about that gesture.
No, I love it. I love when a man buy me
I
flowers.
think that's
I
what
am not
I
tripping
think
on
that's
it.
what women
That's a
think
great
about when they
gesture.
get the flowers.
You say what,
Yeah,
Tate?
I love that.
I
If a
think
man,
that's what they think about when they get the flowers. It's just because most women, just
No,
like
she
Chaz,
just said like they keep saying, "Well, I don't like flowers. What it's got to be like
no,
why is it just not? You like the gesture, not what it is, just the
I'm not
gesture."
saying completely that I don't like flowers. I do like flowers. I love flowers. But I'm just if I have a man that's now think about it like this. All right. Every time a man thinks that he wants to give you something nice and show his love for you, he gets you flowers, right? Okay, that's cool. You keep them on your centerpiece for a week, boom, you throw them out. Now think about how full your house would be if every time that man got you a house plant to put in your house. Think about how many fucking house plants you would have in the home, and that is a show of your love that you get to look at every single day.
I get that, but hey, that's gonna take a man who's really in tune, like
yeah,
with
that's what I
what
was
you're
just finna
in
say.
tune with,
I
like
mean,
for real.
or it's going to take a man just listening to his woman. If I said, "Hey, baby, I really love these flowers, but I also like houseplants because I can keep them forever and I can watch them grow and we can watch them grow together," as something that signifies our love. So if you get me flowers, I love them, but I'm also letting you know that I really love houseplants too. Now think about when the man changes and start getting the houseplants. Think about down the line, 5, 10 years, how much love is going to be seen on a daily basis as a reminder. This man loves me so much. He buys me a plant every time he thinks about how much he loves me, and I got all these fucking plants now.
Yeah, that comes from a man listening to his woman. Like you should know what type of woman you got.
Yeah,
If she
it's
like
not
flowers,
saying that
then
I
you buy
don't like
flowers.
them. I love them, but if you told me you like red shit and I keep buying you blue shit because it might be something you might want a new pair of shoes and they had a red pair and a blue pair, but I brought the blue pair and you would like it was blue. The favorite color was red. You might want to fuck it. Like, let me see what that was. It just goes off of listening. Now, don't get me wrong. I love flowers. I like flowers to be delivered to me and everything, but I also love plants too because I can keep them for a lot longer and they never them. My grandma is 89. She prefers dead or have dead flowers to wash them. I think that's
I
beautiful.
was just looking at it. She's a real nurturer because she got to bring them back.
Right,
Right,
right.
but I'm saying I
I'm not
wonder
like
what
that,
type.
but when he
I
knows your
wonder
love
what was her
language, he knows
thought
your
pro.
likes and dislikes.
I wonder what was her thought process on that. It had to be some type of superstitious shit that was
Talking about the
happening to black
flowers.
women back then. Yeah, what she said.
Yeah, that's I don't know.
It
That
might
had to
not
be something taught to you
be
or
no,
something
it
you
might not,
Yeah,
read
that
or
was
like.
it
some
might
type of
not be
superstitious shit
her superstition.
our ancestors was doing though.
It,
That
but
came from
it could
somewhere.
have just
Yeah,
been
that had to
like,
come from
listen,
somewhere.
hey, let me tell y'all who they bring over here. Well, who they brought over here, who they, whatever y'all believe is the theory of how people got here. Who do they have working the land and growing their crops?
Slave.
Black people. You know why they
Yeah.
have black people doing that? Black people. You know why they have black people doing that? Because black people are natural growers and nurturers. It is in your blood.
Right.
Yeah,
So
that
why not
that's
Agree
get the
with that.
best people to
hey,
do it?
that's understood on this channel.
He talking about
We
the
know
half
our
dead and the dead.
Well, I
Like
understand
what
that.
that what
So listen, but I mean, not out of what you would think of witchcraft or whatever it is. Out of what you would think of witchcraft or whatever it is, maybe
listen
that's
on
her checking
Chaz.
on
Hold
her
on, let me stop you
abilities.
right there. Let me hold on, Chaz, for a second. The word witchcraft has only been frowned upon in Western culture.
Yeah, I know
Right.
it is, but I'm saying though,
Like
but I'm just putting
witchcraft
that
used to
out
be
there
a
for the
real.
people who might be narrow minded.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm
You
telling
know,
you. That shit, like
what's
what
wrong,
they
baby?
consider and labeled as witchcraft, like think about it. I mean, the shit that this westernized culture label as bad, you always need to question it because westernized culture has an agenda. Like it ain't they don't want people to think freely. So back like if you go research like witchcraft, the name they put on it, voodoo used to be called voodoo, okay? And all women used to practice it and they was in tune with the sun, the earth, the land, the trees, and it was a good thing that women
Right,
practiced.
that's true.
Over the
Hey,
years,
but you want me?
Western culture like demonized and
Which
turned it
you want
into
me to tell you something
voodoo
so
who
they can
put
bring
fear
in these
into
big.
people. Yeah, hold on. They put that like Western culture put fear into people over like really spiritual and manifesting women.
Here, you can chew this.
Now go ahead, Chaz. The floor is yours.
So I'm telling you to read. Yeah, I'm sure you can go lay down now, baby. So they did that because it brought in the need for pharmaceuticals. You know, back in the day, people who did witchcraft were known as medicine women. They were the doctors. They were the people who cured people through natural things like plants and herbs and oils and stuff like that. Now, when you brought in Western civilization, then you have the man trying to take over, and he wanted those things to be looked at as bad, so people would have to come to him to seek for his care, so he can make up your thing back on, so he can make up, his pills and concoctions and stuff like that. So now I gotta deem what they've been doing all their life is bad, so that people will bow away from that and come tap into what I'm trying to do. That's how they were. People who were considered witchcraft and stuff like that, witches and whatever else, they were nothing but medicine women. They were the healers.
And that is what they
That's
used
all
to
that.
call them, the medicine women. They did used to call them that too.
Medicine women.
Yep.
Let me get done with this.
I'll
But
read
I
this
think
chat.
stuff like that be a whole agenda just to get you away from
Yeah, but I'm saying,
your original
Tate, answer
roots.
this question right here. What did we worship, Tate? We don't know. Like
Okay.
like all we know is like what they pushed up on us. You know what I'm saying? That's what
Right,
history says. Like
right.
what did we really worship? What really mattered to us? And
I'm, I, me,
I think it's the universe, dog. Like
yeah, that's what I was
saying
gonna
the
say. I think
universe
it
and
go
no
back to what she was saying earlier. I think we worship the earth, like
Their earth.
itself.
We worship the
like
sun.
the un
You know
The
the sun.
everything.
sun, the
They
wind,
tell
the
you sun
rain.
gazing. They tell you sun gazing is harmful to you. Do you know if you go out and you sun gaze, it actually opens up your pineal gland. I don't mean when it's like it is brightest, but if you go out and you sun gaze in the evening when the sun is setting and it's got the lowest rays coming out, it actually opens up your pineal gland, which is
Okay,
your
Chaz,
third
listen.
eye.
Go outside sometimes and just look in the sky and look at the shit that they trying to do to block the sun. The sun is killing everybody else on Earth, but black people.
Hmm.
Those are facts.
Yeah.
Like, so you ever heard of chemtrails?
Yeah.
So, like in my area, and anybody that live in Starkville, y'all can probably attest to this. Do y'all not see these little I don't know what kind of planes you call them because they really not planes, but they make fake clouds.
I saw those.
They've
What
I
did
been
saw.
they've been around for years. Like that,
Yeah.
like they,
what did Chad say about sun gazing?
go ahead, Chad. Go ahead. Ant just got back on.
If you go out and you sun gaze, not in the middle of the day when the sun is brightest, although I have done it then, but it's just hard to do it then. If you go out and you sun gaze, like in the evening when the sun is setting and it's low, but you can still see it, it opens up your pineal gland
Man,
and it
why this
essentially
girl won't
charges
believe?
you.
Why this lady didn't believe me when I told her that? Like they teach us that it's not healthy to do that, but it is.
Just like they teach you that you need to drink cow's milk to get vitamin D, but you can go out in the sun and get it.
Right.
Yeah, only certain groups of people can, Chaz. You gotta understand that.
Well, I understand that,
Right.
but I'm saying for us, who are we talking to right now? I'm saying for us.
Yeah, we talking to us. Yeah, you right. You right.
V. Scott said, "Here in America, we are the lost tribe. Therefore, we have no religion nor history. Only what we
Yeah,
Exactly.
were told.
it's all been
And I said
hidden
that the
from
other
us.
day.
It's all been hidden from us.
So we
They
people
brought people
do a
in.
lot and
They
have many. Yeah, that's facts.
listen. They brought people in to be the face of the American Indians to replace who were the real American Indians, so they could confuse us. Then they told us a story that we were came over here on slave ships, and then we went from being Negroes to colored people to African Americans to black people. Like I said the other day, if you keep changing the name, you don't know where you come from. Why are we the only race that has had our name changed so many times? You know
Answer
why?
it.
Because they don't want us to know where we are from and who we are. Because when you do
Yeah,
that, you
of
unlack the
course.
power.
Answer
Right.
this though. Why is America the only one that put black on anything? Like when you see a black Australian, guess what he is? Australian. You
Right.
see a black
And have y'all
European.
heard of the
Huh?
Aboriginals in
That's to
Australia?
demonize us, Tate, to make us feel like we lesser than.
Yeah, cause we
Feel
the
me?
only ones that do that, bro.
Because
Like real,
listen, how
and
many
they
racist people you ever heard say, "Get out of our country, go back to your country"? Bro, we don't have a country. We occupied the earth. We occupied the earth thousands of years prior to any other civilization, dog.
and this is crazy. I just noticed that out the blue one day. It's like, damn, we don't never say black this black. We don't say black Australian. We don't
No,
say
you don't.
black. Like,
European.
yeah, we don't say that. We just say European. I mean, these even white people over here, they
Hey,
don't say
Chaz,
black.
listen though, it's so like you're so like your story is so dynamic. Like you was on both sides of the fence, right? So why
Right.
do you think the people on the white side of your
Here,
family
baby. Put this.
was racist? Was that shit learned behavior or was it taught? Or a little bit of both or what? Like
I mean, it was both because people learned what the people taught them.
so do you think just like your grandparents and people on that side of your family was just taught that shit from generations back in the past?
Yeah. Do I think they were
So
taught it from generations back in the past? Yes.
think it was passed down just like the same. So I mean, it
That go
makes
back to that.
sense. No, I'm saying it makes sense why racism still exists to this day, bro.
That go
Look,
back to the old saying they used to say. I think fat. Now I heard this years ago. Now look, if you put every race of little kids, now these little kids don't know nothing about nothing. If you put them in a room, they gonna all sit there and play with each other with no
they gonna
problem. They ain't
love
gonna
each. They
notice.
ain't just gonna play with each other. They gonna love each other, bro.
Yeah, they gonna love each other. All that. It's until they get to the age where things are being instilled in them, whether it's from
Yeah,
family or it's from
yep,
society,
Right.
that they start noticing the
yep,
difference.
yep.
They start noticing, hey, I'm black, I'm this color, he that color. She like other than before it get put in them, they don't know. They gonna love on each other, play with each other, do everything.
But I'm so glad, like shit ain't where it used to be, dog.
No,
Like,
I most definitely believe it's not what
like
it used to be.
some of my
No, it's
best,
not where it used to be.
yeah, some of my best friends are some of the most like I got people that I love in my life that are white.
You know, I just shared a picture with one of them on there that me and you fool with for years. I just shared that picture the other day when we was in front of kids,
Like,
Chris.
I can tell a story though where it we can have hope. It's a story like we can have hope, and this was fucking 20 years ago, dog. Maybe more than that. You know, I was in junior high. Okay, it was a certain individual like me. You know how tight me and Lance is, right?
Right,
Lance Freeman.
right.
Anybody that's my peer know how tight me and Lance was. And Lance was a Lance was a white boy. He's a Lebanese and Italian. That's his bloodline. So he ain't the traditional Southern. white boy. You feel me? Who kind of he went brought up on the principles of a Southern white boy, right? So Lance moved to Starville. His dad was a football coach at Mississippi State when I think we was in the 7th grade, right? So we became best of friends. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my dog. Still to this day. I was in his wedding, all that type of shit. But it became a situation to where it was a school administrator, bro, who came to Lance and pulled him into the office and they was like, you shouldn't be hanging out with him. Now we both big time athletes. Like we both the shit. Like we both doing our thing. That's my brother. We hang out every day. You feel me? But we had a administrator in the school district that pulled Lance into his office and said, "Hey, you don't need to be hanging out with him based on what my brother had and got in trouble for, dog." Right? This was a very, very prominent person in the community. Was a black man. This was a black man telling my white friend that he shouldn't be hanging around me because of, my brother got incarcerated for some shit. You know what I'm saying? That ain't had nothing to do with me. But this educator, this person in the school system, called Lance in the office and told him, "Hey man, you need to quit hanging around him, this and that about him, blah, blah, blah." And you know what happened? It backfired on him. Lance got pissed. Lance told his parents. My parents found out about it. Like, his parents took up for me because they knew the type of person that I was. Like, we real deal friends. You know what I'm saying? And like, I could talk about this shit to this day because we actually, like, me and Lance broke barriers within our peers and age group that we let black people and white people understand in the dirty South that it was okay for y'all to love each other. So that was just my little testimony. Y'all go ahead. I'm back on mute. I know Land
No,
might be watching, bro. You my
it's
dog.
actually like that with a lot of people. But the only thing about it is people just be worried about what the next person thinks. Like
Everybody ain't on racism, but I mean
exactly.
racism is big in
But
our country.
it's
But
around everybody.
that
I heard
refreshed me.
I heard I wanna say I think it was Samuel Jackson. I don't know if I agree with it. I don't know if I don't. But I heard him say one day, racism will never die because people will never stop talking about it. Whenever they stop talking about it, it'll die
Tate,
down.
it ain't about people talking about it. It'll never die because it make money. Now think about that.
That's correct. It
Yeah,
does.
yeah,
And you know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Because you know what? Like even now I'm not saying that there's not racial injustice in the police force or whatever, because there definitely is. But
It most definitely is.
uh yeah, it most definitely.
Hey, that's a topic we gotta touch on, like for real,
But
for real.
listen though, a white cop can kill a white man and it'll never make headlines.
No,
A white
ever.
cop kill a black man and it's gonna
Hey,
make
no.
headlines because it's
Like, you
third
gotta
degree.
put some context to it, Chaz. Like, if a white cop kill a white man in the circumstances that they kill black men, it would be
No,
talked
no,
about.
I'm not saying it. But if you don't think it's some cops that have killed white people that they shouldn't have too,
Yeah, but
then you would be naive to the fact. But I'm saying they're not
it's
gonna
not
put
that
that
vague
in the
though.
headline.
It like
But
what we be
it's
complaining
not
about.
that vague,
Like,
but it's an example though.
yeah, if a
It's an
white cop
example of
walked
how
up to a car,
racism makes money.
yes, that's true. I
Yeah.
understand, but you gotta look at
That's all I'm
context.
saying. I was just giving no, I'm not saying it's not like that. I'm just giving an example of how racism makes money and they're gonna push that because you're gonna pick up people are gonna put this says a white cop killed a black man before they pick up a paper that says a white cop
Yeah.
unjustly killed a white man.
That's
They're
true.
not gonna
That's
even
It's not
true.
read
in
that.
the
So
I
news.
I'm
agree.
just I'm just giving an
But
example on how it makes money. I'm not saying that,
Yeah.
yeah, you're
whatever
right.
you're saying.
You're right.
I'm
You're
just
right.
giving an example of how it makes money.
It make tons of money. That was my initial point. And then like religion makes tons of money.
Plenty.
Um, division makes tons of money. Fear
Plenty.
makes tons of
Mm-hmm.
money, and uncertainty makes tons of money. And single mother households make tons of money
Mm-hmm.
I
because,
need you to clarify
like,
that one. I mean,
single
I
mother
kind of think I
households,
know what you're saying, but I need you to clarify what you mean when you say that.
man, they funnel our little boys through the prison system to make money. Man, you
Okay,
don't
okay.
be
Now I get that. I get you with that. I get
like,
you. I get
like they listen. The government willing to look. The government willing to let homeless people sleep on the streets, bro. But they'll pay
you.
a
Right,
woman to not just any woman, a black woman, to keep the man out of her household, right? We're gonna give you
right.
this, we're gonna give you that,
Correct.
we're gonna
Yeah.
give you the other. But we got one stipulation on this shit. Only one. You ain't got no we your baby daddy, right?
I feel you. I feel you on that.
Don't
I
have
feel you.
no man in the household. So uh, uh like the music, the social media, all that shit going hand in hand with single mothers because like 9 times out of 10, if you ain't privileged enough, like you gonna have to work extra hard and you ain't gonna be able to like be around and mother your children like you should be being a single mom, right? Right or wrong. So
That's
You
they
right.
gonna
correct.
be they gonna be subjected to a lot of other shit. So if you keep putting people in these type of conditions, right, where it's no man in the household, nobody leading, like the woman trying to really make best on what she can do, because really the government then kick the man out. I'm your baby daddy. So don't you think sooner or later the government gonna want some say so on their kid because they feel like that's their kid. They raised him, they fed him, they housed him. Now
Right.
what he got to do for them? Go to prison and make them money.
And I can agree. I mean, and when you say make money, a lot of people on here don't know what you mean. But I'm gonna break it down to you. I can't say about every state, but I'm gonna tell you one incident that
The
Mississippi.
no, tell us about the United States.
Okay, I get that. They make money. They guaranteed making money off of it. Like the government actually give them money, and they not even doing the stuff they supposed to do with the money.
They get a certain listen. They if they don't feel a certain amount of inmate within them private prison,
Yeah,
they don't get as much funding as
yeah,
they would
I
get.
know, I know. And
And
see,
then guess
it
what?
was
Hold on.
even
Let me
it,
let me run through this. I'm just to let everybody know the shit that was going on with Parchment and the shit that's been going on with the penitentiaries in the state of Mississippi is that um these people subcontract everything that go on in the prison system to themselves or to a friend of theirs. So
yep,
me, I got an 80 to $100 million contract to serve food to these prisoners.
yep.
All right. Well, look at the food them people was eating. Man, them people was probably profiting not if it was $100 million contract, which I saw records of, they was profiting 99 million of it because
Boy,
they were feeding the inmates shit.
not nothing, nothing.
But look at the politics side of it, Tate.
But I mean,
Like
even judges got money in private prison. Dentists got money
everybody
in
get
private
money
prison. Doctors got
from
money.
sending our black boys to prison, bro.
Yeah, and that's why they do it. I mean, just for the sake of saying we gonna throw one or two to the wolves, they done busted a few on for doing it. A few judges, they done bust. That's just for saying we just gonna throw a few to the wolves. You a scapegoat for it. But they still doing that to this day, bro. Like Mississippi got some places they call private facilities. They got
Hey,
places they call
hey,
regional facilities.
did you watch Surviving Parchment? That's what I call it. What was
I
it?
was there. I ain't gotta watch it, but I
I
saw.
know that. I'm saying, did you watch the? I wanted to ask you a question, bro.
Go
You
ahead.
was there, But did it really depict the conditions that was going on in that motherfucker? From you know what I'm saying? What they predict, what they put out on the damn documentary.
It predict it some, but it's worse. Believe me, it's a lot
That's
worse.
what my question was. Was it worse than what they even
Yeah,
showed?
it's worse. Like they actually picked some people who was actually honest. Like I thought the documentary was just gonna be about y'all done pick these old bootlickers to say something and all that.
Hey,
But
Tate, don't go too far in that because that's gonna be a topic. Like that was a hot topic, like
but
surviving part.
okay, well to answer that, yeah, it's worse than what they seen. It's worse than what they seen. And to be honest, that's like when the stuff happened and it went across social media everywhere, bro. That been going on. When I say it been going on, that been going on.
Hey, but don't you realize that place was built to torture slaves?
Yeah, yeah.
Like it
I
was
mean,
the
they used to
governor
have
of
little kids
Mississippi.
locked up down there.
Listen though, when they freed slaves, bro, the governor of Mississippi wanted a place for slaves that got out of line, dog. And they built parts of Mississippi. And that motherfucker still standing to this day. That's like Mississippi has always been the last state for everything, dog. For
Yeah.
the like
I mean,
the
they always
federal
said
government,
Mississippi was
listen,
like
the
10 years
federal
behind.
government literally has had to take the state of Mississippi to court for women's rights, equal rights, to abolish slavery, like all these different shit that the change, like Mississippi had to be sued to change it, dog.
Yeah, yeah. And they being sued now because of that. But the crazy part about that whole lawsuit, and I ain't figured this out yet. I'm not knocking them for putting light on it. I'm not knocking them for trying to make them make some changes. I'm with it. But about that whole lawsuit, fact, ain't number 29 people in it. It might have made it to 36 or something by now.
Yeah,
But
it's
it wasn't
30
number like,
something what I saw.
yeah.
But they were saying that they was gonna add more people as they got like they was blocking them people out, dog, from really getting to a lot of people.
Oh
Okay?
yeah. Oh yeah.
So
When I
the
said that's
lawsuit
why I
only gonna
said
grow and get bigger as time go on,
that's why I said when I seen that's why I said before I watched the documentary, I wanted to see how many basically Uncle Tom's you was finna
But
have on here.
Tate, what I didn't like about that shit is that was like Rock Nation was like they ain't want no monetary they ain't want no money. They just wanted conditions to be improved. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Pay these men that been through that. Man, that shit probably worse than war.
I mean,
Like
some people look at it like,
compensate these men that y'all subjected them to.
yeah,
Like
and see the thing is, they did it in there. They should have been talking to people that went through it that were out that's owed something. Like it's some of them guys that went through a lot, and they mind is fucked up out here on these streets
Tate,
right now.
nobody who was locked up down there feel comfortable about talking what they saw, about what they saw or what they went through. I know several people, bro.
Right. And it's
They
like
fucked up.
that shit is like it's basically like when you leave a certain place, like everybody don't go through parties. Everybody ain't gonna say they went through parties. If they do, they lying. Everybody
Man,
don't
we
go
gotta
through.
talk about this again, dog.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm telling you, it's certain places down there, and I can even take it. I can even swing it back around to what we was just talking about race and about blacks and how they look at each other and how they support each other and how they look at the next one, bro. Parchment is on one of the only prisons in the state of Mississippi to where a white man feel like he is the lesser.
Hey,
But
you know what I want to do? Hold on, Tate. I want to do a show with anybody who ever been incarcerated. Come on here and tell your story in the state of
hey,
Mississippi.
I'm
Come on
glad
here
you
and tell
said
your
that because
story, dog.
part of the time I was gone tonight, I was talking to Bar Bill, and he want to come and tell his story. He want to come on and just talk, and that's a story to be heard too. So when I say that's progression, fact, that's some progression he did, like way a
Man,
lot.
it's all good. Like, for real. But we gotta touch on that subject. Like, I wanna hear from like men who been incarcerated in the state of Mississippi. Like, come on and tell your story, bro. Like, for real. We need
And
to
they
highlight
have
this
something
shit.
to tell. I
Like,
promise
we
they most
never had a
definitely
media
gonna tell.
take. We've never had a media outlet that can highlight what y'all been through, dog.
And
And
see,
like we brought on last night we brought on a candidate to run for out Tipper House County Sheriff.
right.
Who's to say we can't bring on a state representative or somebody like we need to develop influence where we got a bunch of like-minded people and we won't change, dog.
And I ain't gonna even lie. The new commissioner they got, it wouldn't surprise me if he'll come on here. Like, I ain't gonna say he ain't one of them, one of those type. He act like he's not, but I don't know. I don't want
Well,
to say no
come on
stereotype.
here and answer the tough questions.
But I
And
think he'll
hey,
actually
hold
do it.
on. Listen, is he an elected official?
Nah, the
Well, we don't need him
the
on because
legislators and stuff put him in. They vote
yeah.
him in.
Well, we
They
don't
had
need him
50. They
on.
had 51 candidates, and they picked him out of
We don't
51
need him
candidates.
on. We need him out.
And the crazy part is about him getting
We
elected
need
next.
him out. We don't need him on. We need him out.
Yeah, well, he don't get elected. They the
We
legislators put him
need
in.
whoever going against him on.
At this point in time, I'm gonna be honest with you, just 100% honest.
Okay, hold on. Let me backtrack a little bit. Okay, are you talking about the dude that used to run Angola?
Exactly,
Okay, well, they just hired him. He ain't been.
exactly.
How long he been in there?
Probably about 2 to 3 years.
All right. Well, he a big old Bible thumper.
He is. He most definitely. He most definitely is.
So
That's what I was finna tell you. Out of 51 candidates, he's the only candidate that had previous charges against him about using inmates to profit for himself in Louisiana. But guess what? He's the one candidate they chose out of the 51.
yeah, because he part of the system. You know what I'm saying? That ain't no change.
But I can say this: a lot of people that put him in there, I think now they kind of want him out because he's making them actually spend some of the money that they get.
Hey, we gotta talk about this too, dog. How y'all feel about John when he came out? How y'all feel about the points he
Ooh, can
talked
I
about?
say something? Because I've been holding something in.
Go ahead.
I did not like when he made the statement about men's with dreads.
I ain't like
Like
a
I
that's
couple.
didn't
I
either
ain't
that's
know
like.
that's
Hold
shit.
on. That's why I had to bring this shit up because hey, this a podcast. Like I brought you on here to pitch your campaign to the people, right? So
right.
we also gotta critique you. We also gotta go over and ask the people what they like and what they didn't like.
I
That's
didn't
only
want to be
fair.
the one that just come out and be like
No,
that.
fuck that. Like that's only fair.
Cause I mean,
So
I know, I'm gonna say some blunt shit,
listen, Tate,
and
it was some shit that
that one
like
that just throw me for a
listen
loop.
that
Yeah.
like you bring candidates on to let them speak for themselves, dog, right? It was some questions that he wanted to dance around. It was some topics that he didn't even want to be attached to, right? That's
It was some
cool.
top he did
Like that's
dance around.
cool. But focus on what he was talking about.
Can I
Now,
still say what I gotta say? Because
go
you didn't
ahead,
let me
Chad.
go elaborate.
Go
So
ahead.
when he said that to me, that just goes to furthermore show like you part of the people if you stereotyping your
You
own people by
stereotype
dread
your own.
because wearing
What?
dreads is not always a sign of you're in the streets and stuff. You know, Rastafarians, and that's one of the most peaceful people you can meet. That's
Right.
part of
Of
their
course.
religion
Exactly.
is to grow
Yeah.
their hair for their power. So you're
Exactly.
saying he said you need to get these dreads out. You don't have to have them clean yourself up. That's not dirty.
I'm
That's
so glad that somebody else called it. I didn't want to say
I
nothing.
did. That threw me for a
It
loop. I
so
had to
it threw
sit
me
on
like
it. I
hell.
swear to God, I thought about that shit for
I ain't
two
gonna
days
lie. I ain't
straight.
gonna lie. Zay, he had my vote until he said that.
When he said that, he had my vote until he said that. And even though I ain't down
Listen,
there with y'all, when he
listen
said
though,
that
and
though,
listen.
He
It
threw
it
me.
wasn't.
killed it for me.
It wasn't that we brought him on a podcast to like we're a media source right now, right?
Right.
So we want people to make the best decision that they feel like they're gonna make for themselves. So we didn't ask no questions that was out of order. We didn't ask no personal questions, right?
Right.
So whatever you got from that, that's why you bring a person on.
Right.
You either gonna
Well,
like them
that
or
costed
you're
him my
not
vote.
gonna like them, right?
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna
But
tell you what Chick said, and it's kind of right in the comments. She said,
but
"I
it
think
was
he."
some shit though. Look, I gotta be open and biased. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna speak on a lot of shit, but I'm gonna definitely speak on what's real.
Right.
And I like I like some shit he said, and I didn't like a couple of points that like some examples that he used. I ain't like that, but y'all don't let that get in the way of like the real issues. And if you feel like this man can really tackle the issues, don't let your personal feelings on one particular thing like
And
sway the
I
bigger picture.
understand that, but when you say stuff like that, you're being insensitive to like
That's
that's your
true. That Chaz,
insensitivity. Show
listen. I'm
you
a
could
black
be
man
speaking to
living
get
in
the vote
America,
and not
and
actually tackle the issues.
listen, I'm a black man living in America in Starkville, Mississippi, and if you've never been a black man living in Starkville, Mississippi, you can't like on. It's hard to sympathize with us, and I was trying to get to points to where like are you willing to sympathize with the black men around here instead of us being a target?
He's not gonna say that on nothing that he
No,
is
no,
that.
no. But I'm asking questions, Tate, that will give me a sense of the direction of or his mindset on if you're gonna I don't have to ask him that directly, Tate. I can ask him another question, and that'll let me know whether he gonna like the roadblock question or the community question. Like, are y'all gonna be human beings? Like, you know how many times I've been stopped by police, bro, in my life? Hundreds. And
Right.
that shouldn't be. But you know how many times I had to tell them, like, hey, keep the human element in this thing, man. You ain't no robot now. Like, whatever we go, like this situation, we can be human about it, right?
Right.
You don't always have to be by the book by shit, bro. I don't care what profession you in. Hey, do you always go by the book by when you building or whatever you doing? Do you always go by the book?
Of course not.
All
Don't
right, when you
think
cooking,
nobody really go
hold
by.
on. When you cooking, do you always go by the directions that
I
you
never,
put your own flavor on it,
I never
right?
go by the
I never go by the directions.
All right, so our law enforcement officers, when y'all come in contact with the general public and the people in the community, y'all got to think like that.
But see, I think that goes back to what we were talking about when we asked him certain questions about.
But no, he did like as a candidate for what he a candidate for. Tate, he stuck his neck out there on certain shit, and you got to give him credit for that too now.
Yeah, he
And
did.
we're gonna
I
talk
can
about
agree
what
with
he
that.
didn't like.
I
He
get
did stick his neck out there as a like. You got to understand politics.
I get that, but what
Like it was certain questions, Tate, that he he shouldn't have like dodging a question about certain shit. Yeah, I get it being in politics, but it was certain shit he took head on too now.
yeah, I ain't saying he
You
didn't.
know,
But
So no,
what I'm
I'm not
trying to
saying
say,
you
hold
saying
on,
didn't, but
Dad.
we
Hold on,
still need to
Dad.
give him
Damn,
credit
wait,
for that.
hell.
let my man talk. Shit.
See, I'm being nice. I'm being nice, y'all.
Hold
See,
on. Nah, you not doing enough. You not pushing through. Push through now. Go on ahead,
what?
say. Say what you gotta say.
And I'm gonna say what Chick said. Chick said, I think he was scared to ruffle feathers. I wanted him on focus on what he would do for our people. He didn't do that, in my opinion. That's
But
what Chick
hey,
said.
listen though, a
I'm
lot of
gonna
our
tell you this.
questions
This
what
is my opinion. This is me. This me.
Tate, hold
You
on, but
didn't wait.
hey,
Now let me
incorporate this
finish.
in your opinion. Incorporate this.
That was what Chick
We
said. That
what
was
hold
me. I'm
on,
being
Tate.
dumb.
We wasn't asking questions for all people. We was asking questions about us.
That's what she just said. That's what I just told you. She
I'm
said
saying that's
our
tough
people.
now. That's tough now.
Oh my god.
Now, what's your opinion, say?
Go
Okay,
ahead.
this is my opinion. He didn't
Tate,
speak
I
enough.
know you ain't said
Uh,
no, oh my
Yeah.
God. Many times you done
Look,
cut me off on this
listen.
goddamn. Let
Let that
argue
I
man
for me.
share his
ain't saying shit.
opinion.
I'm being
I'm
nice
being the
tonight.
referee right
I'm
now.
being nice tonight. I'm being nice. Look,
Look on the screen, Chad.
man, I'm nobody paying her no attention. Marcy, no.
Look, go ahead. We gonna be fair. Say your damn opinion. Get out there so we can move on to the
Okay,
next.
this is my thing. He didn't speak
Okay,
enough
go.
police training. He talked about police from here and putting them there and all that. police training, I'm gonna tell you something. Half of the white police on any police force, not just Starville, half of the white police on any police force, if not more than half, are scared of black people, period. So
Yeah.
when you come on the scene
Pretty
and you
much.
see it's a black person, your fear kicks in.
You
That is why,
automatically in defense.
But
huh?
they train them motherfuckers how to deal with black people. Tate.
Okay, you telling me one thing. You can train me whatever in the academy. But me growing up in life and I fear black people,
And
that
I
don't
told
outweigh what the
listen,
hell you taught me in the academy.
listen, man, it's
So you
my
need to
job.
focus on that a little more.
Tate, it's my job to give a little pushback, dog. I'm not always arguing with you, bro. You know
Well,
what I'm
push
saying?
then. Push day.
No, no, no.
You ain't gonna get me out there tonight now.
No, no,
You ain't gonna
no.
get me out there.
No, Tate, I'm in agreement with you. Like, bro, I'm gonna rely on your expertise in certain situations, dog. Right? You done been through the system, Tate. I ain't never been to prison, right?
Right.
I done been in the court system. I done been charged with shit, but I ain't never been to prison. So don't never think I ain't gonna take your expertise over some shit that you done been through, bro. That I ain't been through. You the expert on it. Now
Right.
I'm a ask you questions, and I want you know what I'm saying. I'm looking for. I'm trying to learn.
I mean, I could have asked some questions about the county jail living circumstances, but I ain't been in there in so long. I can't say if it's still like this.
But I
So
don't.
I didn't do that.
We didn't want that to be this platform to be like well. Tough ass question, but I didn't want no shit to just be out of bounds that put them on the spot that politically, like
Like,
you don't want to get involved in.
like what he gonna do?
And see, that's my thing.
No, you want to ask him what he gonna do.
That's my
That's
thing.
important.
Like, that's my
But
thing.
you don't
You
want to get
shouldn't
into
shy
like
away from questions
personal
for somebody
beliefs
that
and all
I
that old type of shit right there.
That's
y'all tell me if I'm wrong
easy.
on here. Now, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I don't feel like if somebody is running for office that wants the votes of us, I don't feel like we should shy away from nothing. If you answer
No, I
question,
didn't
you
say
answer the
shy
question.
away.
If you don't, you don't.
That's
Now,
true.
I understand we're gonna get a lot of politically correct answers. I understand that. I know people gonna dance around certain answers. And I also know about him being a black man. That's why I said what I said at the end. Your hands gonna be tied on a lot. And he basically agreed. He noticed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
'Cause he really just gonna be a face, really.
But Tate,
yeah, so
hey,
it's like
hey,
you the
listen though.
face.
Listen though. I interviewed him, bro. I was the one asking him the questions, right? Bro, don't you know I held his feet to the fire. Rightfully so, right? But
I think all of us,
what
I think
what
the comments held his feet to the
yeah,
fire.
y'all
All of them.
did. Of course. Bro, this show ain't nothing without y'all in the comments and all that shit. But what I'm saying, initially, dog, I wasn't shy. I wasn't beating around the bush or brought him on as a guest that I really was campaigning for. I asked him tough questions too, initially.
And
You
so
feel
my
me?
thing is like, you running. So it's like a question is a question. If you shy
That's
away
true.
from it, if you
That's
got to
But
true.
be
be
politically correct question, whatever. But
But that
we
just
be
don't
want
let you know.
answers. And it's just like Chad said, that whole dread thing, it
That
threw damn
threw
near
me
the
off,
whole
dog.
interview for a
Listen,
loop. Cause it's like, damn, you just said
okay,
all
Tate.
of this
Listen,
and then turned around and became
I
them.
haven't even expressed the things that threw me off, and it wasn't even just that.
No, it wasn't just that. I'm gonna tell you something else that threw me off, and I don't know if nobody else caught it. When I asked him about the programs for the kids, and kids don't have nothing to go to over here. Like they got the skating rink, they got the park, they got a movie theater.
But
I
Tate,
don't
you
know no
gotta
kid want to go
understand this,
watch movie.
dog. The sheriff
Okay,
department don't have like they're
Yeah,
not
the sheriff
responsible.
department can't. Yeah, they're
They're
I
not
not
responsible
understand
responsible
for
that.
for
that's
doing
I
that's
that
more of
type
the
understand
of
that.
shit
But do
in
mayor.
the
you know what his
community,
answer
Tate.
was to it? I told him when I asked it. I know it's more of a question for the mayor. That's exactly what I said. I
Right,
know if it's more of
exactly.
a question for a mayor, but
he
I'm asking, are you willing to sit down with her to point this out to her?
He
even
His
said
answer
yes.
was, his answer was, if y'all get me in November, I promise you, I will get something here for the kids. That was his answer.
No, you might have missed the part where he was like he agreed with like shit was predominantly censored toward Mississippi State. And he was
Yeah,
like,
but
you know,
that's what
hold on, take the vibe that I got from him. from the question that I asked him, dog, he really wasn't in agreement or in bed with the mayor. And he was like, hey, I'm willing to work with her, but he had a little bit different viewpoint. But he ain't the mayor, bro. He running for sheriff. So all the community outreach programs, all that shit you want somebody to do, that ain't his job.
So you telling me Dolph ain't had no hands and nothing going on around this city, other than the sheriff department?
Tell me one community program Dolph Bryan had.
I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he had no
I'm
community
saying
program.
what you
But
are
I'm saying
asking.
you actually believe Dolph didn't have his voice and input
Tell
on some of
me
this stuff.
one community program that Dolph had.
I'm not saying that fact, but if you're gonna tell me you're gonna take my expertise from experiencing this and my expertise from talking to these people that's going through this and my expertise from seeing people that's going
Tate,
through
you
this.
just referenced Dolph as if Dolph did that.
No,
Dolph
what
had
I'm not
man,
saying he did it.
all Dolph Bryan did,
Oh my
dog,
God. I'm gonna
was
let
be
you
able.
finish talking.
All
You
Dolph
got
Bryan
through
did
riding.
was
I guess you was in that
listen.
back seat getting in. I'm
When
gonna
your
let you
mama
talk.
wanted to come up there and talk to him before you got locked up, he talked to her.
Chick
Dolph
Capers
Bryan
just
ain't
said to herself,
man.
hell yeah, Dolph did it. Nick
He
and
did what?
Nicole just said Dolph
What
was a different breed. I'm telling
Dolph
you what
went?
these folks saying in the comment
Hey,
now.
bro, I asked you a specific question.
Okay, but your
Man,
question had nothing to do with what I said. I
it
said
got a
Dolph
lot
had
to
a
do with
voice
it.
around here on certain stuff that
No,
has nothing to do with the
that's
sheriff's
fine.
department.
Okay, cool. He had a voice. But tell me one community outreach program that Dolph Bryan did.
Tell me one community outreach program any sheriff did.
That's my point. So why you expect John to do that?
Because you supposed to do something for your people nobody else did. You can go
Bro,
sit down and talk to her and express
you
this.
are the sheriff. The sheriff is not community outreach, bro.
All
They
right, bro.
are here to
All right.
police the
Okay.
community. Do you not
You right.
go look up the definition of what a sheriff is?
I
They
know what a
don't have
sheriff
the
is.
money. Listen,
You
so
going left with it,
hold
bro.
on. So
You not
hey,
understanding what I'm saying. You going way left. You
no, I'm
not
not.
listening. If you
You
take time to
referencing
sit
Dolph
down and
Bryan,
listen
bro.
for a minute, you'll
Bro,
understand what I'm saying. If you
I
just
ain't gonna
listen,
listen to that bullshit. You talking about referencing Dolph
okay,
Bryan?
well, I'm gonna just
Not on
let
that
you talk.
podcast.
I'm gonna just let you talk.
Okay, what Dolph Bryan did for you?
I'm gonna say Dolphin did shit for me. My lawyer did it for me. I paid him.
No. What?
Dolphin did shit
Why
for me.
you sitting up here, uh, uh, campaigning for Dolph Bryan?
I'm
What
not
the fuck?
campaigning for Dolph. Fat, you just want to argue. I'm not
No,
gonna argue with you.
man,
You
I'm
gonna
asking
shut up
you
and listen.
legitimate questions. I'm not arguing with you, Tate.
Dolph ain't did. I don't know what community outreach
Okay, so
program
why
Dolph
are
did.
you
But
referencing
what I'm
Dolph Bryan?
saying, I'm referencing Dolph because Dolph ran this motherfucking county in the city
Every
and the
sheriff
county.
don't run this
And what
county.
I'm saying is, if you
What
come
you
in and
talking
boss
about?
the fuck up and use your voice, he could do it.
They
That's what I'm
can't,
saying.
but not
You
no
can't
community
make this
outreach.
happen, but you can. All right, Fat.
Community
I'm gonna let
outreach.
you have it.
They ain't got no money.
I'm gonna let you
You
have
got
it.
to Tate. You got to understand how governments and cities and municipalities work, bro.
Now you right,
You have
Nicky Nicole. He ain't Dolph, so he might not have that pool. But you admit
right,
exactly what I just said.
man.
Dolph
Dog
did
was
have
like
a
a
voice around.
mob motherfucker around here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's besides the point. I asked you a simple question. You went all over the world. I asked
No,
one
you
simple
jumped.
question.
First of all, you jumped in while I was talking and never let me finish saying what I was
No,
saying, and
man.
you
We
asked
talking
the
about
question.
you was putting John feet to the fire, saying community outreach, right? Doing shit in the community. That
Well,
ain't a
all I'm gonna
sheriff's
tell you,
job.
Fat. I'm gonna just shut up.
You
This
even
this
admitted yourself, Tate, that that's the mayor's job or
this
somebody
one
else's
time,
job.
I'm gonna shut up and just let you read the comment. I'm gonna just shut up and let you read the comment.
I ain't
I ain't
reading
gonna
the
say nothing
comment.
else. And read the comment too. I ain't gonna
I'ma
say
read
nothing
the
else.
I already
comments.
read them. I already read them.
Now y'all ain't gonna make Tate look like he on some bullshit this time. Read the
But
comment.
Man, Tate,
but,
it ain't about
but
looking like no bullshit. We having
Sometimes you gotta
dialogue,
shut up
bro.
and listen. It don't matter if you the
No, I don't
executive. It
never
don't matter
gotta
if you
shut
the
up and listen.
moderator.
I don't
Sometimes you
never
gotta
gotta
shut up
shut
and
up.
listen.
Dolph
Never.
was the mob, though, bro.
Ever in life, Tate.
Dolph was
Now
the
you
mob.
get that understood. Like you got Dolph Bryan understood. I ain't never gotta
I
sit
ain't
up
had
in life.
nobody understood.
And
I'm
especially
just
not on
saying,
this
sometimes
motherfucker.
you gotta listen, fam.
No.
You
I
can't
listen
answer a
all the
question
time.
before the question.
You
You can't
okay? You
reply
give
to a
yourself
statement
that
before the
same
statement
advice,
finished.
hey. You talk about a lot of shit. Now we on a podcast. Keep it real. It ain't no shut up talk. Now you be referencing shit
Man,
that ain't
read the
got nothing to do
comments.
with it.
I'm through talking. Read the comments. I'm finna
What
put
what
myself
the
on mute.
comments got to do with anything?
I'm gonna
I
mute
ain't reading.
myself.
Listen. I'm
Say it,
walking
talk to say.
around with my iPad in my motherfucking hand. And I haven't looked at now comment. I'm talking to Demond. I ain't talking to the people in the
Now
chat.
you want to
The
government
comments
me.
is great.
Now you want to government me. You just said
Yeah.
on government you want to
Here's
government me.
Xavier and Demond talking. But
I'ma shut up. I'm going
so
on mute, Tad. Tad, take over.
Look, I ain't down there start with. I don't know what's going on with y'all
Well, he need to read
community.
the comments or Ant need to tell him one.
I
I
already
ain't got
read it.
nothing to do with that no
I
more.
already read
no,
it.
I don't give a fuck about the comment. That's their opinion. I'm still gonna stand on what the fuck I say. Ant can give his opinion. Let me hear, Ant. What you say?
Man, like you said, Dolph was the mob, man. It ain't shit another sheriff that can do to top what Dolph did.
What
That's
did
what
he
I'm
do?
saying. Do you think the sheriff is
I
That
was
ain't
responsible
that
trying
ain't
to
for
the
tell
sheriff
committing
y'all,
job.
acts
That
of
Tez,
this
I
type of
can't
ain't
shit?
talk.
that ain't the sheriff's job.
Listen, hold on. Listen, fill me in, okay, so I can know. What did Dolph do that was so significant?
Not a
Let me know.
motherfucking thing,
Let
Well, some
in
people who
my
thought
opinion.
Dolph
motherfucker
did
out of trouble.
something, let me
My
know.
bad, my
Let
bad, my
Tez,
but
I'ma just say this,
you out
Tez.
of trouble.
I'ma just say this. How long the sheriff we got been the sheriff? What year he came in? Anybody on here? I don't remember the exact year. So
He
anybody
been there
on here
about
tell me
4
the year he
years,
came
bro.
in?
Yeah,
Been there
yeah.
about 4 years.
All right. Dolph was the sheriff from 1980, what, 6? I ain't saying Dolph was a fuck boy. Don't get me wrong now. Dolph so got land cars, had folks out there trapping for him, everything. But what I'm saying is this. I was never saying Dolph did nothing for the black community, major.
Right.
But Chaz, he had them brainwashed enough and gave them enough and helped out some of their people enough to the point where they kept putting him in there. And that's obvious because he stayed the fuck in there all those years. But this is what I'm saying. If that man had that much influence around here, why the hell the black man can't get in there and have the same type of influence? I'm not saying that you can go make the mayor do nothing, but you can sit down and have a conversation with her and point out some things with her. You can sit down and point out some things. And if the mayor on the bullshit, take it higher. Put the mayor on blast.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Put her ass on blast because she ain't with this right here. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Dolph did nothing specific for the black community. But that
You
man
really
voice was
did though, but
motherfucking the
okay.
word around this
We'll
motherfucker.
let you backpedal.
I ain't backpedaling nothing. You never set up and listen. You never listen. I ain't backpedal, period. What I'm saying is Dolph was the motherfucker around here.
Make
Now,
your screen name backpedaling.
call it what you want to take your screen name, don't listen. Like whatever. The interrupter. Whatever. Like
All right, go
Now
to
I
the
can
next
see
topic. He gone,
the
man.
interrupter.
He gone. I'll be the interrupt. I just told him that. Call me. This is what need to be the podcast name. The interruption.
Well, he went.
Yeah, I just gave him a break for a minute. Just to let him understand the structure of this thing.
Man, you here, boy.
Yeah, I just gave him a little break. He'll be back in the green room in a second. Look, you
What
take.
y'all is?
Man, you here. What's the next topic, man?
What
I'm
y'all
back,
want to talk about?
man.
Shit. I think we covered all the topics. If
Look, he
anybody got
back
a
in. Hey,
topic,
Ant,
Huh?
he back in the green room now. I'm gonna let you back on stage in a minute, Tate. You need to calm down.
Bring him on in. He ready.
come on,
I'm gonna
yeah,
give him
bring it
2
back up
minutes,
here.
like you do a toddler. Give him 2 minutes in the corner.
Hold on, do your fingers like that, baby.
Tate, that's good
Spread
for
them out.
TV, man.
Spread them out.
I like deleting you, Tate. You
you
threw my
got
bike
your
in.
ass gone no motherfucking
Man, you
well.
threw my motherfucking bike in the ditch back
I'm
there.
coming right back. I ain't going nowhere. I'm coming right back. Now I'm gonna let you see my face. I'm coming right back.
Hmm.
What's the
Are you
next
gonna do
topic,
my shit?
man?
Yeah.
He waiting on me to say something so he can dispute it.
Hell nah, Chad, go ahead.
I'll tell it back in. I just
Hey,
want to be
let's go
clear.
to the
You
comments
might
and
have
get
to.
some topics.
Yeah, you can do it now. Okay, let's see here. What's up with the comments? So let's see here. Hold on. I done put to comments. He can start with the community. I do agree with that. He can start with the community before he even gets in office and show himself improve the community. I do
Nope.
agree with that. You don't have to be in office anywhere to do anything in the community. Uh-uh.
Y'all
Chaz,
see,
just go back and read like the last 15 comments.
y'all see what Nick and Nicole said. I feel that too.
Because the black people feel like he gets in that position, he's gonna be harder on them than he would on a white person.
I ain't gonna lie though. In my opinion, he give me Uncle Tom vibes.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something I heard today from somebody that was talking about
Look at
the
him.
elections, and it wasn't just him. They was talking about elections, period, around the country. And I don't know because I didn't look it up. But the person said if you look at most of the towns, not like big cities, I don't guess they were talking about, but if you look at most of the towns where a black sheriff got in, they said the crime rate went up. I don't know because I didn't look it up. I was at work actually when they said it, so I ain't had time to look it up. I wish somebody can look it up to see, but they said when a black sheriff got in office, that county's crime rate usually goes up.
So they can get him out of there.
But now that person want to vote for him. Be honest with you, and that person actually said if he was running against anybody else other than what's his name, they wouldn't even vote for him. But they don't want him in there because they feel like he gonna be on more of a new era dog. And like I said, we all know he got land off of it, money off of it, and we know he lost some folks up ain't supposed to been locked up because of personal shit. We know that. So I don't. That's what they were saying. But as far as like the black sheriff and the crime rate go up, I don't know because I ain't look it up. And you're right, y'all right. I was wrong about the 80s. Dolph was in since the 70s.
76.
Yeah, he was in since 76. And I feel like Dolph, he had people on his team, especially the black community, because he did favors for a few. He shot a few under the gun, but he did favors for a few. And I'm gonna give you an experience I witnessed by being locked up. And this goes back to show how they making money in Mississippi, not worldwide, because everybody don't do this. But Mississippi have a thing with it's called satellites. And when you have a non-violent crime and don't have no history within the last, I think, 10 or 20 years of a non-violent crime, you get to go to this satellite. But the satellite is supposed to be like putting your feet halfway in the free world, halfway in prison. But what satellites are really doing is saving these counties money because you got the inmates working county jobs, but they're not getting paid. They're not getting paid a dime. So the state is saving money off of them, and it takes way less to take care of them in prison than what the hell they saving y'all. You ain't got to put no insurance on them. That you ain't got to cut them no paycheck. You don't have to do none of this shit. And so that's what I was trying to say. How Mississippi makes money off of inmates. And Dolph was in there, and like I said, he did favors for people. But I was in the county, and I seen the sheriff. And this the crazy part, and the county is like
So what you think about
75%.
what Dolph did to Fly them?
That's what I said. He put people in there on some vendetta shit or some,
So
that's what
how
I
could
just
he
said.
be benefit? I don't understand, bro. I'm confused.
I'm not never saying he's beneficial, Fed. I never said he's beneficial. What I was saying was his
He did.
voice.
He said that he made shit happen, like
That's
That
whether
what I
it
type
was
was
of fuck.
saying.
for.
Yeah, he
Voice.
made shit happen to put black men in prison.
Right.
And I
How
can
many
name
he
some
kept
people
out?
who
Tate,
I
how
can
many
name
he
some
kept
people
out?
who he personally let say they people because he knew they people.
Man, stop it. You them myths, dog.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you the example I was talking about on sheriffs and how they manipulate us black people sometimes that I
I'm
actually
talking about
witnessed.
Dolph. Let's talk about Dolph.
That I actually witnessed. I was in the county in the satellite, and it was this sheriff, and a lot of people knew he was doing a lot of low down
How you,
shit or whatever. But I'm gonna tell you how he got him, and it's the craziest way you wouldn't even think that should have worked in 2000 and nothing. The man used to go to the potato fields, sweet potato fields, after the Mexicans done picked so many. and he have his inmates out there picking up the wrecks. I mean, I'm talking about a lot, and he passed them out to the city. He had a big ass farm, you could say, where he growed all type of fruit, all type of beans, all
Oh
type
my
of green,
God, bro.
and he had his inmates out there picking it. And he would like literally put it in the deep freezers. The man had like 15 deep freezers in the shop or more
Oh
that he
no.
kept it in, and the inmates was getting this shit, taking it back to the facility where the inmates at, and the cook cooking it. But he used to also pass it out to the people in the town. He also did some things. It's some organization he had that he did stuff for some older community. He would like every year, and I was one of the people that sit out there and cook. He would let us literally spend a night at the shop, like 3 inmates.
And,
Spend a night at the shop,
Oh man.
unsupervised like hell.
Man, that sound like some shit on a plantation, dog.
It might do, but I'm telling you, this shit was real, bro. I'm there. I was one of the guys worked at the shop, and I get to spend a night at the shop for like 2 nights, unsupervised like hell.
Man,
Of
you
course,
sound like a slave. I get to spend the night at the shop,
bro,
unsupervised.
I'm not finna
Like
turn that.
that's
I'm telling
man, Tate.
you what's going on.
Man, that sound like some
So
slave shit.
what happened was
Man,
he
stop.
was getting the votes through food. He didn't. His
And you
county
landed
police.
for a reason.
His county police don't have ticket books. He didn't even give them ticket books. You can't. Ain't no tickets. If you see somebody speeding, you stop them. You get an affidavit. Come up here. Blah blah blah. Probably gonna throw it out. Like he did that, and he stayed in there damn near as many years as Dolph. You know how they got him out of office? He was goddamn it. He had one dude. Now that's the one dude they caught. He had one dude that he was letting have free run of the land. He can rob all the dope boys, take all their dope. He can steal dope, but he had to pay him like I think it was 5,000 a week, 5,000 a month, some shit. And the feds fucking around and came down there because people was mumbling about, you lock up no drug dealers. You don't do this, you don't do that. And there was so many people mumbling, but it was more so the white people because they felt like you was favoring the blacks. And he wound up getting caught on the wiretap. He actually had old boy doing that shit for real. And in the end, he didn't give it 6 years, and he's still gonna be a millionaire when he get out. But that's what I'm trying to say. These people manipulate us. They manipulate us. They play with us. Judge Kitchens, garbage. The worst judge on the stand. But every year during election time, he go around to these black churches and talk to these folks, and these the same people vote him in every time. But y'all the same people that's crying about he gave your son this much time. The man got on the news and said he don't believe in reform when you get out. He don't believe in setting up no programs to get you right when you get out, to get you a job. He don't believe in it. But every time election season come around, he go to these black churches first and get the vote. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, they manipulate us, so why not get a black person in there? How your voice can't be the same? They can't fire you. You can't get fired. You got elected. So unless you do something wrong, they can't kick you out. So you do have a voice as well. You're not the mayor. You're not the board of supervisors, but you do have a voice. You can point this out. The sheriff got way more authority than you think. He can't make the mayor do nothing. He can't make the board of supervisors do nothing. But your voice is strong as hell. And if your people behind you, your town behind you, it's even stronger. That's all I was saying. That I'm not saying that man Dolph did all this and all that. I was just telling you how powerful that man's voice was. That's all I was saying. And I was saying John can do the same thing. But you can't get up in there feeling like because I'm black, I can't help the blacks. Because they going to say I'm doing it just because they black. You can't say I'm going to make the police stop targeting these neighborhoods just because it's black and I'm black. If you get in there thinking like that, you might as well let whoever the hell you running against get in there. That's how I feel. Now, if I'm wrong, anybody in the comments, anybody on the screen, whatever, just tell me, take you wrong. And thank you, Fat, for listening. He ain't even listening. He doing something else.
Nah, I'm listening. I'm having a whole nother topic with somebody over here.
Damn, you didn't hear what he just said?
I told you. I told you.
That's so fucked up.
Okay, so Chazz, what do you think about this? You don't stay down here, but what do you think about the rundown? You asked me about give you a rundown on what? I gave you a rundown on more than just this city. I gave you a rundown on something I saw with my own two eyes, something I
I
witnessed.
kind of tuned out of the Dow Brian conversation, man.
So, what do you think,
Yeah.
Chazz?
I just think that I have a lot of different opinions about it.
What do y'all think in the comments? Because these
Cause
people
I
in the
seen
comments were
someone
basically
saying
saying
on the
some of the same stuff.
I seen somebody said in the comments that he would just be a face. I feel like it's kind of like a I don't know how to feel about that because it's kind of like the Kamala Harris thing. Like Kamala Harris got in the office and she was a face for like the black woman and they got in there and they did nothing for black people.
Not only that, I ain't even saw on nothing. And I watch the news. I don't see her on shit talking about nothing. You might see an overseas trip or something here though. I ain't seen her do
Cause
nothing to
she
talk about
don't
this.
be on shit talking about nothing.
And see, that's the thing. Like people use the black vote against the black vote, and that's crazy. But then you will turn right back around and beg for this vote and promise this and promise that. And us as a black people, we actually fall for it majority of the time. And I hate to say it, and I ain't saying Obama was no bad president. I'm not saying that at all. But what I can say is this: a whole bunch of black people didn't know what his policies were. A whole bunch of black people didn't know what nothing he was talking about. But they voted for him because he was black and it was trendy. But
Yeah.
nobody ever sat down and listened to what the hell his policies was. And I ain't gonna say nobody, but majority.
Yeah,
Once
you
it
can't say
started
that.
trending, oh, I gotta go vote. I gotta go vote. First black president. First black president. But y'all ain't sat down and listened to what he was talking about at all. At all. And it's like, what? How we gonna rise up when nobody ever just actually pays attention to nothing? If we go about if we do everything on what's trending on social media, and it don't got nothing to do with this, but I'm just telling you how the trends go. The same thing I said about the Carly girl. Everybody sharing, pray, pray, pray. Half of you ain't did damn prayer, but you see it's trending, so you got to throw yours up there too to act like you with it.
Mhm.
And that's how shit get misled. Like, look into stuff, read, watch the news. Don't wait for your news to show up on social media. Look at the news. Some of it fake, some of it real. You got to decipher that. But go past social media. See what's going on in the world. That's what I'm saying. If not, we gonna stay down.
Mhm. I agree with that. I agree with that. He just I don't know. I I hate to form an opinion about someone off of one statement, but with that statement, he like threw me off. Just that one
He threw me
statement.
off. And I'm glad that you even brought that up because I thought I was the only one caught it. Actually, I real life thought I was the only one caught it. Because you made it look like dreads is a bad thing. Dreads is a thug
Right.
thing. Dreads is
Same.
a
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't have to walk around with your hair dreaded up. Like I'm confused. Like, what do you mean? Like, so you saying everybody walk around with their hair dreaded up? That's bad people? What? I'm confused. You
Right.
just
I mean,
gave
that's
us
how I felt about it.
you just gave us what they think about us. I don't understand it. Right.
And if that's how you thinking, then you're gonna get in office and do things like the way they think.
A puppet. You would be a puppet.
I mean that's the opinion I formed on it based on that statement.
And I'm not saying you couldn't vote for him because it could have just been a slip of the tongue talking fast. I don't know.
Or it could be, he not educated on that. I
Right.
understand that. But from that judgment standpoint, like if you're gonna judge someone with dreads, why can't I judge you off the statement you make about someone with dreads?
Right.
Exactly. And that's why I feel like it ain't no limit to what you can ask a person for. Like if you asking me for money, it ain't no limit to what I can me asking you what you gonna do with it. Ain't no limit to it. If you ask me for $1,000, I can ask you any question I want about what the hell you finna do with this money. Any question. You can be like, it's something personal. Okay, well, this personal money. I'm sorry. I can't just give it to you. I don't know what the fuck you finna do with it. I don't know if you need it. I don't know if you're getting it back. I don't know nothing. You just saying give you a ban? Like what? No, I got the right to ask questions about my money. And if you finna be over an entire county policing, like you the head of policing a county, not the city, but the county. I got the right to ask you questions if you want my vote. It don't matter how tough the questions is. You can dance around me, do
And
whatever.
you
But I
have
got
the
the right
right
to
to
ask you
form an
questions.
opinion off of statements that you make while answering those questions.
Right. Like if you want my vote, you telling me to vote for you. But if you feel like I shouldn't ask you certain questions, I don't even understand how that makes sense. It's like, man, it don't even matter what you saying. And this anybody, this ain't just him. It's like it don't matter what you saying. Just vote for me. I don't have to answer these questions, but just vote for me. Like a lot of politicians, when you see reporters ask a lot of politicians questions, they know what the reporter gonna ask a lot of times. That's why they point out certain reporters because they know what they gonna ask. When you get the ones up that's just being off the top of the head, that's when it becomes you start dodging, you start getting political correct answers, but you never answer the question. Like that's when you get that. But I feel like it ain't no question, it ain't no limit to it. That's how I feel. Ain't no limit to what you can be. If he go to a city council meeting, ain't no telling who the hell gonna be up in there asking what question. I mean, not a city council meeting, but the what you call it, like a town hall. Man, people gonna be getting up
Yeah.
asking you anything and everything. It's the same thing right here. I ain't trying to blast you now or trying to mess you up. Now I don't want that. I actually want to see a black sheriff in the city. I actually do want to see that. I want to be saying I was living to see the first one get in there. But at the same time, it's like I don't want
But
to put no
do you
pun
want
in
to
them
say,
either.
yeah, yeah. So that's why I was going to say for you just saying this statement, because it's the difference in just seeing a black sheriff or seeing a black sheriff that's actually going to advocate
Yeah,
for
I don't want to see
people
a
of their
black
color.
pun in there. And that's why I said what I said. I know his hands gonna be tied to a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't gonna come in
For
there with the
sure.
juice like these older ones had. The
Right,
one
because
that's
they
in
don't
there
even
now,
want to
we
see you in
barely even
there
know what he
anyway.
doing. But it's just I don't feel like fat. Look, he ain't saying that Chaz. He in the damn chat.
What he
That
saying?
damn fat hell, man.
I saw that.
Fat hell.
Let
I
me
just
see.
not went to the comment, man. Fat hell this here.
That been in the comment.
I know it. I seen the early ones. I ain't pay them no attention. I'm just looking at these. But anyway, we gonna get off of it. And it's getting late. Round it out. Bring up some. We gotta go to the comments. What y'all want to talk about? We gotta go to that before we go and see what y'all want to talk about. What y'all got questions about? What y'all got a statement about? And
What's this?
We're going to the
And
comment.
you ain't got nothing you want to talk about?
Oh, I did, but I lost it. It's on now.
You lost it a long time ago.
They threw me.
who threw
Oh,
you?
okay.
You and Fat threw me.
Y'all did.
Why y'all blaming me, bro? I never even
I
had
said,
a whole
y'all,
sentence.
I'm blaming you as collectively. Y'all took over that shit. We was just here. We was watching the shit, the great debate of 2023 or something.
No, I was nice. He did. I told me he wasn't gonna drag me into it. He wasn't gonna get me out there. He
Fat,
kind of did for a little minute,
Fat,
but I
No,
Fat
he
ain't
said,
did for
"Count
a
them."
lot of bit. You talking about for a little bit. He got your ass all the way after.
paying.
Because we've been talking about this shit for about 30, 40 minutes now.
Fat said he's scouting town.
Fat want me to be the argumentative person. I'm not argumentative, but I ain't gonna. I don't talk about nothing. I don't know nothing about it. Now, I sit and listen to people talk. I
Yeah,
do let people talk. I've been quiet a lot for the night, even though I've been doing some stuff at home and here and there. But
yeah.
I've been quiet too.
If I'm quiet, it's because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, like when they were talking about the plants and stuff, I have no idea about none of that. The seeds, I do want to
Well,
juice.
going
I
back to
swear,
the
I do want
seeds,
to juice.
Listen, I got you on the juice, but going back to the seeds though, you know what I'm saying? If anybody's out there and wants to start a garden, I think the best way to do that is y'all should buy the seeds, and I started mine individually in little cups so that they could just sprout on their own. Because then you give them like a smaller environment to be in, and then when they sprout and they can withstand like the stronger conditions of the world, then you would put them into the ground. So that's how I started mine. I just did individual little potting cups.
I don't mean to laugh at you, Ted. I'm laughing at Fat Head. Fat, get your head back on the screen. You just don't want you somewhere and it's loud or something. Fat don't want to talk because it's loud or somewhere yet. Because he in the comments just steady talking shit.
Y'all want me to tell y'all something? It's storming outside. It stormed so bad the other night in my house, y'all. It's a piece of tin off my barn laying on the ground right now.
For real?
That's a hell yeah. That's another thing. Look, you talking about you be building shit, and I got a barn that's falling down. I need that motherfucker rebuilt so I can get my animals.
Matter of fact, and I need you to come out here too.
What you got
Y'all
now?
supposed to been out here.
What you got now?
Same thing.
For real. Man, we'll come out there tomorrow.
Nah, I just want y'all to put that stuff on the roof because on the roof of the shop, on this shop, because it's still, I think it's still leaking there in the rain. I ain't went in there and checked, but I think it's still leaking in that same room.
You got it already, or you need?
I got it, and Amp told me to send him a picture of it, but hell, I ain't took the damn picture. Well, he said he got his own stuff too. So
Yeah, that's why I asked. Do you got it already?
yeah, but it's
Yeah.
something out
Oh,
there. But
so
I probably
I
can get
agree
up
with
there and
her
do
when
it,
she
but
said
I don't know what I'm doing.
Kamala Harris isn't. That's big. She said Kamala Harris isn't an American black woman. That's true, but that's what they sold her as to win the election.
I mean, be honest, Chazz. When have you ever seen a just pure black person get that position or higher?
You haven't. You haven't. I didn't say you would, but I'm saying okay. So that's another topic.
Yeah,
Okay, why do
yeah, yeah.
black people do this? I'm about to tell y'all this. Why do black people do this? Black people will, and this is something I've went through personally, but this is something that I've seen the world do too. Like, say an athlete gets a mixed girl, right? You know
Yeah.
what they gonna tell him? He a sellout. Why you couldn't get a full black woman? Why you ain't getting no strong black woman? Like,
For
you a
real?
sellout. Yeah, that's what they. You ain't never. If a black
That's
man,
real.
if
That's
I
real.
a
ain't
black
never heard that.
athlete,
I done heard a lot of
wait a
black
minute,
athletes get flack because they
wait
get
a
a white
minute,
woman.
wait a minute now. If a black man is to get a black, you better go check them blog sites. People will be under their comment. Black women will be under their comment. That's not a real black woman anyway. Like that's what's wrong. Y'all sell out and get these half breeds or whatever else. But if a black woman gets in a stance of power, then they'll be like, "Ooh, black girl magic," and all this other stuff. Meghan Markle, for example, because she is half white and half black. When she got in with the prince and all them, Prince Harry and them, then they was like black girl magic and this and that. But if an athlete was to be with a mixed person, I have personally seen people comment stuff about them being half breeds. You a sellout because you didn't get you a full black woman. Why do people do this?
It's like one of them. It's like one of them. Damn, but
We ain't hear that. Say it again.
I said it's like one of them. Damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
I ain't. Yeah, you might be right, but I ain't never looked at it like that. Like I feel like if a black man was
You might not have looked at it like that, but black men aren't saying that. Black women be the ones saying that.
but
Yeah.
I done seen a lot of people. What the hell? Somebody robbed my damn cash up. Man, lock my damn card. But they ain't me for cents. Like, but it's back to back. The fuck? But now what I'm saying is
Do y'all feel like the black community
the
totally
fuck.
embraces mixed people
No.
who are black descendants?
Well, yeah, but white people don't.
I think
You
black
think
people
black
do.
people fully you think black people fully do? Because my whole life when I was in Memphis, I got teased for being a white girl.
By black people.
By black people. I told y'all earlier what my middle school demographic was. In the neighborhood that I was raised in, I was known as white girl.
I can say this. I can say black people got too many stigmas on black this and white that. I feel like black people look at it like if you listen to this music, that's white people music. Why you listening to this? I feel like black people look at it
Right.
like
That's true.
this. If you watching this TV show, that's a white TV show. Why you watching it? If you do this or you talk like that or you know,
You're
why you talk?
talking white. It's
If
not just
why you
because you
talk?
talk
Why you,
educated.
huh?
Why you can't talk? I hate when people say that. Why can't you be talking black?
Why can't just be an educated black person that talks
Right.
with correct
I
grammar?
mean, and that's the thing about black people. That's what I'm saying. I feel like we put dumb shit on shit. If a person is talking proper, using correct English or whatever, you say they talking white. So what are you saying? All black people talk ignorant? I don't
Right.
understand it. Like
I
I'm
just say
confused about that.
that's why you just say that person is well spoken.
And I tell
Not
my kids that
Right.
don't ever say somebody talking black or white. I
or
teach
or
my
or,
kids
or acting black. Or
or act black. Like, what is that?
Right.
Like, I don't understand it. If you get in trouble or you doing the thug shit, that's black. But if you in school and you trying to get educated, you trying to get a degree or you trying to get a trade, you white. Like, I don't. That's the white. I don't understand it. And I think we got it's a big divide on it because that's a problem. Like, that's a real life problem.
Yeah, it is.
You got kids out there right now that just would do out the way shit. And they might be the smartest kids it is, but they would do out the way shit to make themselves fit in over here to say you black. You would like I'm gonna say this. Lavisha and Chazz, they have it ain't an accent, but she's from Star of Mississippi, but she's been away, and her voice is not a Star of Mississippi voice. I'm not gonna sit here and say you talk white. I don't understand it. Like, I don't think that. I think that's the dumbest shit in the world. Like, cause I ain't saying, you know what I'm saying after anything I say, or I ain't saying, you know what I mean, or this, that, this, another, all that. Like, I don't get that. If you talking proper or correct English, that they say, you talking white. So what black folks are like?
Because my kids talk proper as hell when they start using like a slang terminology and shit like that. I be correcting them
But you know
because
what?
I don't want to hear that shit.
I'm,
You're not gonna sound like you don't have no proper grammar or proper literacy about you.
I'm gonna tell you something I noticed with kids, like, and I'm this going from my house and going from my nieces and all of it. I'm gonna tell you something I noticed with these kids more nowadays, and we in the South. In the South do have a certain way the certain slang, I guess you could say. Man, all the kids is talking proper as shit.
I swear, mine been doing it since forever.
And I was wondering what it is. And somebody pointed
Yeah,
out it's YouTube.
right. Well, yeah, I can agree with that. But
And
like,
somebody
see, even
pointed
when
out to
I
me
was
it's
growing up,
YouTube.
in
And that right there,
Memphis people talk terrible, and I
and
used to
that right,
talk like that. And I used
huh?
to watch. I watched some videos of me from back in the day because I used to talk with more of a Memphis accent back in the day. Now I can't stand to hear that shit because it sounds illiterate. Like a lot of the stuff, like how they talk, sounds literally like you can be talking to a smart person and then you don't want to hear them talk because they don't talk with proper grammar.
I mean,
And
it's
so
so
I stopped
crazy. It's so crazy though.
talking like that.
It's so crazy. All my life, and I bullshit you not. All my life, this in Chicago and Mississippi. People tell me I don't got black folk lips. I got white folk lips, and I don't even know what the fuck that means. Like,
Now that's because they probably do you got skinny lips.
I don't know. Shit.
Well,
My
turn the
lips is
camera on, let
lips.
me
They
see.
look
That's
normal
probably
to
why,
hell to
because
me.
that's the only thing I can think of. You got some little scrawny lips.
And it's like, so all black people got big lips? Like, I don't understand it.
No, they don't, but they don't all have big lips, but black people have fuller lips than white people. Like more black people have fuller lips than white people. Because when I see
I
some
don't
little
know, but
bitches
yeah,
with lips,
these little kids are proper as shit. And that goes back to what I was saying before when we was talking about the kids and a lot of stuff with the kids. They're around society more than they actually around the people in their house. You watching YouTube, You at school talking to these kids that's talking just like you because they watching YouTube and whatever else you watching. And when you come home, you got a few hours to sleep or eat, and it's you up the next day. Same thing. And it's like, I don't mind no kid talking properly. I'm not
You
finna tell
said
you to
what is
stop talking
talking
like
proper?
that at
I've
all.
heard that so much in the South. I mean, I feel like when you pronunciate your words and stuff,
Yeah.
I feel like that's how when you actually pronunciate your words, how they're spelled and how they're meant to be said.
Like I get it both ways though. Because I can sit here and say, I'm finna go wash some clothes. And my girl or people around me or somebody from there be like, you finna go what your clothes? And it's like, or I might say car. And they be like, what? Like, that's the South. But if I go to Chicago, I'm gonna be saying stuff, nigga. I'm like, you so country. You say that
Right.
nigga
I
that
mean, because
country as hell.
even when I say like, I still have some stuff like when I say mute, I be like mute, mute.
Yeah. Like I
But
swear to
like,
God,
but
I
like,
can
like
say,
in Memphis, a lot of people put R's in a lot of their shit, and it don't obviously fucking go in there. And so I catch myself and I try to correct it because I like speaking by properly pronouncing my words.
but yep, like it's like I got it bad on both sides. Like that's even my I'm gonna tell you my folks in Chicago even tell me I got Mississippi burnt. I don't know what the fuck that means. They say I got darker since I've been to Mississippi. And I've been out here for years. I really feel like I'm more from here than there. But they're like, you ain't got Mississippi burnt. And it's so
Oh well, yeah,
crazy.
y'all is something y'all instead of you all.
Yeah, yeah. And so,
But I say y'all
but
all the time. I said that when we got on. I said, hey y'all.
but it's so crazy because I can go back up there and I come back down here talking like I was up there. Like you just fall in the steps sometime, I guess, because I'll be up there like, man, you bogus as hell for that and this and that. Then you come back down here and they be like, what the hell is you talking about? Bogus? What is you talking about? Like, I'm gonna tell you one word I used to use when I first came to Mississippi, and I was young as shit. I used to use the word dang. Like a simple word to me. Dang, man, what the hell? And they like, dang, what the hell is dang? And that's simple to me. That ain't nothing. But that what the hell is that? I probably go to Chicago and just say the same thing I just said, and get what they gonna catch out that whole sentence. Maine? Who the hell is Maine? Like for real. So I don't know. But I think we need to put them the kids these days. We need to just quit putting it on them like, oh, he talking proper, they talking proper, ooh, this and that. Like, I don't be tripping on them. They should do that. Like, let them talk how they talk. Chick
Yeah,
Cape
I
said
like
they
that.
say y'all. Chick Cape said they say y'all everywhere. For real, for real. I
Yeah, they do
don't
say
know.
y'all everywhere. I don't know.
Somebody said Xavier to come back. Xavier, come back. Cause you been to Gunner.
Hey,
I told you someone with some shit loud in the background. I knew
Yes,
I told you I'm scouting talent, Tate.
it.
You just inspired me, girl. I might start going around saying you all. I'm gonna say, hey, you all tomorrow.
I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna see how that
I
turn
am
out.
too. It feel weird. It feel really weird saying it.
I ain't even saying it, and I feel weird just thinking about
Say
saying
it.
it.
Say it one time right now. Go.
Say what?
Hey, you
You
all.
all.
What y'all talking about?
That sound like you being bougie as fuck.
Say what though? What y'all talking about?
That's kind of like, hi guys.
Let me
Hey,
get
Zay.
out.
Hey,
What y'all
Fat.
say now?
Who is listening
Fat.
to fucking what's that man
John
name?
Paul.
Sean,
Hey,
yeah.
Fat. Tell everybody tell anybody around you. I say, hey, you all.
You said what now?
Tell anybody you around. It don't matter who you around. Just tell them I said, hey, you all.
Oh no, he don't. He act like he hating on me because I'm on a podcast. I want my homeboy. He want
I'm
to
just.
turn the music up loud as he can. He tired of it, and I'm like, bro, why you hating on the podcast? Like, wanna expand your mind outside of that goddamn
I'm a,
rap music, man.
I'm gonna answer that question, Fat, because You've been on there too long.
I ain't no, that's
I
fine.
can't
But
I can't
listen,
experience it in my
I'm gonna
life. They
tell
say
you.
we be riding a long
Listen, Tate.
time.
I'm a reasonable person, and I'm gonna tell you how you saw that right there. Don't come back over here. Don't. I'm gonna do my except if it ain't after I'm off this motherfucker, I ain't fucking with you. How about that? Now that's how you saw that. Real quick and fast.
Well,
So
no.
I don't gotta deal with that, man. Listen, I've been doing this, right? So he knew this prior to him coming and fuck with me.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like, bro, I gotta do my podcast. Oh, it's out
It
there,
better
blah, blah.
not be the
Now
same one we
listen,
just talked to
we go
earlier.
for me and him going to kick it. He got his old lady in the front seat. That's who
Oh
got
yeah,
on.
it's the same one.
He
It's the
got his
same
old
one.
lady in
You
the
ain't
front
got to
seat.
tell me nothing else.
And he refused to turn the music down. That's why I can't, So
Yeah.
that's what it is with me tonight, dog. You hear the music? I'm
Oh well, I
outside the
said it.
goddamn.
Did I not
Listen,
say that,
I'm
y'all?
outside the fucking car over here by
Chazz,
the air pump.
and did I not say he was somewhere with it loud in the background?
So I'm
Yeah,
like,
you
man,
did.
quit hating on the podcast, bro.
It's the same one we just spoke to earlier.
Because
Yeah.
listen, we're
I figured
expanding
that.
consciousness right now.
You say what
That's
now,
what
baby?
you gotta know.
You say we doing
We're
what right now?
expanding. I said we're expanding the consciousness right now. That's what you gotta know.
Yeah, but only type of content he want to hear. Uh, listen, I'm gonna show y'all the content he like.
He probably listened to some old
Hold on.
shit.
This the content he like, and I don't want to get flagged for this shit, but this ain't my music.
Never strip club, a lot of money on the floor. Bought my
I
bitch a
told
rollie
you
and
it's
got
some
some
old shit. I already knew.
big
You
pop
ain't got
to the
to
corner
tell me.
store.
I
You
know
gotta
what
have
you
a
mean.
badge just to look like this. Shit look like
That's
glass
on
on roof.
Maurice. That's
I
the
already knew
content
you
he
lit,
on.
so I know it's some older shit. Like I already know that.
You feel me? So
Probably
it's
in the
like,
older car. Like I know.
so it's all good. That's why I been on me, bro.
That my nigga though.
Uh, but shit, sometime, bro, I'm gonna be in my truck. Y'all gonna have to navigate shit sometime. I'm in the mountains, I ain't got service. Make the shit go. That's
Hey,
why I'm scouting
I'm so
talent
glad you
tonight,
brought
Tate.
that up. I'm so glad you
Tate,
brought
you
that up.
on the interview
I,
tonight, dog. I'm scouting talent, man. I gotta make some changes. Uh,
I'm glad you brought that up though about the
on the
mountains and
motherfucking
shit.
job solidified right now in Chad. We finna get paid. We gonna get us $100,000 a piece. Like, hey, we
Hey,
gotta do better,
he
man.
still want me to do it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Tate, look, bro. Somebody listen. Tate, if we don't like our arguments are genuine, right?
Yeah,
It's
and we
authentic.
still
So,
and we
man,
still
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
argue
cool
with you.
every day we
Tate, we
see
gonna
each other.
argue every day, bro. That what, like, you need that type of energy. Like, it ain't no arguing where it's
But
an
see, y'all
argument,
gotta
but
understand one thing too though. And this stop, let me say you gotta understand one thing too. Like sometimes like sometimes the show will go into 5 and 6 hours type of thing. And I'm gonna let Chazz and the women on here look at it and well listen to what I'm saying. Sometimes it'll go into a 5 and 6 hour thing. And like Chazz said the other night, I'm
man,
one
what
of the
happened to
only
Bill?
motherfucking co-hosts who actually in a relationship. So who's gonna just let
No,
me sit back all the
ain't been
time?
married, Tate. You ain't been married.
No, and say, well, she'll say he still is, so I don't know. But I'm saying like I'm one of the only ones that actually in a actual
He not.
relationship. So it's like it every night is not going. You can't ride 6 hours every night.
No,
Like
of course
that
not.
means I'm depriving you of some time. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So,
But Tate, we just talked about titles tonight. It don't mean shit. What if you involved with somebody?
oh well, they probably gonna feel away too if that damn you over there like that for 6 hours.
I mean, not if the person that he's involved with sees the vision that he has.
Right.
Yeah, but see, the vision is the executive producer always throwing it up like I'm the executive producer. Yeah, blah blah blah
Don't be
blah.
throwing no shots now, bro. Who the executive producer?
So
Like, come on now.
it's like, hey, how much
Look, we gotta
are
get a backstage person, bro, so I can come on camera.
Yeah, because we can
Like,
have like a moderator or something.
I can't come on camera, like, if I ain't got nobody backstage, because I'm doing all the other shit y'all see on the screen. I'm trying to enhance y'all brand. know me.
Y'all, while y'all was doing all
That's the
that debating today, I just did some real fire
that's
little nails to
Why y'all
complete my
always say
set.
y'all, bro? Like Tate barely said anything. Y'all still put me in it.
I'm just saying, y'all was having a debate.
I barely got 2 words in, and y'all still put me in it.
You did, but you got to push through the door sometimes. Tate, you got to muscle
Hell,
man
you were
your
the main
bag.
one, like fat. Fat. Let him talk. Ooh, you got quiet too.
Yeah, because listen, because
Cause now
why
I ain't
I'm the
gonna lie.
woman,
Normally,
and I'm muscle manning for you. Now, hold
no,
on.
normally, like last night and a few more nights. Hey, yeah, I'm on it. Ooh, I just been chilling today. So
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted y'all to see it's not always Tate. And Marcy went here to be his whatever the motherfucker hiking the ball. So I just chill. Even
Tate,
she got
we
on.
don't want to hear your pleas to us about none of this shit you talking about.
Ain't no please. I let you have your
Talking
shine.
about how no.
I been told you can kick me out
Tate,
every day. I'm gonna motherfucking get right back up there. And if you don't let me on, I'm gonna just get in the other check.
ain't no not letting you on. That'll never happen.
You ain't gotta let me on. I'm gonna just get in the regular check. And I'm gonna make motherfuckers get in there and talk.
You know what? Y'all sound like an old couple.
That's my brother. That's real life my brother. His brother's real life my brother. All his brothers my brother. Like for real. His mama, I see, hey mama T. Like that's my mama. Like real talk. Like we that close.
I feel you. I'm just saying.
Nah, Tate, man, all that shit is necessary, bro. Like when you been involved with like you got people that's interacting and listening to, bro. All of our opinions are important. Don't never get that shit twisted.
And that's
Like
what I
Yeah,
be
because
trying to say.
everybody
But you
gonna
got to
have
let
a
people
different
get their opinion
perspective.
out.
hell yeah, that's the great thing about this shit. Yeah, we like I don't want no part. Like, I don't want shit. Well, we can't agree to disagree on shit because everybody's different. Like that's the beauty of it. Express yourself, like your point of view, and then we can learn from that shit. No matter what side you agree with, like man, we here to fucking talk this shit out and take. I like you pick with me, and I pick with you, bro, because we go way back, and that's good for this podcast. Us arguing, that's good. I'm arguing with you, bro. You like we go so far back. I always bring up that incident when we threw each other bites in the ditch. Hey, how long ago that
That's
was?
what it is,
I'm
man.
saying though, how long ago that was, bro? How
Man,
many
look,
times you ate at my mama table? Like,
plenty. I love that
how many?
piece.
Like this shit ain't no play. Like I just know this some random dude. Like no, man, this. Bro, we can talk to each other any kind of way we want to, and what it's gonna be at the end of the day, love.
Love.
Family. So that's good to let people know they can disagree with each other and still be on that same wavelength, dog. That's what we want to do.
Like Tad, when Tad came to Kiss as a
I hate
dancer,
when Chad disagree with me though.
I think I was I probably was locked up, Tad. You can't as a dancer not one there.
Damn, why you the pull one at the head.
Huh?
Huh?
That motherfucker. Hey,
Say
I'm gonna
what,
be real with
Chad?
y'all. I said he didn't pull one at the head with that motherfucker, but I'm
No,
gonna be
I'm
real.
being
No,
honest.
but
'Cause I
listen
ain't
though,
never.
I
Chad,
had the time of
you
my
got
motherfucking
listen though.
life.
You the one that we need to be unbiased.
And I think she is though. I think
She
she's
is
very unbiased.
very much so unbiased.
Yeah.
Like she the perfect person to be unbiased, like and open minded and shit like that. That's why our show can get so in depth and so deep, like into like whether it's spiritual shit, whether it's shit you done went through in life, whatever it is, we can really get into the root of shit because of like all of our personalities, dog. Like that's why people come. They come to hear Tate. They come to see Chazz, hear Chazz, and they come to hear me talk crazy to y'all. Cut everybody off. It is what it is. Shit.
Look at hey, But get what, Fat?
What up?
You gotta get in the heat again tomorrow.
Boy, no.
That's bullshit. I gotta get in
Hey, I ain't get back into that shit till Monday, dog.
Man, that's some bullshit. I gotta get right back in the heat tomorrow. But now they know one thing. Boy, it was a man out there at work, bro. He was on the machine. He ain't got no air. He ain't got no fan. Like I got like 2 fans in my shit. I may put another fan because the air don't work. But get what? Bro, I cut them bitches off sometimes. Ain't no need no motherfucking hot air blowing on me. It get too hot. But they know one thing. Tate gonna come off that bitch, rest for 30 minutes, whatever the fuck he wanna rest. You can't tell me how long it take me to cool off. But it's just like I seen a man throwing up like 4 weeks left for work, and I wasn't supposed to be out for like 30 more minutes. Boy, when I seen it, and I took him that bottle of water. Oh, with I ain't even getting back on my, and I'm straight. I ain't getting back on my machine. I'm good. I'm straight, and I sat there and chill for the rest of that time, and ain't nobody said shit. Like, no, y'all ain't finna have me like this. I don't even play like
Where
this,
you at, Tate?
huh?
Where you at?
In Columbus, driving. It's like a scrap yard, but they deal like mostly steel. And I drive like the heavy equipment. All I do, I ain't gonna lie, I get stressed off and everything. I just cut shit up. Big shit. I'm talking about you can bring a whole high school out there. I'm gonna cut that motherfucker up. So it's just like all these old what they call them? The spaz rooms or whatever the hell they call them, where they go break shit. I can do that on my machine. But it's like I be tearing shit up like for fun. So it like I'm
Man, that
with it.
seems cool as fuck.
It cool. I ain't gonna lie. I don't even like cutting up little shit. I want big shit. Like bring me big shit over here, and I want to cut this up. Like bring me. I ain't gonna lie. When that tornado went through Amory, they literally brought the whole high school down there. The entire high school, the beams, the weight benches. It's so much. The 10 on the building. Guess who over here tearing this shit up? Me. Motherfucker bring dump truck beds, cutting it up. Like, that's me. It cool, but I need some air in my shit. I need some air. I'm gonna be out this motherfucker so much. I'm telling you. And can't nobody say nothing. Man came over the other day. I was sitting in a chair under a shade tree. He just happened to walk around the yard. I'm sitting in the chair on the shade tree on my phone. I was waiting on him to say, "What you doing, Tate?" I was finna tell him, chilling. I'm getting some air. He ain't say nothing. He already knew. Matter of fact, we talked about it today. And he was like, "Yeah, I seen you on the stage. You woo did this and that." I said, "Yeah." And if you would have said something, I was gonna tell you, go on jump in there. You want me to move that machine? Go on jump in there. You can do it. Go on jump in there for like 20 minutes. That's what you do. And he was like, "Nah, I understand. I understand. I bet you do. I ain't going like that." And then especially you in the office on the air, you can't tell me shit about nothing. What we going on here? Fix this air. Like, that's what you do. Cause I can go get another job somewhere doing the same thing. And
What's the mayor?
yeah, so it's like, no, y'all better do this. Cause I promise you, I'm not sitting in no machine to be like that guy was today, throwing up. I promise, cause your body already let you know it was hot. It had to. You went to the extreme. No, I'm not doing it. I'm gonna get off this bitch. Y'all talk about you can walk to the building and get water, get popsicles. Nigga, by the time I make back to my machine, I'm hot again. No, I'm gonna get off this bitch when I feel like getting off this bitch. But they be thinking I'm like some renegade shit anyway. I don't give a fuck. Think what you want to think.
Hey,
I ain't
Arquilla
finna.
said that
I'm
she
not.
was getting so. Hold on. What was this on phone? I hate to cut you out, but she said something about she was getting so bored of listening, and she like, hold on. I was thinking like these pandemic babies. What are you talking? Because I don't understand. I think that might have had to do with. I feel this though. I don't know what she was talking about exactly, y'all, but I
What
be
you talking
listening to
about?
some
I
people
gotta go
talk
back and look at the
sometimes.
comment.
I don't know.
Oh, she
I don't
said
know. She
something.
was
I said,
talking about.
oh,
It don't go back that far.
oh no, she was talking about the generational and the way you talk.
Yeah, I was thinking it.
Yeah, she was talking about the way you talk. Krista say be careful in that heat. She you ain't gotta tell me. When that man
Hey,
was in
hey,
that
that's
stick,
another thing that I want to tell y'all. Like, I don't know if y'all know about this. It's gene that only like melanated people like. Well, it's pretty much only black people carry this gene. It's called G6PD. That's the reason why a lot of these little boys be falling out and so they begin to dehydrate and dying. I found out about it because my kid's dad, he had a lot of people that he played sports with that just fell out and died. And it was because they had this specific gene called G6PD. And in Texas, the school he went to, like people would get tested to see because if you had that gene, you had to drink more water while you was outside to keep hydrated. I had to get my son tested and shit. So y'all should look into that. Like if y'all have little boys and stuff, y'all should. Oh shit, y'all can request to get them tested to see if they have the gene that's called G6PD.
you gonna have to send me that.
But I send it to you because they're more prone to overheating and dying of hydration like instantly. Like it's not even something you can stop. Like they will literally just be out on the field playing and drop dead. And that's something a lot of black people don't know about. But we found out about it and we got my son tested just to make sure he didn't have it. Because if they do, like they require them to make sure they're giving more water and more stuff to stay hydrated.
And see that like at my job, like they got cases and cases of water. And they got it ain't Gatorade popsicle. They got the what it is? Some of the company
Like
around it.
Pedialyte or something.
No, it ain't Pedialyte. It ain't Gatorade. It's a company around here that actually make it. What it is? And they do the juices and all that. I can't think of it. It's some people around here work there. It ain't. Anyway, they got those popsicles and stuff. But the thing
Hey,
is, like,
another thing, but while we on that, let me just say this and I'll be done talking and then you can go because I ain't gonna cut you off no more. Another thing, did y'all know that drinking juice from a watermelon is more hydrating than drinking juice from
yeah,
um
I seen that guy that did
it's
like
what
a
it's
hundred and
H
some
it's
days
H
on
three
number
O.
water.
Right, so it's H3O on it, and it's proven that it's more hydrating than H2O, which is water.
Yeah, yeah. I actually looked that up because I seen somebody on. I think it was TikTok or my reel on Facebook or something. So I actually looked it up, and it's more beneficial. Like hell.
Yep, watermelon juice, watermelon water, basically, is more beneficial than actual water.
And see, a lot of people say, well, a lot of sugar in it, but that's natural sugar.
It's natural sugar and it doesn't affect your body. That is correct. That's just a little health fact.
Yep, it is. But I want a juice though. I
Y'all
want
miss me yet?
to. What's
I
that
guess
fact?
we do. We just sitting on here trying to run the show. I'm gonna be the co-executive producer.
Yeah, you do that. I'll just be somebody that come in and add questions and argue with fact and backtrack myself with you.
Yeah, cause you shout, you do. But I ain't gonna lie.
Man,
One
you got
time today they
one
tried to get you
incident,
for
bro.
backtrack. Listen.
One
I'm gonna give
incident.
you a compliment. One time today they tried to get you for backtracking, but you wasn't backtracking. You just was explaining your shit out because that motherfucker kept, interrupting you.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna give you that. Y'all don't want to talk about nothing going off into bedtime because we
I'm
sure
going
finna
to the
go.
comments because the comments throwing me for a minute.
And
Chris feel like be careful that we talked about that. We talked about what V Scott said. Aquila went to going to John yesterday, and then she said something about squirt. Aquila, it's late. We ain't finna get in that. Mm-mm.
yeah, that's what I was
We
saying.
really
Squirt
supposed to
what?
been off here. It's supposed to be a time limit. We gonna have to actually set a time. Like podcasts
Nah,
have a
I can't. No, I can't say that because I've seen some podcasts that be on YouTube and this man be up literally all fucking night and he have hella viewers
but
that be
conversation
coming
goes
in.
to like certain subjects go to conversations, and you have no control over it. That
Yeah,
that's that's
that's why
just
I'm
like,
saying I really can't say that we can give it a time limit. Though we can try to give it a time limit, but if we're still getting adequate engagement and we're having some good points and we are, doing the damn thing, then why
oh,
cut that short?
she said she she say she wasn't trying to say squirt. She was trying to say squincher. Yeah, that's actually where they get the popsicle from. Yeah, that's it. Squincher. She said I wasn't trying to say squirt. Yeah, that's the name of the company. That's actually the name of the company. But now y'all ain't saying nothing about no questions. Let me go. Let me go back and look and see.
Anybody saying yeah, I didn't go lock my gate. I'm gonna have to go lock my gate.
Like what?
My gate.
I can't wait till we do that round table though. I don't care if it's pre-recorded and we talk about this shit later. We got to get that round table going and actually have some people in our face we interviewing. Like, and you know, Var,
Bro, you really just had me that.
huh?
You really just had me that.
Okay, well, you know, Var, so he want to come on here too, and I feel like that's somebody we need to talk to too, because he got a clothing line, and
Man,
it got to the point where his clothing line, like one of the times I was gone tonight, man, that man talked for like 30 minutes, and
he came
he
along.
actually called me on some more shit. But the it's so crazy because when he called me, he said the craziest shit in the world, bro. When I say he said the craziest shit in the world, I'm like, bro, I would like literally drop everything and come to Texas to bring you back because something ain't right. He called me and was like, "Don't you just miss prison?" I'm like, "What?" Because you know he been there. He was like, "Don't you just miss prison with these deep conversations, blah blah blah." And it's so crazy because at the time we had just bought up generational curses, and me and Chazz talk about the black people in prison, the black youth going to prison. And he called me, he was joking, but it threw me for a loop. Like, nigga, what is you talking about?
I told
And I'm like, we wound up talking for like 30 minutes. We talked about a lot. And I told him about the podcast, whatever. He said, I've been seeing it. And he was like, y'all shit growing like hell because I saw it, but I didn't know what it was. So I never clicked on it. And I was like, yeah, you need to come on here and tell your story. Because he did years in there. And he actually got out and moved to Texas. And man, that boy doing good. He doing damn good.
yeah, he doing real good. He came
Like
a
he
long way.
doing real good.
Came a long way. He beat the
And
odds. He beat the odds, bro.
yeah, and it's like you got when you first got out, you was on the rapping, you was on this, you was on that. You became a car dealer. You mastered that shit. You left there. You went and got your realtor license. You mastered that shit, and you mastering that shit. And it's like, nigga, the odds was way against you though, way against you. So I feel like, and I think I told him on some of that fantasy woo woo, but I talked to Fat, and yeah, we'll bring him on, but he most definitely mastered the odds, and I promise he did that. He did that.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, guys,
A lot of kids
I
look.
believe we're gonna wrap this up.
Now he still got a clothing line, Quilla. He just don't. I'm trying to think of the words he told me because we talked about it tonight. Like him and BC talk a lot. We had BC on, and him and BC talk a lot. Uh, he still got a clothing line. He just don't put it out there no more. Like he cool with making 5,000, 6,000 a month off of it, and he doing some more shit. Like he don't even want a store. He don't want to own personal store, none of that. I'm gonna let him tell y'all the story, but he doing good, and he went to prison like twice, and he was on papers, and some people advocating for him to get out papers, people in the system, but he'll tell y'all the story. But yeah, he still got the coaching line. He ain't got coaching no more. He got he probably could bring coach back, but he got the Lord. Nah, I ain't say he didn't quit him. He still got he still got the coaching line. And I think if I ain't mistaken,
What's up, y'all? I'm back. I'm home. I'm back now.
his coaching line actually gonna be in the store around here soon. And it's gonna be a black business. He gonna have some of his stuff in there soon. What's up, Fat?
What's up, Damon?
Man, going on with this shit, man. Me and Chad say we finna wrap this shit up.
What's up, my boy? I done made
Cause
it to
if
the
y'all ain't
crib
finna
now,
wrap
man.
that shit up now, you done made it to the crib 2 minutes too late.
I'm here. I'm waiting on
Nah, I'm talking about him because he said he just made it to the crib. I said he done made it to the crib 2 minutes too late.
Shit, I missed the last topic, man. Cause my homeboy was hating. I told y'all when I got out of the store, he was hating. He wouldn't cut the music down. I had to put the shit on mute. He told me he was tired of the podcast. Now he was very supportive at first, but you know, you have to watch out for people like that, brother. Don't be happy for like what are your interests are. You know what I'm saying? Like just cause your interest is want to hear a bunch of rap music and shit like that, I'ma still love you, dog. But like, respect my interests, respect what I got going on, respect the fact that I'm trying to do something different. Don't be opposed to it. If you my friend, right?
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. But that goes back to you got
No,
some
I talk
friends you
about
go out to eat
everything
with.
on a podcast, and that my therapy. No, that my therapy. But yeah, I don't appreciate that. Like, I'm the type of friend where I'm gonna breathe life in everything that you do. Like, I'm gonna support you. Like, I ain't never gonna be no nigga like, hey, bro, I'm tired of you being on the phone like like, for what? Let me try to understand what you're doing. Like, so you know what I'm saying? I can have a better understanding at least.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's another generational topic we need to. I mean, generational curse we need to break. Like, being envious and jealous of each other, bro, when we should be just coming together as one.
I find it. My son probably lost it. Okay.
But y'all know what? That's why I try to do shit where I'm in my own lane. Well, can't nobody say I'm stepping on their toes. Can't nobody say I'm like doing shit they trying to like. I be trying to do shit while I'm in my own lane. And you mustn't have went to sleep tonight.
oh, he over there. He just on a lot of yeah. He just on a lot of yeah right now.
No, man, I'm doing some paperwork for my kids, man. That's all.
That was a
Yeah, I think I was more active than fat, man. Come on now.
yeah. You been more active than me. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, you most definitely more eggs than fat. I've been gone for a minute, a few times, but
Tate, now listen. You
you're
got
not finna
down. You need
you're
to put
not finna
who?
come back and turn me up. It's not gonna happen.
Why not?
Cause it's not gonna happen.
Cause you finna disappear on us, ain't it?
Huh?
I say you finna disappear on us.
Shit, we
Are
all
we
finna
wrapping it?
disappear on you.
The whole thing was about we finna get ready to wrap this up. You just got back.
Yeah.
Oh, for real though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just bullshit. I heard y'all, man. It's all good. Let's end the shit. We've been on 5 hours. I
Like
hope
she said,
everybody enjoyed every minute of every hour, really every moment. Like, we gave y'all a lot of different perspectives. We gave y'all a lot of different opinions. We argued. We agreed. Like that's all you can ask for. Like that's what this podcast is about. Come on here and express yourself. Like get your thoughts and your feelings out. Like if you're not comfortable enough to come on stage, like interact in the chat. Our chat lit, and we're gonna get better. Like we're gonna talk about a more variety of topics. We're gonna get graphics on the screen, different shit. So y'all just keep rocking with us. Like we gonna everybody on this podcast from Tate, Chazz, and to everybody that's involved. Like we see the bigger picture. Like we on the same page. I feel like no matter how much we may disagree, no matter how much we may argue or talk over each other, or whatever. Like we all on the same page. Like we want to get these discussions and these topics, and we want answers. And I feel like everybody's working toward that. I appreciate y'all, and y'all should appreciate yourself for actually putting the time, and like y'all could be doing anything in the fucking world, right? So y'all on this podcast trying to make a difference, and I'm going to always respect y'all for that. And we good. Chaz, take us out, baby.
You know what, bro? I had somebody tell me tonight. It don't matter if y'all ain't making no money off of it. It don't matter about none of
It
that.
ain't about that.
Y'all get positive. Like I think Barry just said the conversation on his page. He got to follow. He just said the conversation from yesterday with John, and I think that's one of the ones he said he felt. He said he was coming across his feed line, and he ain't even been on the book or nothing like that. He said he seen it, and when I was telling him what it was, he like, "Man, I've been seeing it, but I ain't even been on social media like that." He like, "It was coming across my feed line, but I ain't know what it was." And so I think he might have tuned in tonight, but I think we need to talk to him. That's the same thing me and him was just talking about. I
But for
think we
real,
talk
like,
about
even though, like, think about it. Look at the guests we done brought on.
yeah.
Like, bro, for those type of people in the positions that they are in, that's a real respect to the people that's, you know what I'm saying, on this panel. Would you not agree with that?
I agree with that.
I
Because
agree.
we ain't just bringing in no any get like we bringing in people that's actually making a difference, and the people that's on this panel making a difference. Because look, we from all different walks of life, dog. Everybody done experienced all type of different shit. Aunt that been married for a decade. Tate, you done been incarcerated and been through shit. Chaz, you're an interracial girl who done experienced the white side and the black side. And on me, y'all know my story. Like, so this shit powerful, bro. We gotta keep getting the message out. Like, we gotta keep being motivated to do this shit. Because, like, whether you know it or not, like, we all reaching some genre of people. And believe it or not, like, more people watch you and listen to you than you could ever imagine. Whether it's just your testimony, whether it's the way you carry yourself, whether it's the way you think, whether it's the energy you put out, all of that shit matters, dog.
And
I agree.
I think you know
Now
what's
look,
crazy. I think all our shit combined because I might have been incarcerated, but I done had business. I club. Chaz, you can live this life. You need this. You got businesses. Or you done been in business, and you got a business. You done been around those people that been locked up before. This, that, this, and the other. Like I think all our stories intertwine anyway.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, like all of us, all our stories intertwine one way or the other, and it's like everybody understand. Now y'all told me about the planks. I had to listen to that for a minute, but all of us got story or history in all it. So yeah,
Hey, that's what make it where we all can appreciate each other, dog.
yeah, I agree with that.
I had something to do the same thing. Guess what, you guys? We're about to appreciate this bid. So we thank all of you for tuning in and joining us tonight. We will be back tomorrow at the same time with new topics, and we hope to see you there.
Hey, next week, let me just give them a little sneak peek. Monday, we got Trey Petty, quarterback, QB1, state champion, Danny Dozen, committed to Illinois. He like I want to get Trey on, so like I'm trying to garner the attention of these youngsters, right? So if we can keep getting young people on and people who can relate to young people, then like I like that. But Monday we may not like the topics ain't gonna be so adult because we're gonna have Trey on. No, but Tuesday I think Dr. Lenora Hogan is gonna come on. She's administrative in the school district. She's gonna come on and talk about a bunch of programs they got going on and relationships between teachers and parents. Like we really need to understand that.
Yeah, we sure do.
And then also I'm gonna have Eric Young on. He's a candidate for a supervisor. What is it? District 5? Is it what district is it? I'll get that, but he running for a candidate for supervisor, just like John Rice. He running for sheriff. Eric running for a candidate on the board. So we're gonna get him on next week to kind of question him and get his opinion and what he planning to do out there. So that's 3 guests for sure next week, and they should go ahead, Tate.
I think will be, but I think Eric's story might be a little stronger or a little more understanding from us as a people because he's a regular person and he just felt like I can jump in.
Who? We didn't hear you in the beginning. Who you talking about?
Eric. I think Eric's story
okay.
It might be a little stronger to the people that's watching. Because
I'm saying, Tate, you understand like you in media right now, right? So you gotta be unbiased. You gotta let the people decide. Like you can't try to sway people one way or another. You in the media, bro.
No, I never want to do that. Vote who you want to vote for. But he's he like me and you that just decide we want to go run for something.
Man, that's my classmate.
Yeah. So
I've been knowing E since we K through 12.
So that's what I'm saying. Like he went in politics at first. We never knew. But my classmate was the mayor before. So
that's what we want to do, Tate. We want people who've never been in politics, who's willing to get in there and challenge the system, dog.
I wish I can find him because I want to ask my classmate what made him leave so fast. Like
who you talking about? Parker Wiseman?
Yeah.
Man, Parker got rich and got out of there. That's what happens when you the mayor of Starville, you get rich and get the fuck out the way.
And that kind of makes sense. That might be what it was. Like that might be what it was.
I mean, it's politics, doc.
Like he really didn't even have no competition. He just decided to leave.
That's what's up, dog. I think we got our point across tonight, and it's all good. Like we're gonna spice the topics up. And we're gonna have more controversial topics. Like it's a lot of shit that I've been shying away from that I feel like the spirit is leading. Like we should really get into.
Like topics we need to have.
Say what?
Like topics we need to have.
I can't hear you.
Like discussions we need to have.
Yeah, a lot of like hard, tough discussions we need to have. Like so. Like we'll get into those discussions as we grow. Like that's the thing of growth. Like this thing trying to grow. I don't think we need like a bunch of controversial shit. Like
in the beginning, because you don't want to scare people out.
Right there, you go. But you do want to like we just having conversations. But
in the beginning, when you building your following and putting yourself out there, then I mean you'll have a larger community to have those conversations with. versus
I
if we
100%
do
agree
it
with you.
now, we, you know,
But I think people will respect us for being more authentic and actually asking the questions. Like, like we gonna have opinions, but like I don't think any topic we talk about on this panel, like we promoting. We just trying to have a discussion about it. Like
right.
everybody gonna have their beliefs, but we all open minded on this time. Chad, you must be going to get some snacks.
Going to close her gate.
Oh, okay.
Nigga ain't listening.
Said that earlier, I think.
I know she.
Hello.
You going to close?
Hold on.
And
I ain't forgot. I swear I forgot. But look, ain't listening.
Can y'all hear me?
you going to close your gate, ain't it?
Ugh.
Yeah, she can't hear.
Okay, can you hear me now? It was
We
connected
Yeah,
to
we can
my
hear you.
car.
You going to get some snacks or you going to close your
No,
gate?
I'm going to close my gate and I ain't feel like walking down the driveway, so I'm finna drive down the driveway.
See,
Oh, hell.
see, I be paying attention.
She say
No.
she on the phone now.
Say what, Tate?
I,
She say she on the phone.
yeah, I gotta close my gate. I be closing my gate. I am a woman that's out here in the wilderness. So I be locking my gate at night.
And then the folks you say around you, shit, you need some
Nah,
spotlight.
I mean, I'm keep it real. My grandparents that are from out here are white, so they ain't
Oh,
She
fucking
okay.
with
good.
me anyway.
Tate,
All right.
Yeah.
That's good.
she protected.
Yeah,
And my
that's good.
grandparents, like, they got 40 acres across the street from me. My granddaddy got a 3-story house. Like, them folks, not, like, people around here know that house. Like, I told one of my clients the other day, like, a vicinity of where I lived at, and I was just telling her the street. She was like, wait a minute, you live in one house? Like, everybody know my grandparents' house. Even
Chaz,
though they don't really know them
Chaz,
like that.
I got a question. Be honest, though. I'm talking about
Hmm.
all the way 100.
Yeah.
Would you, in today's world and today's climate, would you rather identify as black or white?
I wanted to
Now,
ask that. I did.
now, where I've grown to now, I identify as other. I am not black or white. None of us are black
No,
anyway. What
Chaz,
is
you're
black?
black. You black is a
No, we are
motherfucker.
brown. No, we are brown. That's
Man,
what I'm
listen.
saying. Like, I don't tell my
Hold on,
kids we're
hold
black
on.
people.
Listen, I'm talking about by law. You black as a motherfucker. If
Hey,
Well,
your
yeah,
daddy
yeah.
black,
I get.
if you
No, no,
got
no,
one
no.
percent of nigga in
Wait a
you,
minute.
you're a nigga.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because that's where I'm gonna have to back you up. We have to get away from identifying ourselves as
I
niggers.
understand that, but I'm
No, that's
saying,
what I'm
like,
saying.
okay,
Why
cool.
I do.
You right.
So, like, even my kids, when they be like, "Are we black?" I be like, "No, you're brown. Like, black is not a race. Like, no matter how
Well,
you try to spin
African
it, it's
American. Do you consider yourself like? Do you
African
identify? Hold
American is
on.
not a
Do
race.
you
African
identify with?
American is not a race.
Okay, okay. Let's throw all this shit out. Do
I'm
America.
you
saying
identify with
if we
black?
if
Hold
we're if
on. Do
we're
you
Huh?
talking,
identify with brown people or white people?
I
Would
identify with
you
brown
rather
people. When I
identify
fill it
with
out
them?
on when I
And tell
fill
us
it out
why.
on a thing, I identify with brown people. But when I fill it out on a form, I put other because my race is not on here. I'm not African American. Never been to Africa. I was born in America. But really, now honestly, we don't know who we are. So since I don't see nothing that I feel like properly fits me, I swear to you on everything I love, I will not mark a race. Period. Even signing my kids up for school, I don't mark a race. Only thing I mark is non-Hispanic. I put other literally on everything. When people ask me to specify, I won't specify. I can't specify that. Black and
I'm
African
saying
American are not a race of people.
I get that part, Chad. But what I'm saying, like, just hypothetically,
But with
outside of other,
hypothetically, I
if you just
hypothetically
had to
I've
choose,
always I'm trying
if
to tell
other
your
went
ass
on
you
the ballot.
motherfucking want let me fucking talk. Hypothetically, I have always
Welcome
identified
to
with
my
black people.
world, Chaz.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna always be like that. That's I like
Yeah,
y'all to cuss me out.
but
That's good for content.
okay, well be quiet. Listen. Hypothetically, I have always identified with black people. Now I did get arrested in Mississippi one time, right? And when the man was filling out my form, he put I was black. And I was like, damn, you're not gonna ask me what I am. You're just gonna assume I'm black. And I made him change it and put white on the fucking thing. Just to be an asshole, because for you to just assume that I am of mixed race and my race is black, you wild.
No, but they didn't assume, Chaz. They went by what's on the Constitution. If you got 1% black
But
in you, you're black.
who's this? But
In
who's to
America,
say?
I
Like,
can't agree
still
listen,
to
with
this
that.
listen to
I
day.
me.
can't agree with
Listen to
that
me.
now. They said
I know I can agree with it, but you don't know what color my parents are. When I don't tan, I am pale as fuck. If I wear my
Oh,
hair
you
a
say
certain
he
type,
just
I'm
went
saying he
off
just
looks.
assumed. Yes, he just went off looks. He didn't know what I was. When I wear my hair, if I press my hair out or curl it a certain way, and when I don't have a tan, I do look like I could be some other race. So for you just assume because you're in a small place and you only have black or white people that I'm black. Like I made him change that shit, and I made him work white on there. I told him, well, some days I think I'm black, but today I want to be white. So could you change it on there? And I made him fucking change it. But on a scale of what I identify with, I have always identified with black people. But where I'm at today and knowing what I know and have learned, what I've learned about where I come from and where, what I've not learned about where I come from, I don't identify with anything that's not a race. African American is not a race. Black is not a race. Black is a color on a spectrum of colors. It's not, black is really not even a color. Black is
black
all colors.
and
I
black
agree with that shit. I
neg-
agree, like that shit
So
was put in
with my
place.
black
kids in school,
is negative.
my kids would never. No, black is positive. Black is
No,
containing everything. They
black,
flipped it on us. White is the
white
absence
is
of.
pure.
Now that's
Black
what they told y'all.
is negative and white is looked at as pure. Like
Right, but that's not right.
I ain't talking about the races. I'm talking about the color.
But
Like
if you want to be technical, you know what white is? White is negative because it's the absence of color. Black is
I
positive
get it.
because it's the presence of color. But on the scale of that, like I don't even tell my kids they black. You know what I tell my kids? You're brown. If they get into the race thing, you know what I'm gonna tell them? You're other. Your race is not on there because black is not a race.
That's true. Black is not a race.
Yeah.
Black is not a race. So they've tricked us out because when we go fill something out, you know what our ass is marked? Black. How you gonna mark that and it's not even a race? Every other thing up there is a race, but then
I'm,
you gonna put black.
I'm gonna have to stop doing that.
Man,
Yeah.
real talk. I swear to God,
And
listen, when I came out
I
here,
want
I got in trouble in high school. I got in trouble in high school, y'all. They called my folks to the school because they did a demographic thing, right? They asked if your mama graduated, what race your mama was, what race you are, or whatever, and I wouldn't fill it out. You want me to tell you why? Because it doesn't matter if my mom or dad finished school or what they did, and both of them finished school, but it doesn't matter. Like, why do you need to know these things? It doesn't matter. I didn't have to do it because I wasn't going to do it. And then even now, when people try to make me mark race, I'm not marking a race. My kids in the school, I just looked at my daughter registration and stuff the other day. In the school system, her race is other. My son race is other. My race always other. Anything I fill out, I don't care what it is. If I can't mark other, I don't mark shit. Because you can't force me to say that I'm a race that's not even on here. Y'all ain't even got my fucking race on here. I'm an American by birth. That's what I am. I'm an American. By lineage, though, I don't know what I am because y'all fucking lied and ain't told us the truth about nothing. So I don't know what I am. But I know I'm not black because it's not a race.
I mean, that's a good honest truth, but like, why went? Well, not you, but a lot of us in our community, like, we don't have that same mentality about religion and things that were just told to us that we never questioned or not even questioned, like challenged. Like anytime, like I ain't never seen, like anytime you want to learn something, don't you ask questions?
yeah.
Like what we was
Yeah, you
indoctrinated
do.
to do in school, like even in school, asking questions was a good thing. In real life,
Right.
asking questions is a good thing, right? So
Right.
why
No,
is it
I can't
so?
say that.
Why? Hey, why
I
is
can't
it
say that,
so?
Pat. Because
Tate,
if
but
you
listen,
ask questions about spirituality, it's a problem. Like I
that's
can't.
Hey,
what
but
that's what I
listen,
was finna
and you
say.
know what?
I was like,
You know,
why it's so taboo to ask? Not about spirituality. It's about religion, bro.
listen,
It ain't about
listen. You want me to tell
spirituality.
you something? when I was real deep off into Christianity, because at one point in time I had got real deep off into the Bible. Now I was reading my Bible every day. Wednesday I'm going to Bible study. Sunday I'm first person in church. All of that. I don't know what's going on. Okay, I didn't even know what was going on with my part. So when I got deep off into the Bible, right? You know, and this was my thing. I started studying other religions because I was going to a church and the pastor had on Gucci belt, True Religion, pants, motherfucking polo shirt, Gucci loafers, and he telling me I need to give him all my money because I need to sell my tithes and I can't even pay my damn bill. I ain't even got no bills because I'm living with my daddy because I can't afford to live on my own. And I'm like, it just something wasn't right to me. I'm going into the services, and before they even start the service, the pastor letting you know they got the collection plate at the front.
Oh, Ted, I'm gonna let you finish what you're saying, but answer one question: have you ever saw the
Midway through the
pastor?
services, he feel God needs, whatever he needs to help him get by. I don't know.
Have
Basically,
you ever
donate
saw a
something else.
pastor ever
Then he
put?
come back. Then at the end of the service, they got another collection plate. Then you walk out that motherfucker and he say, if you feel it on your heart, God's telling you to give, you need to give. All right, so
Chad,
here we is.
hold on,
We
Tate,
done
before you
gave to the
speak.
collection
Hey,
plate 5 fucking times.
hold
And
on,
ain't none of
Chad,
us
check
got
this
no
out
damn
now.
money. You the one up there Bentley driving a Bentley to motherfucking church. All
See,
your name brand shit
thank
on,
Oh,
you.
blah, blah,
Tate,
blah, blah,
before
blah.
you speak,
So
Tate,
something with that
before
just
Go
was
ahead. I'm
like,
gonna
let
let
me
y'all
let
go
me
ahead.
introduce
Go
you
ahead.
before
I'm
you
gonna
so
let y'all
speak.
go ahead.
boom, right? I
Just
started
let me introduce
Googling
you
all
before
these
you speak.
religions, like the foundation of
I'm
religion.
gonna let y'all go
Religion
ahead.
only arises when a society does because
No, I just want to introduce you
civilization needs a
and
system of
for
laws
this
to be
topic.
governed by, right?
Tate,
So
I
I'm
mean, okay,
Googling that and I
Chad.
get into
Now,
like the business side of it. And it's like, damn, churches are the number one business in America. So then I'm Googling more. I find out when you go to school to be a pastor and like open your church and stuff, they give classes on the type of music that draws people in. It's like a certain
Yes.
frequency that
Yes.
the music is played on because
Yes.
that
yeah, of course.
frequency draws
They teach
people
them a
in
lot
more
more
than
too,
other
though.
frequencies.
If you
But
go to
And then
Chaz,
when you
I
start
just
school,
getting
want
they
to
into
teach
the
give
you
you
a
whole
whole lot.
listen.
systematic and
Hold on,
science
Tate,
of it,
before you
like
start. I'm gonna
the
give you the
science
flow.
of it
And
all,
Tate,
then you like, damn, like
I
that
want
shit
you
is
to
a
talk
scam,
on this
basically.
situation
When
more than
you start
anybody
looking
else
to the business
because,
side of it.
like, you
So then I
was
started
kind of
looking up
like,
all religions.
um,
I'm studying Buddhism, I'm studying Hinduism, I'm studying Islam, I'm studying everything. And I'm just looking at how all of the stories correlate and how all of, most religious stories correlate to some degree. And then I'm just like, damn, like I don't feel compelled to any of these. Like something is not right about this. When you look at the Bible, our God is a forgiving God, but if you just go through Revelations and see everything that happens, just the entirety of the Bible, it
all
is
right,
a
now
very,
this is what I was trying to
I
get you to
just had the
understand.
word
Tate,
and lost
I
it,
want
but
to,
it's
I'm here.
harsh. It's very harsh. How, the things that they were being told to do in the Bible and the things that were happening, those were not things of love. And when you
all
start
right,
looking at it
Tate,
on the scale of
listen.
that, it's like, damn, like, to condemn all these people to hell where they burn eternally because
No.
they sinned on earth, like that right there in itself is like, damn, that's not love. Like you're gonna condemn. Why not love them and teach them better?
Tate, I just want to introduce you
I can't
and say
hear.
that.
What
Listen,
happened?
Tate, listen. I want
Hold on.
Tate to speak on this topic about Christianity,
Ah,
right?
okay.
Because
Damn, I couldn't hear none of that. Was I talking? Could y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
yeah,
heard.
we heard everything you
Oh, we
said,
heard it. I just had got quiet. I was
and
finna
you
say
you
something,
probably
but
can't hear us. But
But I
Tate,
can
I
hear
want
now
you to.
though.
I really do want you to speak on that because your grandmama was a pastor, bro, and you grew up like in a I don't want to say Bible thumping, but you grew up in a damn near a family that you had ministers and pastors in your family, and even a woman. So kind of speak on that, like how it was growing up, like what was it trying, like what they tried to indoctrinate you, and how you advanced your mind outside of that as you got older as an adult, bro.
okay. So that's a lot. I don't even know if I can just touch all of it, but that's a lot. For one, my
I mean,
grandma.
it's a good question, bro.
Yeah, but my grandma, she was born in Mississippi. In She witnessed slavery. Probably, I can't say if she was in it, but her mother most certainly was. Uh, but she moved to Chicago later in life, and she had all her kids, and they had us, my cousins and me. So she came back. She was in a sanctified church, they strict, but it's like she was up there. She came back down here. She came back down here just to purposely move back. She wanted to come back home, and they wanted her to open the church down here. And she had a lot against her. But the main thing you had against you, and it wasn't even race. It was a woman preaching. But you're a black woman preaching. And you got a church, and your church looked like a little house, little brick house, whatever. But she was strict. Like when I say my grandma was strict, she believed in her Christianity so hard, so bad. It's like, don't come to her church with pants on. She ain't gonna put you out, but she might wind up talking about it or whatever. My grandma didn't
Hey,
wear
let me
pants.
ask you this: did that shit make you rebel as a young adolescent and as a young like teen? Like the
I ain't
way,
gonna say it make me rebel, but at that time, like I came out here young as shit. Like the first time I came to visit Mississippi, I was like kindergarten. So it was a whole nother world to me from Chicago. They weren't even locking doors when I first came down here. Nobody doors locked. Like when I first came down here, I never been in the house in my life to where is you letting the air flow through your house through your screen door. I never saw that in my life in Chicago.
right?
So when I came down here, I was cool with it. I ain't gonna lie, I was cool. Like I'm running the field over there. We rolling down the hill in cardboard boxes playing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what we were doing. So I was in church though. I didn't at the time I was young, so I didn't know what the race was like or what this was like. All I knew is this a whole nother world from where I'm at. It's peaceful. You can literally sit on your front porch with a screen around it and just look at the stars. Like up there, you hear so many sirens, you hear all it. But once I got older, I went back up there. Like I was back and forth for years. I was back and forth, and I was one of her only grandkids that was willing to just come down here. And so I was back and forth. But as I got older, I realized it's a stigma against women preaching. I went to churches like a woman can't get on the pulpit at all. And you got to stand in front of the pulpit and talk. So, but she was preaching from the Bible. And it's like, you telling me this. I grew up on this all my life. Like my grandma was like, if you don't even speak in tongues, you can't touch no instrument in the church. Like it was on that level. I played the saxophone in high school. Like I was in the choir, all that. I played the saxophone. It was like, but my uncle, who was saved or whatever he was, it was
Tate, you know
like,
that's good that you said that. I don't mean to cut you off, but that's good. I'm gonna cut you off when you're right now. But that's good that you said that because it's so many young kids, bro, that think shit like what you just said
it's
is so
lame.
lame
It's
that they don't
lame.
want to do it, dog.
And that's why my daughter 13. She played the clarinet. My son, he ain't doing it in school, but I bought him some drums from prison. He played the drums. So it's like, that's not lame. Do that. Like, I want my kids to experience everything. I don't care what it is. You can be a cheerleader. My daughter just got on cheerleading team this year. You
No,
can be a
but what I'm
cheerleader.
saying is like for the kids that's listening, or for anybody that's listening, like they might look at you for say, "Oh, he been to prison. He this type of dude." No, I'm
Nah,
still a
nah.
talented artist. Like I may be talented in music. I may be able to play instrument. Just because I made a mistake and did that, but like Tate, you really are important, bro, because you can speak to a lot of these kids, Tate, on a
Like real
level to
life,
where
I'm gonna tell you something,
you
man.
can keep them out of the position that you went to. And then look, the reason I asked you how growing up being a child in a like a predominantly church household, like I wanted to know the differences. Like,
I'm
did
gonna
that
tell you the
hinder?
difference. I'm gonna tell you the difference. Like my grandma's house, when I grew up down here, I couldn't even watch TV if it wasn't no, and it wasn't her. It was my uncle. It was her.
Tate, but I'm
Mama
saying
stayed.
you say it didn't fuck you up.
No,
Like,
I ain't. Oh no, it ain't fucked me up, but it played a part of my life right now to the day. I couldn't even watch like the Three Stooges. Man, my uncle coming out and see me watching it like that ain't education. Watch this. I bring grades from school. My grandma hanging that shit up on the wall, like with a stick pin. Straight A's on the roll. Like that what I was on. But that's why I say like kids can get like you can teach kids anything. You can teach kids all you want. You can be the strictest Christian. You can be the most open person with religion. You can be whatever. Decide to have your kids more than you. And it's like, so I go to church, but I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna just be honest. You want me to be 100? I'm gonna be 100.
Tate, do you
I
think
have very,
society took you over from
I'm,
what your grandmama and your parents was trying
I
to
ain't gonna
lead you
say
to?
it took me over because I always had that shit instilled in me. Like I was the type of drug dealer that I don't sell pregnant women drugs.
No,
I
we
felt,
talking
I
about
felt like
before you
that
got. Hold
made a
on,
difference.
hold on. We discussing before you even cross that line to that point.
Oh,
Like
those
your upbringing.
like
You said,
I'm gonna tell you how I growed up. Like you wanna know how I growed up? That's what I was saying. Like I couldn't even watch uneducational shit. If it's not
right. I'm
education, I
saying,
cannot.
was that part of the reason that you really wanted to be so independent that you chose to go that route? Where say, hey, I'm finna go do this.
No, I can't say that because I went back and
Okay,
forth in
let me ask you
Chicago and
this.
seen some more shit.
Okay, let me
So
ask you this. Did
I can't
having
say
a
that.
grandma let me ask you this. Did having a grandmother that was a pastor, did that help you more? Do you think that helped you more in life? Or do you think that kind of hindered you from saying certain shit or whatever it was? I don't know.
I can't
You see what I'm
say I
saying?
can't say I can't say it helped me. I can't say it hurt. I most definitely can't say it hurt me because it put thoughts in your mind about other stuff. It put thoughts in your mind about like you got talked about other stuff like like whether it's religion or just
But
believe
Tate,
something or
you
what.
was held to another standard. If you had a grandmama or a mama that was a pastor, like you growing up, you was held to a different standard. You was held to the Bible standard, dog.
But
That's the
it
highest
ain't
standard.
necessarily
Listen
that
though,
though because
hold on. If your parents grew up a pastor and they preached that Bible, you was held to a Bible standard, and that's a really tough standard to be held to, especially as a child. That's why they always say, preacher children, the most bad children in the world. Like they're held to such a
and
high
that was me.
standard, dog.
That was me. Later in life, it wasn't that as a younger one, but later in life, like nigga, I done rode horses. Like my sister, Herschel, my brother-in-law, asked me to this day, like he ain't rode no horse. I rode horses because somebody went to my grandma's church that race horses. I don't rode
Damn,
horses.
I grew up barrel racing horses.
Huh?
I said I grew up barrel racing horses.
Yeah, so I done rode horses on bareback, holding their hair, they mane, or whatever. I done rode the cart behind the horse. I did all that. Like, that's people go to my grandma's church, though. Like, I learned that life, but I'm from up here. But the thing is, like, this thing. Like, my grandma was one of those fire and brimstone preachers. Don't believe in makeup, don't believe in a lot of jewelry, don't believe in wearing pants, don't believe in like what women should wear pants, don't believe in like this and that. Like if you're a sanctified person, you this and that, your job gonna get you a dress. My grandma was on it. Like I had a BB gun. My granddad was like kind of opposite, but he was on it. My granddad bought me a BB gun, and grandma like, they ain't come to my house. Period. And it is what it is. Granddad respected it. Mississippi, the first place I ever saw a chicken get hung on a line. My granddad did it, and it threw me the fuck for a loop. But as far as like the religion and stuff, I growed up there. Me and Rico, your brother, we went to so nice at the skating ring plenty of times. We got old. The more older we got, I wasn't catching all of them because I'm in church. Like my grandma was one. I think now ain't no think. I know for a fact my grandma was one of the only ones who had a prayer service on Tuesday night. because in Mississippi, Wednesday nights was prayer service or whatever. My grandma had Sunday morning services. No, she had Sunday school. She had Sunday service. She had Sunday evening services. Tuesday was prayer night. Wednesday was something. Another day of the week was the choir. And it's like I wasn't able to mingle with the kids like that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I was still able to see what the kids doing. I grew up in life later, back and forth between here and Chicago, and I started selling drugs. I was selling drugs to some of the people in the church, but it wasn't at the church. Another, like, I had this mentality, like, cut your music down, you right in front of the church. Don't take no drugs, you in church. Don't do none of that. I had all that mentality. That's bullshit. Like, all that's bullshit. I ain't gonna say all I was taught bullshit, but they cut your music down in front of the church. Don't take no drugs in church. That's bullshit. Like, I literally served people in the church. Once I started selling drugs and got older and I've been out here that many years, I was selling half them people drugs. Like, around the time.
Okay, Tate, talk to the youth, man. Why did you start selling drugs? And tell them why not. Hold on. And tell them why not to.
I can't say I was on no struggling shit. I can't say none of that. Like, my mama got me certain
like
stuff.
What? Listen, this is why I'm so curious about it. You grew up in an environment where it was conducive for you to be, well, I mean, for a child. Hold on. Just hear me out. You grew up in an environment where you had women around you that had strong faith, right?
Yeah, a lot of women around me had strong faith.
Okay, now what caused you to say? I know, like, you get older as an adolescent and you want shit for yourself, right? But I'm saying, hold on. Let me ask you the question, because this is important, Tate. This is important for you to get your message out there to the children. Like, we trying to understand solutions and break generational curses. Like, what was it, like, that influenced you or made you say, hey, like, everything I've been taught, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see that shit no more as a young kid, because Tate, you were hustling as a young kid, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, for real.
Yeah.
So, as a young kid at that age that had a grandmother who was a pastor, like, we always talk about the influences that, you know, are on our young black men. Like, I don't want to sit here and believe that something didn't influence you besides you just wanted more for yourself, because I'm quite sure that what your grandmother instilled in you, Tate, you still got it to this fucking day. Right? Would you agree with that? Tate. Hold on. Unmute yourself, bud. Unmute. Tate. Oh, he must be doing something in it. Okay. All right. Okay. But my point is, I'm sure you still got the principles your grandmother instilled in you from her being a pastor, and, you know what I'm saying, you being around that environment growing up. As a young child, you was learning, like, strict principles, whether you understood them, like, whether you understood it when you got grown or not. You was going through strict principles. So, like, what was it that, so we can understand and kind of combat, prevent the young men that's growing up now, like, what was going through your mind to say, hey, yeah, you wanted money, but it had to be what influenced you to say, hey, I want money at that young of an age. You feel me? I say music, I say internet, but Tate, we ain't had that shit back then. Right. So it had to be the guys in the community, or it had to be just like, was it the culture? Like, what type of music was you listening to then? Like, what type of guys was in the community? Like, what made you say, hey, I want to go against everything I've been taught and do something different, regardless of what it was?
All right, you want me to be
That's
100?
important, bro.
All right, I'm finna be 100. Nigga, I was in church I go same horses I told you I rode. I'm down here trying to fuck some of them. Like, not the horses. I'm talking about the females who down here that house it is.
I ain't
Like,
even talking about that part.
no,
I'm
I'm
talking
being
about
honest. Like, let me
was
finish, bro.
no. Was it anything that like the pressures of being a your grandmother being a pastor, like was it any of those pressures of like you didn't get to do what you wanted to do, or was it anything that affected you in your childhood of having to go through
Let
like
me tell
being hold
you.
on having because I know your grandmama held you to a very high standard because she was a pastor
Fact. He
in the
can't
black
tell
community.
you. He trying to tell you. He can't tell you because your
Man,
ass
I'm
keep
trying to
on
get into
talking.
what it I'm trying Tate
He
understand
finna
where I'm
get
coming
there.
from.
I know it. He finna get there too. Let
Now,
him.
see, one thing about me, if you get to talking and you talk about that type of lifestyle, I'm gonna start from the beginning or the middle or wherever, and I'm gonna take you where it go. And you
Now
might
just take
feel
me
like I'm going
directly there.
somewhere else, but I'm gonna bring you back to where it's going. Like me, I was a mixture. I'm Chi-Town, I'm Chicago, I'm here. Like I was the only grandkid ready to come down here that age. You know what I'm saying? Like the rest of them, like hell no, woo woo. But this is the thing, like I ain't never been raised on no poverty shit, no none of that. My grandma
Tate,
didn't even take money from the church. Like that's
man, you
that
going listen, bro. We
you
we
won't
trying to
let me.
stick. Listen though, it's
All right,
getting late.
go ahead.
We trying to stick to the topic, dog. I
We
ask
don't know
you.
what the
uh,
topic is. You won't let
you
me talk.
I no, I'm asking you a question. I want you to respond. I ask you, did having so much pressure on you being uh grandson of a preacher in your childhood, did that shit affect you or want to be affect any decision you made in your adulthood, Tate? That's all I asked, dog. That ain't that don't got to go around the world. That's a direct question. Because I said a lot of children who have to live up to a lot of pressure in their childhood, like that shit carry on in their adulthood, and they may, spaz out in different type of ways. I was specifically interviewing you because like you've been in that situation, bro. You've been incarcerated and you had a grandmother who was a pastor. So you've been on both sides of it. Who better can speak and just be open and honest about the shit instead of thinking it's a confrontation to the young men? You done seen it from both sides, dog.
You let me know when you through. I talk.
I'm done. But just talk on the subject. We ain't got to go like talking about like just I'm asking you, did that directly affect you growing up, Tate? And no, just be honest. Like, did it like having that much pressure on you, like with your grandmother being a pastor? So we all know what come with Christian values in the South, right? Like you can't, you already said it. I can't do this, can't do that. Like when you really got on your own to be able to make choices on your own, like did how you was raised in that strict environment under that religion and under that strict environment, did that affect or did that make you make decisions to want to be independent or some shit like that on your own outside of when you got able to do that, Tate? This is not an argument. This is not a debate. We want to
Right
get
now, it's
into
not
your heart.
nothing because you the only one talking.
Yeah, I'm the only one talking because I'm asking you a fucking question. I'm trying to get you to understand what I'm
You
asking.
can't
Let's
ask a
not be
question when you
confused.
saying the same thing 10 times and won't let me answer the question.
Man, fuck it. Don't worry about it. All right, next question.
I
God
wanted to
damn.
hear his answer.
I do too. That's why I'm trying to get him to he's not answering the question. He keep going about a bunch of shit about how he grew up. Like that's not what I'm asking, bro. We got to stay on topic, right? I'm asking you, bro. Did that directly affect you, right? To some of the choices that you made, having the pressure on you. He keeps saying shit that's not answering that. Y'all gotta acknowledge that shit too.
Yeah, because I do agree with that too. I just want to hear what made
He
you go
talking
do the
about a
shit.
bunch of shit that I'm not asking him. He been doing that for every question that I asked. You dance around every question, bro. Like just like if we gonna be on here and be honest, like you can't hide. Like everybody been honest. I feel like everybody on this stage then been vulnerable and then told some shit on here that like was personal. So every time we get in the conversation, dog, you can't be politically correct. Sometimes you got to be honest because I'm asking him. You came from a family that your grandmama was a preacher, dog. So you had structure and you had standards in your life. What made you want to go into the street life? I really didn't want to word it like that. I was trying to ask the question in a nice way. But we gonna be real on here, right? Is that not what make this podcast real? So we ain't gonna beat around the bush. I'm asking you a direct question, and you keep talking about riding horses. I didn't ask you that shit. So if you don't want to listen to your mental, just take a break and come back tomorrow, and we're gonna be okay. But you ain't gonna make me seem like I'm the goddamn problem when I'm asking you a specific question, bro. Your grandmother was a preacher, right? How do you feel? How did it affect you? He hasn't told us that shit yet. Now I'm gonna let him back on. If he want to tell us, that's fine. Let's go. Where you at?
Boy, you gone.
Oh, he gone to sleep. That's fine too. That's good for the podcast. Entertainment. Drama. But now he kept going to a different direction, bro. Like we was on disconnect. Because I was only asking, bro, you was a preacher's grandson, and you was around a good environment if you was a preacher's grandson, like he said. So how did
Hey, but
you?
I felt like he was gonna tell us the one
Well,
time.
I mean, eventually he probably would have, but
No, he
shit,
was when he said I'm gonna be real. Some about the
Chad,
girls,
I had
and
been
then I
asking him
think
that for the last 30 minutes.
I
He was
know,
going
but
to ride
now
horses,
this was like
and he
15
was
minutes
in
ago.
Dope
But he
Boy,
was finna get into the girl. I think the girl was gonna have some significance over it, but she didn't let him finish the one time, and that's the reason why I said let him finish. Cause I felt like we were closer to the answer than ever
we'll get it
that one
tomorrow.
time.
We'll get it
He was
tomorrow.
finna. I'm telling you, I know I could feel it. He was finna answer it, and
How
he
many
cut him
times
off
did I?
again.
Oh, okay, answer this. How many times did I ask him that question?
I don't
I
know, but
tried
you
to
do be doing that.
reiterate every
He
time. I was
did.
like, bro, I'm not talking about what you keep answering. I'm just asking you a simple question. How did that
But
affect
sometimes
you?
it's the delivery. Because you
Yeah,
did ask him that a lot of times, and he did go,
but he never
into all
answered
this
the question.
other stuff.
That's a
But
simple question. He could have said, look, man, that shit made me feel this way. It affected me like this. This is why I went out and did this. He want to dance around the question. Like, you got to understand what my partner doing now. Like, just answer the question straight up because everybody else do. And I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire on that. I was asking a specific question that is not hard to answer. Every time you went to talking about something else other than the question, I stopped you and I went back to the original question that I wanted the answer for. We never got that. I shouldn't
I
have
know,
to
but
sit
you
here
do you
and dig
do
it out of you.
be doing
Man, it's simple shit.
it is. I agree. But that one
So
time, I'm telling you, he was gonna answer that motherfucker, and you cut his ass
yeah,
off
but
right when he was
when he
smack dab
ready
on
to
the
talk
answer.
about that, then when he ready to be real about that, that's on him. But I wasn't asking no tough question. I was asking simple questions. How did being a preacher's grandson affect you in your adolescent life? That's a simple ass fucking question. We never got that answer. Do you feel like the pressure that was put on you to be a preacher grandson affected you with the decisions that you made in your adult life? How hard is that? We don't got to go around the world for that. That's a direct question.
Well, come on,
You
it's
just sat here and
125.
said we put pressure on this man who running for sheriff, right?
Mm-hmm.
How you can't answer a question? Don't make a simple conversation or argument because you don't feel like you up to, holding your feet to the fire when you gonna hold somebody else's feet to the fire. Now, come on. And Tate, like I said, man, that's like my brother. So y'all don't get this shit twisted. But we on here for a dialogue and discussion. So we're not on here to
Well,
deflect,
okay, I feel that.
not to deflect. We're gonna take this shit head on. And I feel like he didn't want to answer that question because of the image that he want to portray. And I might be wrong. I
don't
might be,
know.
you know what
I
I'm
don't know
saying?
about that.
That's just my opinion. And but just be real.
Well, listen, we going to bed now.
Let's go.
All
I'm
right,
tired too.
holla, y'all. Yeah, okay. So it's been time to wrap this motherfucker up. Good night. Sleep tight. Everybody, if y'all still there. I think we the only ones hanging on.
Much love. Nah, it's like
All right.
8 people, but we are
Now, okay, but that's okay. Well, 8 people will see y'all tomorrow where we may continue this discussion and we may not. Who knows?
8 people
Stay
on
tuned.
Facebook, but All right, see y'all
Okay.
tomorrow, man. Enjoy it.
All right.